Okay, so I just wanted to do a stream, a real quick in air quotes stream, going over the notes to 7.30, which was released earlier today. I'm not entirely sure as to when that was, but I did play a game before I left to play D&D because I usually play D&D on Tuesday nights, and that game that I played was pre-patch, and we won. So, but that I played was pre-patch, and we won. So, but nice. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna go over these notes. I'm gonna go over the important ones. Like Captain's Mode, don't worry about that. You know, we play solo queue. Multiple critical strike chances now rolled from strongest to weakest and will stop rolling once a proc occurs. This results in the same DPS, but it is less likely to have multiple crits in a row or multiple attacks without a crit. Okay. Cooldown percentage reduction no longer stacks. Sources of flat CDR still stack. Wait. Hello. Art. Thought I had a mute button, but I don't think I do. I thought I put mute on numpad 7. Actually, I think I took off the mute button entirely. Okay, yeah, so sweet. Cooldown reduction percentage no longer stacks. I'm trying to think of what cooldown percentage reduction is compared to sources of flat cooldown reduction. I can't immediately interpret this note, so I'm just going to skip it. Increased HP regen. Pucko, I was just reading these, yes. I don't understand this change. I don't know if you interpret and understand it, but I do not. Increased HP regen of all heroes with 0 HP regen to 0.25. So I mean, that's a lot of heroes. I'm trying to think of the ones that like would care the most about this. Obviously, heroes that have no innate sustain in their kit care more about this than, I don't know, like Brood, for instance. I don't know if she has HP regen. I'm sure Brood got nerfed anyways, but yeah, this is just a generic buff. I think Octarine plus Spell Prism won't work is what that means. I see. Okay. Water Rune healing reduced. I think this is a good change overall. I know that a lot of people complained that the mid lane just became like sustain game, super hardcore ever since they released, or ever since water runes were introduced. Also, I thought they were called aqua runes, but now they're just calling them water. I think technically they were called aqua runes. Everybody just called them water runes. Now they're just called water runes in the patch. Second Roshan no longer drops cheese. Boom. That's a big change. This may not look like a big change. I don't know why it wouldn't look like a big change. That's a big deal. That is a big deal. So the second Roshan, I think, still drops Aghanim Shard, but not dropping cheese. I mean, cheese was basically an extra life anyways, assuming you couldn't chain stun the person down that had cheese. So this is a big deal. Or I guess if you were facing like Ancient Apparition or some hero that could significantly reduce healing, cheese could be somewhat less effective. But generally speaking, a hero with cheese is just kind of like a hero that had an Aegis that didn't have like a death respawn timer or whatever, like, or that didn't purge you, because you know when you die you get all your shit purged. Neutral creeps now drop tier 5 items. Wait, neutral creeps now drop 5 neutral items per tier. This is dude, what's crazy is I was wishing that this was just something that was in the game, but I didn't think they would do this. I was like, man, it is so unfun that at the first tier somebody gets left out of a neutral item, but they're never going to change it because like that would create a balance nightmare. I'm sure that there's a reason why 4 neutral items exist per tier, but nope. They were just like, yeah, you know, everybody gets a neutral item now per tier. Doesn't matter. That's a really nice change. That's just a really good change. It's a fun change too. I'm sure that there will be some balance reasons as to why this might be kind of fuckety, but I like that change a lot. And this got a nerf, much needed. This item is crazy broken. Having the HP bonus reduced by 50 is like a good slap on the wrist, but the real kicker here is that in the later stages of the game, ever since you pick up when you pick up your Aeon disc, it's kind of becoming like a inverse BKB of sorts, where the time in between it triggering once will be longer. And so it'll be easier to take fights when this thing is on cool. Basically, when this thing goes on cooldown in the later stages of the game, you will really have to stall out the game if you want it to be up for the next fight. Abyssal Blade gets a like I'm sure that's like an okay buff. I'm not gonna call it small. I mean, 20 damage is 20 damage. More damage in general, like damage on items like this where it's damage that procs somewhat regularly for free. You don't have to like invest in it. It's just like the more attack speed you have, the more bashes you're gonna get, and you know it's free damage in some ways. Like you know that's nice. But this is a 300 gold item, and generally by that stage in the game when you pick this up, you know 20 or 40 extra damage isn't gonna be like huge, but it is a small change. Like it could be the difference in some man fights. Just makes the item a better man fighting item. Aether Lens gets a slight nerf to its mana regen bonus. I'm sure that's fine. I don't know. Trying to think of why that was the case, but maybe Aether Lens was broken in some ways. I know Aether Lens, ever since it built into Octarine, has had a very nice position in some of the heroes that I play. So, I mean, that's kind of a small nerf that kind of hurts, I guess. And then Arcane Blink gets a slight buff. I don't understand. Personally, I don't understand that, but whatever. Arcane Boots gets a slight buff again, which is also interesting. Like I thought Arcane Boots was in a great spot. I disagree with the Arcane Boots buff. I thought ever since this item got its cost essentially reduced by 100 with the reduction in energy boosters cost, I thought Arcane Boots was a fine item. It like became relevant again on support heroes, but now they're buffing it again. I don't think it needs a buff. I think that's probably unhealthy for the item. Then Bottle gets a slight nerf. Yeah, just like straight up a slight nerf to Bottle. I don't think you're going to go Bottle anymore on offlaners if you were. Like Darkseer, for instance. I don't know if Darkseer got nerfs directly, but I don't know. I mean, this is pretty small, kind of, but like this is per charge, so kind of not really. That's 15 less health over the course of a full bottle, and 15 less mana is a big kicker. And also the restore time increase, even though it seems small, it's like, you know, the window to kill your bottle charge is now slightly greater. Drums gets a slight buff. I've literally never seen Drums bot. I never saw Drums bot once last patch, except for on an alchemist that I had that went mid lane, farmed Battle Fury, and then started buying Aghanim Scepters for my team. And it was the most game throwy shit ever. After he bought 3 Aghanim Scepters, he then bought Drums Force Staff, and it was incredibly throwy. I don't know what the fuck that guy was doing, but yes, he did buy Drums, but that guy seemed like a troll. In any other game that I've played of Dota where the game's been remotely serious, I have not seen Drums bot. So this is probably probably like a nice little buff. Anytime I buy Drums, I regret it 10 minutes. So yeah, the item just... I feel like it needs the agi on it. I feel like this item should just be a generic, like somewhat overpowered stats item. Like it should be that sort of pseudo ultimate orb item where it's like ultimate orb costs 2100 or 2050 or something like that. Drums costs less, so it's gold efficient per the stats that it gives, and then also has a nice active on it. Because otherwise, like, it just kind of feels like a sore tempo item, you know? Stats aren't really enough to justify the item. The active's great, but you only get so many charges with it. I guess you get 8 charges with it now. I didn't realize they buffed the charges up to 8, but whatever. Heals gets a pretty hefty nerf. 1 straight less mana regen to the item. That, I mean, you will feel that. Falcon Blade gets a noticeable buff, given that the item's cost is so low. These are some pretty, like, proportionate to the amount of gold that the item costs. These stat buffs are pretty nice. 2 damage and 25 extra health at an item that's priced at this value is, like, rather good. Glypnir gets a buff. That's another item that I hadn't really seen purchased too much last patch, probably because a lot of the heroes that built it weren't super good. I don't know, like Prophet is one of the notable ones that sticks out to me as a hero that would buy Glypnir, but I never saw Prophet picked last patch. So that's a nice buff to Glypnir. You know, again, same kind of story as Falcon Blade, except Glypnir costs like 6 times the gold or 5 times the gold, but Glypnir getting these stat buffs and then making their projectile harder to dodge. This is noticeable, I think. You know, 40 extra HP, a third of an armor, a little bit of extra attack speed. Heroes that buy Glypnir are usually going to be able to use the attack speed because it builds out of Maelstrom too. I'm literally only thinking about Nature's Prophet, but already, like, that's a nice buff. Not significant enough, I don't think, to propel him back into the meta, you know, like, but it's something. And then Home of the Overlord. I think this item needed some big buffs if it was going to get picked, so let's read it. Builds from already, I like what I'm seeing. It now requires Helm and Vlad's, so that probably means it gets the Vlad's aura. Bonus stats reduced, from plus 20 to plus 8. Yikes. I guess it costs 50 more and gives 12 less all stats. Yikes. That's pretty bad. You can only take one creep. Oh yeah, it's pretty bad too. 20 extra movement speed on your creep. Okay. The creep itself does a fuck ton more damage. Okay. Now I'm just gonna pause right here and say that could be interesting with some of the quick attacking creeps. Like, I know this kind of sounds like a meme, but the frost creep can now do like 100 damage, and then it can attack really quickly. So I don't know, man, that's pretty crazy. And then the armor bonus that it gets is from 4 to 8. And I think I'm just thinking of small creeps. Like, that's a pretty tanky creep. And then also you get the Vlad's aura. I don't know. I'm calling it now. I think this item is still shit. Would need some testing. I would need to see a reason why this item is obviously broken. That I can't immediately recognize. But I'm calling it right now. I still think this item's garbage. At 6,000 gold, nuh-uh. I don't think this item's good. Just calling it now. That's my hot take. Hello, Wired. Can you upload this on? I will upload this on YouTube. What's up, Creed? Brute Techies now. What's up, Daney? How are you doing? I will upload this whole thing on YouTube. Don't worry. Hurricane Pike. I'll try to edit it too, but no promises. Well, I guess if I was going to edit it, I should have been recording. And my recording settings are different. I'm just going to upload this full VOD on YouTube. And if I can make clean edits, I will. But if I can't, then rip. So if I can't, we're just going to go under the assumption that I can't make good edits. So I won't address chat that much unless there are good questions asked from chat, because I want to keep the VOD clean and concise. So Hurricane Pike. The duration was increased. The Hurricane Thrust duration. Now, Hurricane Thrust, is that the duration that you're pushing somebody, or is that the duration that you have the opportunity to attack the person? Yeah, okay, that's the opportunity that you have to attack the person. So it pushes you and the target away. And then for 6, up from 5 seconds, you get to attack the target for 5 times at 100 plus 100 attack speed. So a nice small buff to the item. 1 extra attack is probably noticeable. I don't think the thrust duration is going to be all that noticeable. I could be wrong. Excuse me. Mage Slayer now requires an Oblivion Staff, Cloak, and 400 gold. Changed. I wonder what that was changed from, recipe-wise. I will never know. But the total cost of the item got reduced dramatically. Look at that. 3250 to 2400. This is a mid-game item now. That is, let me just pause right here and just say, again, I want to keep this video as concise as possible, but in Dota, I don't think changes like these get recognized by mid-level players enough. I'm talking like if you're 3 to 4K, this line right here is something that'll just slide right over your head. But it shouldn't. These are big deals. When an item's cost goes down by like a third of its base cost, that means the time required to farm the item is like 3, 4, 5 minutes quicker, depending on your role and position in the game. That's a big deal. That means that you get to hit your timing quicker. And especially for an item like Mage Slayer, which, you know, just in my mind, the way that I've always interpreted this item since its conception is like mid-game, tempo-based. I want to buy this item, and then because I have this item, I am tankier. I'm still a damage threat because it does give damage. But I'm tankier and thus able to accomplish things in team fights that I wasn't able to prior. Suddenly, maybe Timbersaw is less of a relevant hero, right? Because even though the magic resistance doesn't really matter, it decreases that hero's spell damage by 35%. Maybe, you know, I'm listing heroes that maybe it doesn't seem as good on, but like, you know, Bristleback does a lot of spell damage. This reduces his damage by 35%. Like, this is a big deal of an item when you pick it up. Ideally, anyways, like you can just kind of control fights better, and having the cost reduced so significantly on this item makes it way better. Also, like, hello, dude, this item solves mana problems now somewhat. You know, it doesn't have an active, so it doesn't cost you mana to use it. You just get mana because Oblivion Staff is such a nice, like, it's such a good item to just pick up when you care about right clicking and you want mana. Like, unironically, this item is probably good on like Prophet. I'm just thinking of so many heroes that are like off the bat, you know, want to get a little tankier in the mid game, and then also want to be relevant damage threats, and also, you know, would not mind having the utility to just attack like Alina, for instance, and make Laguna do 35% less damage, or Dragon Slave do 35%. Like, this is a good item now, I think, because it just costs so little. Mage Slayer's crazy. Yeah. Rod of Atos, buffed in the same vein that Glipnir was. This is probably the real buff if you want to focus on buffs that, like, the buff from that item tree. The Rod of Atos buff is the real one. Like, Glipnir getting the buff that Rod of Atos gets is fine, but like Rod of Atos, when you pick it up now, it's like a better power spike of an item. Sans gets a nerf much needed to his status resistance. And then Sentry Wards gets a nerfed, replenish time decreased by 5, duration reduced by 1. So this probably evens out to where you can have the same number of sentries on the floor, but the duration being reduced impacts lanes. You know, I don't want to, I'm not going to try to prognosticate too much, even though that's the goal of videos like this, is to sit here and speculate about how the patch is going to play out. But I will say that having the duration reduced by 1 minute on Sentry Wards probably isn't enough. Like, usually if a Sentry Ward is impacting your lane in a negative way, it's something you're just going to deal with immediately or within like a minute or two. You're not going to just like wait for the ward to time out. That's never been a viable option. It lasts for way too long. It impacts way too much of a period of the laning phase. This change is more relevant to me. Like, I think the point of this change was to have that sort of, I don't want, like, Ice Frog saying, I don't want Sentry Wards to dictate the laning phase at higher MMR or in professional level matches, because contrary to your pubs and my pubs too, at competitive, like in professional games, lanes are literally decided by, you know, can we put a Sentry Ward down on this camp and keep it there and keep fighting for it so they never get access to the pole, to that pole camp. And that happens on both sides of the lane, whether you're the off lane and you want access to your hard camp and the enemy safe lane keeps blocking it, or if you're the safe lane that wants to block, or if you're safe lane that wants access to the easy camp, and then the off lane keeps blocking with the Sentry Ward. Like, that shit has been impacting professional level matches for several batches now. And I don't know if this change is enough to make that not the meta, but it seems like they at least recognize it's a problem, so they're trying to deal with it. Then Silver Edge, I think this item is shit, so I'm interested to see if they buffed it, and it looks like they did. The total cost of the item went down a little bit, and now it's built out of a Crystallis. I think the recipe is the big thing, right? This item used to have an insanely high recipe cost, and it built out of like nothing. Now it builds out of a Crystallis and has a smaller recipe cost. It gives you crit, and then attacking out of invisibility now gives you a guaranteed crit with 175 bonus damage. That might have been the same number. Does it still apply break? Yeah, and it still applies break. So that's a pretty big buff to the item. It's a significant damage item now. Like, you pick this item up, and you're not just having more utility with the ability to break passives. You're actually just like, you're critting somebody, guaranteed. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like, Slark was never a hero that made significant use of crits, but he's also one of those heroes that used to buy Silver Edge a lot just because he like Shadow Blade. I'm just trying to think of other heroes that built Shadow Blade, or how about heroes that might not have built Shadow Blade before, that might start building Shadow Blade now because Silver Edge is more attractive. Maybe Sven. I don't know, though. Sven, usually when he wants initiation, he goes the Axe route. I don't know. I'm just trying to say this is a big buff. Like, the item is a damage-based item now, so that's pretty sick. And then, ooh, I like this buff a lot. Smoke of Deceit gets its max stock increased. I shouldn't call it a buff. I should call it a change because it affects both sides. But I guess buff to Smoke of Deceit. Smoke is a very powerful item in Dota, and just in pros, this doesn't mean anything, because pros always make it so that pros are very cognizant. Smokes are very valuable in professional level Dota, and the recharge timer on smoke is always ticking. They never similar to wards, you would never let your ward stock get to 4, especially since in pubs wards are free. So there's no reason to like, you know, it's not like you can say, I'm poor, I can't buy wards. It's like, no, just buy all the wards. If that number ever hits 4, we are effectively wasting a ward, because that is a ward that could be recharging that isn't. They made it so that Smoke of Deceits now have a max stock of 3. Again, in professional level games, they buy smoke straight out of the gate and smoke and then go and try to accomplish things. But in lower MMR, and I'm talking like 6K, 7K, 5K games, you know, games that like even I'm playing in, let alone games that you guys are playing in, almost nobody fucking buys smokes, unless it's like the mid game, and then even then the smoke plays usually aren't all that strategical. Any buffs that they make to smokes to make them just more pub friendly is, in my opinion, a good idea, because there's currently, and there has been for a long period of time, a huge gap in the way that in the way that competitive level games of Dota are played versus the way that pub level games of Dota are played, even at the highest level. And that gap creates a level of dissonance where when you're watching Dota, consuming it as a normie, or not even a normie, like somebody who regularly plays the game but is not a fucking god at the game, or just doesn't play professional level Dota, you get this level of dissonance. You're like, what's going on? You know, these look so different from my pubs. Changes like these, even though they seem small, they make it so that pub Dota is a little bit more enjoyable because yeah, like if your smokes are stacking up, it's not like you're going to be down 5 or 6 effective smokes. You'll be down like maybe 2 or 3 effective smokes because you can at least still just buy 3 right out of the gate when you notice your smokes have been stacked up. You know, what I'm trying to do here is paint the picture for you. It's mid game. You have a Sand King. He just bought a Blink Dagger and he wants to go make a play. Well, now when you push the B button or whatever your shot button is and you look at the smokes, you don't just see 2, you see 3. And so then it's like, well, fuck, we haven't been buying smokes, but now I can at least buy 3 smokes and we could go make 3 plays. You know what I mean? So, cool. Windraker costs 300 gold less. Again, pretty big change. May not seem like a big change. And maybe to Wind Waker, it isn't as much of a big... It definitely isn't as big of a change because this item's just... It's massive. It is definitely a late game item. And 300 gold at that stage in the game when you're farming like a full creep wave at that point is going to be like 6 or 7 or 8 creeps. So it's just going to give 300 gold. Like, it's not probably that big of a change for this item as it is for Mage Slayer. But still, 300 gold for free, you know? It's not like the item got worse. It just straight up costs 300 less gold. Like, that's pretty cool. And then Witchblade, nice. Or maybe not nice, I don't know. This is like a change more so than a buff or a nerf. But the damage per... I mean, it's a nerf, right? Damage per tick went down, but the duration got increased. Or wait, I'm trying to think. Is this actually a nerf? It causes your next attack to apply a poison for 4 seconds, which slows them and deals... Okay, so it is technically a nerf to the damage. It does mean that it, like, slows them for longer. Whoops. It means that it slows them for longer, popping Blink Daggers and whatnot for longer, too. But this is overall a nerf to the damage and a fixed interaction that caused it to give permanent true strike against match immune targets. That was something that I even saw that in a Jenkins video, I think, but that's cool to see that they removed it. Oh my god, I gotta scroll up. I can't even look at those. They're gonna influence my mind. But yeah, this just means that when you pick up the item and you're going for these sort of mid-gamey plays on heroes like Puck or Co-op or whatever, like you're not gonna deal nearly, I shouldn't say nearly, like it's 25% less damage, at least 25% less of your int multiplied as damage, or not multiplied, but like your int as damage. So I mean, you'll deal like 25 or 30 less damage if you have 100 intelligence. I don't know if you'll have 100 intelligence. I don't know. I don't know the normal numbers that a Puck would have, but what I do know is that this isn't that big of a nerf. I don't think Witchblade is a dead item. Could be wrong. Because maybe the heroes that buy it are going to be dead. And I don't even think that's true because there's a lot of heroes that were out of the meta. Like Prophet, for instance, was a hero that could have considered buying this, but he was just bad, so he didn't get the chance to buy it because nobody picked him. Maybe he'd buy it now because he's good, and Witchblade is in a fine spot still. I don't know. Pretty sure it's the same damage, just over a slower duration. Well, it says that it slows them and deals 0.75 as damage every second. I didn't read that. That's just literally the very next line. Okay, then yeah, it actually isn't lower damage. Because the previous iteration dealt 1 times your int over 3 seconds. That's 3 times your int. Now it's 0.75 times 4, and that's still... Is that still... No, that's not 3. Hold up. 0.75 times 4? 0.75. Holy shit. What is going on? What the fuck? Yeah. No, of course. I don't know why I need a calculator for this. I don't, but for some reason, my calculator hotkeys are all fucked up anyways. But yeah, that is the exact same amount of damage. I don't know why my calculator... Oh, I didn't have lock on. That's the reason. Oh, okay. And that's why my mute button wasn't working either. Okay, interesting. Didn't know that. Yeah, it is the same amount of damage, but it is over a slower duration. You're correct. So very, very, very slight nerf, just to like the burst or whatever. But again, it pops Blink Daggers and stuff for longer, so, you know, I digress. Neutral items that have been removed. Ballista does not matter nearly as much as like these smaller items. Faded Brooch, brilliant Bat Rider items, so that's, you know, unfortunate. Rip Bat Rider even more. Ironwood Tree, I guess like Timber or something like that. I don't know. Just generic stat items. Kind of sucks to see them go, but at the same time, they didn't really do or offer a whole lot other than just like you do things better. So, you know, for more, if they're paving the way for more interesting neutral items, then that'll be cool. Imp Claw, again, another generic item. Illusionist Cape, just an unfun item, I think. Although I will say this item was like absolutely brilliant on Darks here, so kind of sad to see it go. Minotaur Horn, rip, but I think this item was kind of unfun. You know, more anything that gives spell immunity, just like unfun items. And then Orb of Destruction, again, generic stat item that was like absolutely brilliant on some items. on some heroes. I sad to see it go. Ballista again. I never fucking saw that item, but I'm sure on heroes like Sniper is annoying as shit. To make room for Pig Pole, a tier 1 item that gives you 6 all stats and comes with an active. Crazy. It's gonna actually do things. Pigs out or pig out turns the owner into a pig. That increases your movement speed, but also you're a pig for 4 seconds. Okay. This will almost never be used. Almost. Is Enigma shit? No, I hope not. Let's hope not. I'm not going to comment on this. It does cost mana, and it does have a slight cooldown. I'm not going to talk about this too much. This seems like absolutely shit, but I mean, it could help you escape a little bit in a pinch, I suppose. What the fuck happened to my patch notes? Tumblr's toy. New tier 1 item. So grants 200 mana, but does not give you movement speed. So Faded Brooch rip. Active Vault. It kind of gives you movement speed. Doesn't cost any mana, and it propels you 3, so half of a 4 staff, I think. 300 units forward. Goes on a 3-second cooldown when receiving player-based damage. Ah, very, very interesting. This is like a very pseudo initiation tool for very early game heroes. I think this item's going to be broken, honestly. That early into the game, at 7 minutes, you could pick this up on heroes like Batrider. I actually think this item's going to be busted, but you can, you don't have to quote. You could quote me on that, right? Brigand's Blade. This is tier 2. This is going to be the crit replacer, the Imp Claw replacer. I can already tell. Why is the scroll thing so fucked? Tier 2 gives 10 damage, 10 movement speed, 10 attack speed. Dark Mercy. When attacking a unit, you deal +7 damage for each 10% of the target's health missing. Just doing some quick numbers. That's crazy. No, yeah, if they're missing 50% HP, then you're doing 35 extra damage on top of the 10 damage they're already doing. Yeah, this item's pretty nuts, I think. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I'm especially thinking about heroes like PA that can throw daggers from afar. Like, it makes her even better at executing heroes. Yeah, I don't know. This item seems pretty busted, too. Bay Grenade grants 20 movement speed. So they broke Faded Brooch up into 2 items. Active Shadow Brand throws a bomb to an enemy within 900 range, dealing your attack damage and applying a debuff that provides vision for the unit and deals 20 DPS for 7 seconds. So you throw a bomb at an enemy, and then you basically just do an auto attack to them. And then you also apply a debuff that gives you vision, like track, kind of. And it also deals 20 damage for 7 seconds. That's crazy. That's insane. It's like, that's so much damage. You do 140 damage, and then you also just get to see them for 7 seconds. Like amp damage, kind of, because amp damage has a smaller duration. It cooldowns 20 seconds. That's a crazy item, too. What the heck? Why is this in the game? Oh, wait, is this tier 2? Oh, it's tier 2. Okay. It's less crazy. Darkseer video helped loads. 30 games, 70% win rate. Pog, dude. Sorry, Wired, I was DC'd earlier. Will you upload this? I will upload this to YouTube. Okay, this is a tier 2 item. I thought it was tier 1. Still pretty good, I think. Let me think. You get this item at 17 minutes, right? That's when you get tier 2 items. I don't know. It still seems pretty good. Maybe I'm missing something. 17 minutes. Is this going to be as relevant? Probably not. I mean, the laning phase is thoroughly over at that point. Yeah, maybe not as good. If this was tier 1 like I originally thought it was, that would be broken. Blast Rig. New tier 3 item. Grants 8 armor. Tier 3 though. Passive hair trigger. The next time you get attacked, doesn't this kind of step over Cloak of Shadows or Cloak of Flames a little bit? That kind of plus 8 armor. That item gives like +6. I don't know. Seems kind of redundant. But the next time you get attacked by a hero, you explode, dealing 300 damage to all enemies within a 300 radius and applying 100% blind. Whoa, that's nutty. This is like Aeon Disc, like budget Aeon Disc, except you don't have to. That's a crazy item, dude. It doesn't reduce your damage or anything like that. It's just straight up like, yo, people go on you, they get fucked. I think this item's nutty. Small AoE though. I wonder if items like this kind of just ruin the game, though, because, you know, like, how are you going to pick PA in a game where, like, you know, 25% of the time, if the game gets to 27 minutes, they just randomly pick up a blast rig and you just can't go on that hero, literally. Or if you do, you have to, like, get him low first. You gotta, it says when you are attacked by a hero within 300 range. Yeah, so the hero has to be on top of you for it to trigger. Yeah, this item's kind of nuts. Like the hero has to be in range for it to pop. So there's no counterplay. It's just walk up to them, hit them like you normally would because you're trying to kill them. And then this is going to go off and you're always going to be blinded unless you have spell immunity by 100%. So there's no play around there. It's not like 25% where it's like, okay, maybe I can just power through the blind. It's like, nope, you're always blinded. It's 100%. You're not hitting anything for 2.5 seconds and you're taking 300 damage in an AoE. So maybe it hurts your enemies. Maybe it hurts the creeps that are around you. I don't know. But like that just seems busted. Like, yeah, budget and disc for sure. Aesthetics cap. This is tier 4. This is to replace Orb of the Minotaur Horn or Illusionist. I don't know. 300 HP and 10 health regen. You put a debuff. Whenever a debuff from a player controlled source would be applied to you, you get 50% status resistance for 3 seconds. And I assume that applies to the debuff as well. So also another like pseudo Aeon Disc item, but it's at tier 4. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, man. I do not like these items automatically. Like, I don't like getting insta bursted, but I also don't like it when there's a bunch of shit in the game that means. I'm just trying to think of this from the perspective of an initiator, because man, it is super annoying to play like Legion Commander in a game where the enemy team has a Winter Wyvern and an Oracle and an Outworld Devourer for whatever reason. I don't know why they have so much save, but like if all of their heroes can save each other, or they can just buy items that save themselves, like who the fuck do you go on? You don't go on anybody, and then your job is not initiation anymore, it's follow-up. And then if your job is follow-up, then somebody else has dictation, gets to dictate the game, not you, right? You're not in a solo queue game anymore, you're playing party stack with hoping that your allies are good enough to, like, you can't play your role. That's what I'm saying. You're the initiator, but you can't play your role, because duel is a powerful ability. You need to make sure that the target you're dueling is going to be impacted by the ability. I mean, like, it's not like Blast Rig makes it so the target's 100% invulnerable like Aeon Disc, but it means that you don't do any damage to them for 2.5 seconds. That's like half the duration of duel. Aesthetics cap, yeah, you put a debuff on it, like your duel is going to last for 50% its normal duration. I don't know. Kind of nutty that these are items that are actually in the game now. Bay Grenade plus ranged normal punch, maybe. Arcanist's armor. Witchbane. So this item does nothing. Let's just point that out. No stats whatsoever. So the effect better be damn good because this is tier 4. Passively causes your hero to deal extra magic damage to its target equal to 4% of its mana, of the target's mana or yours. To its target equal to 4% of its mana on attack. So it's, yeah, Witchbane, it makes sense that it's the target's max mana. So you become Anti-Mage kind. And then active, Dispel. Dispels all enemies and allies within 300 radius. Now, as I understand it, Dispel is a common word in Dota, which when it's applied to enemies, it applies a basic Dispel to their buffs. And when it's applied to allies, it applies a basic Dispel to their debuffs. So it's only good. It's not like you're going to purge your ally. It's not like your old Omni Knight where you're accidentally going to be purging your allies' runes. Could be wrong about that though. Might even check that later on, so wait for that. But as I understand it, Witchbane is probably only a good thing. It's not gonna, like, you're not gonna be fucking your team over accidentally using this. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Dispels are at a premium in Dota ever since Nullifier was added to the game, and what's it called? Defusal Blade was nerfed. It was gutted to not have a Dispel on it anymore. We learned the true price of purchasing a Dispel in this game. And I mean, you could buy a Yule Scepter. Item just got nerfed, and it's a wonky Dispel because it does put the target invulnerable. But if you want just a true, canonical, like straight up, like I just want to dispel the target. I don't want any funny business. Like they become invulnerable for 2.5 seconds. If you want to buy that on an item, you got to pay 6,000 gold, right? Unless I'm forgetting something. I don't think there's any other item in the game. They're just like you point, click, and the target is dispelled with no added strings. So yeah, Witchbane gives you that on a neutral item, so that's pretty cool. And then Arcanist's armor. I don't even feel like this is worth talking about. It's tier 5. Whatever, just makes you tankier. Well, quite a lot of magic resistance, I guess. Tier 5 though. Whatever. And then passively grants you +5, +20 to all allies. Okay, so as I understand it, when it says passively grants to all allies, that includes you are an ally of yourself. So I assume what this actually does is it gives you 10 armor and 40% or like 35 or 33 or whatever, because magic resistance doesn't stack additively. but it actually grants you, yeah, this plus this. It actually gives you this plus this, and then your allies get this. And then when you pop it, it's an active, so you have to pop it. Mega Shield. You gain 35% damage reflection aura in a 90 radius, affecting allied units for the next, which includes you, for the next 5 seconds. That's pretty nutty. This is like return aura, like old return aura, except it's all damage. That's pretty crazy. That's a game winner right there. You could pop this and reasonably win games. I don't assume that this goes through Magic Community, and it says does not affect illusions. I assume that means allied illusions. Okay. Fairy Trinket, I gotta be honest, I did not realize that item gave you health. I thought it gave you mana and spell damage and mana cost. But okay, a 25 health slap, a 1 HP regen slap, lifesteal rescale to be based just, you know, every time you hit you gain 7 as opposed to 7%, so that's a slap. Dig cooldown got buffed. So nerfing some of the OP neutral items, probably trying to make way for some of these other neutral items to see some more play. To make sure, we gotta shoehorn them. We gotta make sure that they're good by nerfing all the other ones, Kappa. Damn, Quiver got the real big slap. Look at that. Minus 100 damage. That was pure damage. Right? No, it was magical damage. I guess it got its cooldown reduced. So its uptime got, its downtime got reduced by 20%, but its damage got reduced by 33%. That's pretty crazy. Ceremonial Robe. I like this. Debuff is no longer visible if enemies don't have vision of its holder. I'm not going to sit here and boast that this item is crazy OP now or anything like that. I think this item needs like some kind of health. Like maybe just give it 5 armor or something. I don't know. It feels like an item that you want if you're going to be in the thick and center of things, but it doesn't give you any survivability whatsoever. But I will say that the debuff showing to enemies when you don't have vision of them was hella lame. Made the item super unfun to have. And then Flickr, cooldown increased, now blinks in place if the owner received damage in the last 3 seconds. Okay. I think I'm okay with it. Just, I mean, it still counts as a purge, right? Yeah, because it just still dispels you and shit like that. But I think that's fair. I think it's probably a good change, actually. Spider legs no longer considered a boot. So as I understand, that means it stacks with boots. But at the same time, it does mean that the item had to get a movement speed nerf, and my gosh, what a movement speed nerf that was. So yeah, you can no longer just pick up spider legs and be like, okay, that's my boots. You have to wait for tier 5 items for that to be the case. Stormcrafter no longer triggers if the holder is invisible to the target. So another one of those like stealth changes, if you will. And then Fallen Sky got a nerf. Item needed a nerf, honestly. This was like one of the best, if not the best, tier 5 neutral item for some heroes, of course. Abaddon gets his strength nerfed a little bit. I think this hero was really powerful last patch, but as a support, I like this change. Cast range finally gets a small, but probably very noticeable for Abaddon buff on Aphotic Shield. God damn, I've been wanting this to happen for a while. If this goes up to 600 or 700, I might just start playing him like every game. Because man, this hero, whew, Aphotic Shield. This hero is Aphotic Shield, and Aphotic Shield is such a hard ability to use without cast range talents or something, or like cast range on an item. And I don't think you can go Aether Lens Abaddon. I don't know. I've tried it. Doesn't feel like it works. But in any case, talents got moved a little bit. Level 20, he gets a bonus to health as opposed to a CDR talent. I'm sure that's better. Right? Just having that singular impactful shield be better. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate too much. I don't know. I like this, by the way. I was actually... Dude, I wish I streamed my life, because earlier today, I was in Dota. I was just fucking around, and I was, like, testing out heroes. What I was doing was, yesterday, Servance, that cheeky fuck, came in and said... A quick Google search when I was playing against an Alchemist. I was playing against Alchemist, and he was like, a quick Google search reveals that Alchemist does get Greevil's Greed. When I asked my chat, I was like, I wonder if Alchemist gets Greevil's Greed from spiders. And he was like, yes, he does. And I was testing it. No, Servance, if you're watching this, Alchemist doesn't get Greevil's Greed from spiders. Doesn't matter how many spiders he kills, he only gets 9 and like 3 gold respectively per spider killed. So I'm not overfeeding the Alchemist when I give him spiders, if I do give him spiders. He's only getting the same gold that everybody else does, but you still shouldn't feed Alchemist because he can turn gold into free ags and stuff. But in any case, I was screwing on with Alchemist because like I was testing that, and I was like, you know, I always thought Berserk Potion was broken because it's, you know, Ag Shard, 1400 gold, and then you just get to give somebody your ulti. And then, upon further inspection, I realized this item doesn't, or this spell doesn't give them movement speed. And one of the big deals about Alchemist's ulti, besides the base attack time reduction as well, that's another thing that Alchemist, like, if Berserk Potion reduced the target's base attack time, then it'd be literally just your ulti that you're giving to them. But if you didn't know, Alchemist's ulti gives him movement speed, a base attack time reduction, attack speed, and health regen. Berserk Potion does all of those things except for, well, it used to do all of those things except for movement speed and base attack time reduction. Now, it does all of those things except for the base attack time reduction. So it gives them health regen, it gives them attack speed, it gives them movement speed, but it does not reduce their base attack time. So, yeah. This ability became more crazy. It also applies to Dispel. Fun fact, it just dispels the target. Basic Dispel. Can't dispel stuns, but you can dispel, like, I don't know, Urn. So, cool stuff. And then Unstable Concoction gets a buff. Cool. And then also it gets a buff, Radius. Wait, is this ability normally AoE? Yeah, it is normally AoE. So now it's even more AoE if you get the level 10 talent. Okay, interesting. I think Alchemists are still going to greed for the attack speed because they think they're like farm heavy hero. But yeah, that's a pretty cool talent. AoE stun on a carry? On a carry? On a fucking carry, bro? AoE stun? Am I an initiator now? Huh? I don't know. That's probably a nutty talent. Consider taking that. AA gets nerfs. Oh! Thank God. This hero is less annoying in lane. And this, yeah, I thought this nerf needed to happen too. Ice Blast, I remember at one point the cooldown on this ability was 60 seconds. It was 40, and then they nerfed it to 60 when he was broken, and then they buffed it back down to 40, and I think this is a happy medium, okay? Make the ability scale down and cool down. Ice Blast is just a bonkers ability. It is literally the reason, or a big reason, that you pick Ancient Apparition, besides his very fantastic laning phase. His ability to at least trade really well in the laning phase. He doesn't really deal well if the enemy's trying to do the offlane shenanigans, you know, pull creep camps and shit. I mean, although he can run you down kind of, but like not really. He's squishy as shit. He needs the support of his lane partner. But yeah, Cold Feet gets a nerf. It's a slight nerf, but it will hurt his laning phase. And then yeah, Ice Blast is not the crazy, like, this ability's always up every single time I need it to do something and impact the map and make a play better. Like, it's not that ability anymore. It's going to be up quite often still. You know, 60-second cooldown is still pretty short, but you won't be able to just throw it out. You won't be able to just throw it out to check Roche, hopefully. Or maybe you still, I mean, you probably still will, but like, I don't know. It also, this like rewards good, competent Ancient Apparition play. Your positioning is good, you know, you're stacking camps, you're being a part of plays and you're not dying, then you're going to keep your levels up and you'll feel the rewards of having your cooldown scale down on Ice Blast. But if you're running around feeding everywhere and you're not getting your levels and you're level 10 by 50 minutes, that's kind of an exaggeration. But still, like, if you're feeding nonstop and you're not getting levels, then you're gonna feel the pain. And then his level 15 talent, I think, got better. I think everybody took the Ice Vortex cooldown talent, but that is a pretty good talent. I'm gonna say that. Cold Feet break distance, that makes it pretty hard to just run away from it, let alone like if you combine it with a slow or a stun. Anyways, Anti-Mage, oh god, tell me he didn't get buffed, and I think he did. Strength gain went up, so that's already a buff. One of the lowest strength gains, if not the lowest strength gain in the game, boys. Just got better. Feels bad, man. I hate this fucking hero. Counterspell now also passively grants a 90 range offensive aura, reducing enemies' magic damage by 10%. So he just became Mage Slayer, the item. Grants triple the effect to enemies that he's literally right on top of. That's crazy. You need the shard, though. And then Fragment Scepter now has 3 charges. What is Fragment Scepter? Not even going to worry about it. Don't know what Fragment Scepter is. Yeah, I don't know what Fragment Scepter is. You can speculate on that if you want. And then the talent changes, longer stun, lower cooldown blink. That used to be a later game talent, I thought, but I guess not. And then longer range blink. Okay, cool. Shard slow. That's right. This ability pushes you out and then slows you if you get the shard. That's cute. But they buffed it. Nobody ever got it. It's just his axe. He can blink at 3 illusions. Oh, I see. So then they buffed it to have 3 charges. Cute. Its talents got replaced. Okay, this is a good talent. Sorry, this is not a good talent. This is definitely a nerf. You would always take the cooldown, but now it's like the hero's less cancer because he doesn't have a cooldown reduction talent to make his clone basically 100% uptime late game. But it's harder to go on him. That's one of the biggest ways you kill. Like winning against Arc Warden, it's an art. Okay, when you're playing against Arc Warden is the definition of a hero defining, or sorry, of a game defining hero. When Arc Warden is in the game, it almost doesn't even matter. I actually this is going to be a little bit of a meme here, but this game that I played earlier today before I went to play D&D, it was an Arc Warden game, okay? It was literally an Arc Warden game. And do you know what Arc Warden does when he's in a game? He makes it an Arc Warden game. Doesn't matter what the other 9 heroes are in the game. You could have Timbersaw, Broodmother, Meepo, all of the spirits, and Shadow Fiend. Like, you could have some of the other like heroes that define games when they're in the games. Medusa. You could have these heroes where it's like, oh my god, it's a Shadow Fiend game. You don't really say that, but it's a Meepo game, or it's Storm Spirit game, or something like that. Like, no, if Arc Warden's in the game, it's an Arc Warden game. All of your eyes need to be on Arc Warden, okay? And the reason for that is when he's on your team, you keep the Arc Warden alive. Doesn't matter what you guys are doing. You protect his farm, protect his jungle, make sure he's hitting creeps, and you keep him alive, right? And the enemy's job is to kill the Arc Warden. You find the Arc Warden, you kill him 3 times, game's over. Now he has a talent to make it harder to kill him. Or to go on him, rather. Where's the notes? Okay, they're right here. Is a talent that gives him 8 armor at level 15. So he's less cancer to play. Like, he's less of Arc Warden because the cooldown reduction talent made him, you know, or not made him, but like helped contribute to his cancerness. But he's harder to go on. So take that for what it is. Also, level 15, they changed his 40 attack speed talent with 40 magnetic field attack speed. So it became more utility, but definitely really shit on his ability to farm. If you took that, you didn't take that, you took the CDR, I think. But I don't actually know. I'm not an Arc Warden player, but both of those talents help him farm. Now it's like, you know, unless you're going to be spamming magnetic field to farm, which costs a lot of mana, unless you have use your clone to do it, you know, you're going to farm a little bit slower, but you can help your team out more. And the level 20 attack range talent got replaced. The Arc Warden that I played with earlier today took that attack range talent, got replaced with 40 flux damage per second. Now, flux is a really powerful ability in terms of the DPS it already normally does. It comes with the caveat that you have to isolate a hero. But yeah, it does 100 damage per second for 6 seconds. So it's a 600 damage ability with that talent. If it's able to do its damage. And you isolate the hero. But I don't know. These are nerfs, I think, actually. Like, I do think these are nerfs. I think you'd probably take the Spark Wraith damage talent now, because that's pretty sick too. Like, Spark Wraith late game, you know, doing 300 damage per, and you just slap him down every which way. I don't know. I don't actually know what talent you take. I don't play Arc Warden, but I do know that these talent changes seem like nerfs to me. Slight nerfs, but nerfs nonetheless. But they do change the hero as well, so maybe they're not nerfs so much as they are just like identity changes a little bit. But they seem like nerfs, because I don't think these are enough to push another archetype of Arc Warden, like support or utility 3-position Arc Warden. Although I would love to see that, because I don't I don't mind playing Arc Warden. He's a fun hero to play. But they make him more utility based. How sure are you on Alch Greed? It looks like it works. I'm very positive. Do you just test it? You have a video that you're doing? Huh. You just tested this? What if they changed it in the patch? That's possible. If you just tested this. When I tested it earlier today, it did not. But I will test it again. Just for you. Axe. Rework Shard. It now causes counter helix to apply a 6-second stacking debuff that reduces the attack damage of the target that you're hitting and increases your counter helix chance. Interesting. So Manta Shard is dead? Question mark. Or wait, no, it's not, because now causes counter helix to apply a 6-second stacking debuff that reduces attack damage and increases counter helix chance. That means if the target's hitting you, they have an increased chance to proc it, and then obviously they do less damage. Is that what it is? So yeah, Manta Shard is dead. Rip. Feels bad, man. Axe used to be that hero that was like, what would you call him? He was like the offlaner that always had solo potential, I guess, is the less clean way of saying it. Because the hero just scaled, his damage scaled, and his ability to kill you late game did not depend on a very long duration cooldown ability. Or very long cooldown ability. So the hero was always a solo kill threat on the map, because if he just went on you and he had Manta Shard, he could probably kill you even if you were a carry, or at the very least if you were a support, he could kill you no problem and only dedicate like a 10 or 12 second cooldown ability doing it. So he is not that anymore because Manta Shard is dead, so rip. And then talent changes, has a counter helix damage talent, so that's interesting. Or movement speed. Movement speed is really important on an initiator though, let me tell you. But yeah. 300. I mean, they got rid of his 300 health talent and they got rid of his 9 strength talent. So those are both pretty big nerfs to the hero as well, because being tanky is very, very powerful on X as well. All right, Bane probably got buffed. Mana cost reduced on Brain Sepia. Cast range got increased slightly. And then Nightmare now deals pure damage per second to the enemy Nightmare targets. I mean, that's what it used to do. So now it does that again. And it doesn't say it does that. Come on, Dota. Enemy, it does say it, but it doesn't say, like, they're too lazy to adjust the tooltip to just say damage type pure and then, you know, deals 15, 20, 30, whatever. I know it says it, but there's special, whatever, fuck it. And then cast point got rid. That's a pretty big buff. Fiend's Grip is now like an initiation tool. My rule of thumb for initiation tools, in case you're curious, is anything that has a cast point of 0.3 and below can be used as an initiation tool. 0.3 seconds, that's like the human reaction time. You know, you can play, you can reasonably expect, if you're doing it from out of vision, most humans will not be, especially with ping, like most people will not be able to react to an ability that is cast at a cast point time of 0.2 seconds. Like 0.2 milliseconds, that is hard to react to. 0.4 seconds, you can react to that. If a Blink Bane Fiend's Grip from last patch was trying to go on Storm Spirit, and the Storm Spirit was impeccable timing, he could zip away if he was zipping in the same direction, not having to worry about turn rate. But now, you know, you blink Fiend's Grip that motherfucker, even if he thinks it's coming, if he doesn't see you doing it, there's a pretty good chance you're just going to catch him off guard. And then, oh baby, Batrider buffs, I know it. Okay, very slight buff to later stages Sticky Napalm. Keep in mind this ability still does half damage to creeps. I don't know why that's remained, but they buffed the damage on it very slightly later on, and I guess early game too to some extent, but like 1 damage, 2 damage. Like this really comes online later on when it's 4 damage per stack. Firefly, ooh, this is pretty cool. Does double damage at level 1, and the cooldown got rescaled to being a higher cooldown early game. I don't know, man. This is like nice early game stuff, I guess. And maybe I'm underselling it. I probably am. I'm just gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up and use the restroom. I'm just gonna be in the wrong pipe. Okay. Yeah. Again, don't want to speculate too much on these number changes to Batriders. Gosh, sorry. Firefly and Sticky Napalm, because doubling the last time Firefly did 20 damage per second at level 1 was like in 2015 or something. It was a long time ago. And honestly, this hero was played, well, first of all, he was first pick banned literally every single game in competitive, no questions asked. But also, when he was played in pubs, he was played as a jungler, weirdly enough. That was actually the nerf, I think, that happened that took him out of the jungle. Because he used to just stack camps and Firefly them down at level 1 with like, I don't know, it was stupid. But yeah, now it does 20 damage again per second. And Sticky Napalm does 7 damage per second per stack. So, you know, level 2, when you start burning somebody down, if you have 3 stacks of Sticky Napalm on them and they have Firefly, you're going to deal 7, 14, 21 plus 20. You know, you're going to do like 41 damage per second to the target. Or some shit like that, you know, magic resistance. But yeah, you're going to fly over them, deal that damage. You're going to be right-clicking them. It's going to be pretty nuts. This is a pretty big buff to his laning phase for heroes that can't deal with him. For heroes that can, they don't care, so it doesn't really matter. But, yeah. Cool change. You hate to see it, I guess, if you hate Batrider. Beast, Aghanim Shard, Call the Wild, can now be unit targeted, which will cause the hawk to move in the direction of the target and cast dive when/if in range. Interesting. Can you still control it? Like, what if I don't want it to do that? And then Call the Boar got its attack damage increased at early levels. That's pretty cool. Like, just trying to think of how impactful 4 extra damage on the thing level 1 is. Does it still do piercing damage, or does it do hero damage? And then Call of the Wild Hawk got its cast range, or got its vision increased. I don't know. These seem like small changes unless there's something later on in like items. We already went over items, right? Yeah, Bloodseeker now heals half the amount of health on deny, so it's a pretty big change. That's a lot of sustain if he's able to control the lane. I'm a poet. And then health threshold increased from 75 to 80%. I'm trying to think about what that means for Thirst. That means that, Thirst starts ticking in quicker. Like when the target drops below 80%, instead of 75%. That's when you start seeing the benefits of Thirst. And then I don't really want to go over the talents too much if it's a hero I don't even play, because I'm speculating way too hard. The basic abilities, I think I'm allowed to read over those, but like talents, that's a choice. I guess you could say basic abilities when you level them as a choice. I'm just not going to read over the talents. Make this video a little bit more concise. Like I'll read over them if they're significant, I guess. That's arbitrary. Bounty Hunter Shuriken cost, there's a lot of changes. Cooldown got reduced by 3 seconds. That's pretty big. The damage got decreased significantly. Mana cost got reduced, so it's a harass ability. Like it basically 4-position bounty or even 5-position bounty can actually harass from range now. He doesn't need to get on top of you to harass you. He can just chuck shurikens out for harass tool. And then the cast range got rescaled to be higher at later ranks. So the hero definitely gained some utility, like in the utility, or I don't want to say like quality of life. Basically, the hero doesn't have to operate basically at melee range anymore. He can actually do things from a distance, kind of. And then Scepter no longer reduces cooldown. The cast range got increased on Scepter, though, by 50 range. Okay. Interesting. I mean, this is a pretty big damage hit, though, so I'd be very interested to see if he gets any way to buff this, maybe with his talents. Just reading over them very briefly, and no, I think the answer is no to that. So, now, okay, Track causes Shuriken Toss to deal double damage at max rank. That's where the damage comes from. And then you can now toggle Janata to be disabled when you that's cool. Basically, you get to choose when you want a Janata. Can be toggled to disable autocast. That's a pretty cool change. Nice quality of life there. So Bounty's definitely a better hero. Even just reading these and not going over the talents. Just reading over the talents real briefly, you know. +2 second Shadow Walk slow. That's a pretty big slow now. Can I find it? No, they didn't. That ability didn't get changed. Whatever. It's the better. The hero is better. Trust me. Brewmaster Void Bruling base attack damage got reduced. Interesting at later ranks, but its base attack time got improved quite significantly, so it's going to hit quicker. Don't know if that's a buff though. The Bruling needed movement speed. I was playing with this. I got the shard several times on Brewmaster. That Bruling is slow, and I don't know why it's slow. I think I know why it's slow. It's slow because the hero, the Bruling has a slow. So it's like, yeah, you should be able to slow heroes to keep in range with it. But no, that's just not how it works, Ice Frog. Okay, that Bruling seems like it's auto attack based. Like it's there for the slow, the disarm, and then its damage comes from when it right clicks you. That Bruling, in my opinion, should have higher movement speed. But what do I know? You know, I don't balance the game, I guess. And then it also that Bruling inherits your base attack modifiers. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Probably not even all that good, though. I don't think the one that comes to mind here is like Maelstrom, maybe Basher. I don't know if you're going to start buying these items on Brew, though. I still feel like the hero wants too many of the initiation / help your team based items, you know, and if you're trying to go down the aura route, or like if you're trying to go the auto attack route, it's like late game and you're like 6 slotted already and you're scaling attack damage at that point because you're like level 26, 27, 28, getting the other talents. But early game, no, this hero goes like, you know, Blink Dagger, Pipe, you know, maybe Greaves or something like the items that help boost your team's effectiveness, in my opinion. So I don't know about that. It seems weird. This is a nice change, though. I will start playing Brewmaster more. I very much enjoy the hero. Brewmaster, fun fact, why if you're familiar with your Wired Guitars lore, Brewmaster and Brood were the 2 heroes I played the most when I originally hit 6K back in 7.06. It was Brood first, and then it was Brewmaster. And the disparity wasn't even that big. I played a lot of Brewmaster back then. I was very adept at the hero. I think he was probably like my second best hero. It's probably fair to say. I don't know. I played a fair bit of Enigma, and I also played a lot of Crystal Maiden back then when I had to play 5. That was back before Roll Queue, but I did not shy away. If my team was higher MMR, I would just play support. I've always been a good support. Just pick up some Crystal Maiden, you know. But yeah, Brewmaster, very, very, very much enjoy Brewmaster. I like his play style. I've always liked Drunken Brawler as an ability, because I know it sounds like weird, but most offlaners do not get the ability to scale their attack damage. But like basically most offlaners don't have a passive that makes them that incentivizes them to go carry items. Brewmaster does. He doesn't usually go that route. But if the game gets late enough, he gets to start doing that, and that is one of the funnest moments in Brewmasters. Like when you play, trust me, dude, start playing Brewmaster, you're going to get into one of those games that goes 50, 60 minutes, and you're going to have that serious choice that you have to make in your mind, where you're like, damn, my carry Like my carry, it's a bad carry matchup. You know, my carry is Slark and their carry is Luna or some shit like that. Like he can't man fight the Luna at a certain point. You know, she gets Satanic Daedalus and like the Slark dies in 2 hits if he's not in his ulti. Like I need to help him out. So what do? Oh yeah. Oh shit. I can just start building carry items kind of, you know, get the talents, go the carry items, maybe just jump on her with a, you know, with a basher or an Abyssal Blade and 2-shot her or some shit. I don't know. It's just, it's fun. And Brewmaster's always been a fun hero on my mind because of that. So I like the buff here. I do like this change to the Void Bruling, but I really think it needs movement speed. That's the thing that's holding the Void Bruling back the most. Bristleback got a nerf, got another nerf, and then got a buff. Big nerfs to Vicious Nasal Goo though. The Scepter's worse, and then also I think the hero's worse overall because the Scepter was what held the hero. The Scepter was the glue that held the goo machine together. So rip. And then here we go. Okay, man. Probably I haven't read I'm not reading it. I have not read the patch notes in advance. And I'm not reading them right now. I'm looking away so I don't read them. But I assume these nerfs are gonna gut the hero. Just completely shit on Brood. Spinweb now grants Broodmother and her Spiderlings movement speed based on the health of the unit. Grants the full amount at 100% and 0 when the unit is 20%. That's such a... that is such a shitty change. Wow. Well, that doesn't even make sense, dude. You're a spider. Like, is it like you're sawing off her legs as you're dealing damage to her? What the fuck? Oh, the hero, like, that change alone is just like, damn, this hero sucks. But then you read on and it's like, mana cost got increased, the damage is less. Damn. Like, this right here, just, what the fuck? What are you doing, Valve? And then we get a read, and she got a rework Scepter. It's probably better now, because it looks like it's a team fight ability. Reworked, vector targeted. Okay, cool, interesting. I always like vector targeted abilities. Did not expect to see one on Brood. Ooh, she spins a web that is a 900 width invisible web line. It's like a wall, like Darkseer. It takes 2 seconds to form. Ooh, that's gross. I don't like that. So it requires setup, basically. Enemy heroes that cross the web line will make it visible and become rooted after 0.25 seconds of 100%. So they get slowed, and then they become rooted. They will also be visible in fog, which is interesting. Huh? So this is something you could set up around them. It's like a trap. That's interesting. This is some weird shit. I don't even know what's going on here. Yeah, so it's like a trap that you set up like techies. It's invisible. But when somebody pops on it, they receive 100 damage per second for 4 seconds, so they get 400 damage. And then your team is notified in the mini-map wherever someone trips in a web line. Multiple heroes can trip on the same line until the duration expires, but illusions don't trigger it. You can have 5 up at a time, and they can't be cast overlapping another, so you can't, like, you know, cheese it, put 5 on top of each other and just do like 1,000 magic damage in a half a second or some shit like that. Okay, interesting. Like, very interesting. How does Brood make this work, you know? Like, that's the big question that comes to mind here. She's never been this, seems good for perma. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. You wouldn't buy a 4,200 gold item just to have this, though. This is her Scepter, not her Ag Shard. Not even going to speculate on this. I will say the fact that you get charges is cool. The mana cost being somewhat, like, small is cool. Cooldown being low is cool. I like the theme of it. Yeah, interested to see what happens with this. To see how it's used, if it's used. If Brood is used, because Wozer. And then Wozer here too. Like, what is this? Plus 15 spider attack damage. That was basically doubling their damage. Changed with plus 50% spider. So this is effectively, this went from plus 15 damage to plus 7 damage to buildings. Plus 15 damage all the time has been changed to plus 7 damage to buildings. The hero's dead. I don't know what else to say. The hero is dead. Rest in peace. We will... You know what, dude? Every time Brood comes up in my chat from now on, we're just going to give a salute. That's what we're going to do, okay? You heard it here first. When we talk about Brood, if somebody comes in my chat and mentions Brood, I'm just going to be like, we salute. That's all. Because we salute. Brood is in the grave somewhere, 6 feet under, curled up in a ball like spiders get when you kill them but don't squish them into a million pieces. Ripperino. That is a shame. We salute you, Brood. Hopefully you'll be back in a few patches when Ice Frog has thought about what to do with you. Centaur gets a nerf to his stun duration for a very small amount. I guess just to make it slightly... I I don't know what the fuck that changes. And then the damage multiplier got increased by ever so slightly, so build hearts cap it. And then slow duration got increased. Okay, very, very small changes to Centaur. I don't even know what to do there. Yeah, Spider 7, exactly. Just exactly that. I want exactly that to happen in my chat. I'll make an emote or something like that. If you're subbed, you get a Brood emote, right? Yeah. Brood 7. Wired Brood 7 or some shit like Wired G Brood 7. Cool. Chaos Knight, slight reduction to his strength gain. I do think, how do I put this? I didn't watch too much, like, I've been studying like pro replays, but mostly on Pro Tracker. I'm not watching like super hardcore competitive Dota. I was familiar with some of the heroes that were picked in competitive Dota for like the Anti-Mage. I wasn't really following Chaos Knight too closely, but Chaos Knight has always struck me, with this patch anyways, Chaos Knight struck me as like a hardcore, like a pub hero. Like, you know, you pick him and either you go off lane or you go safe lane. You farm an Arcane Scepter and an armlet somewhere in there, probably beforehand. And then you just like, you're just kind of, I don't want to say cancer because I already said cancer a lot, but like you just become cancer, you know, you just like, you make illusions out of everybody, you get to purge everybody, it's global, it's annoying. Like, you know, he's just a pub hero. That's what he feels. He feels like so pubby. In my experience playing mostly pub Dota, I know the things that are really abusive in pub games. And Chaos Knight has felt that way for a while, ever since his axe was invented, or I guess introduced into the heroes repertoire or skill set or whatever. And so seeing some nerfs to him kind of makes sense to me if Ice Frog's trying to balance around the pub scene, but he's never balanced around the pub scene. So I have to imagine he was some kind of issue in the competitive scene. Otherwise, I don't see why these changes would be happening. To set up the bot to auto say it. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. In fact, here, if I can give you editor privileges to move bot, I would just do it right now. Anytime anybody says brew to my chat, I want that to come up. Just the Nightbot says that. Nightbot says, like, Spider 7. That'd be... Because, man, these are some damning nerfs. Like, fuck. This hero was already bad enough in lane pre-6. She's garbage now. Like, you do any damage to her, and she just can't run away. She's so slow. Because the hero's, like, the slowest base movement, or some of the slowest base movement speed in the game, if not the slowest. And then also, when she hits 6, like, her impact when she's not showing in fights is dramatically gutted. Especially at earlier ranks. Like, 60 damage. She lost a 20% damage to her main teamfight contributing ability, which was spawn spiderlings. Like, you cast that nuke in a teamfight and your E, and you're like, well, I'm done here. Like, that's all I can do, you know? Because I'm Broodmother. I don't really do the teamfight thing. I do the, you know, split push, take over the map, and then push their towers and cause pressure and make space. The occasional time that you did dip into teamfights, you were casting spawn spiderlings, but damn, they nerfed the damage on this ability. Super hard. Like, that's a lot of damage to just rip gut out of her main nuke. And then, like, the mana cost is higher. So the hero that was already, like, one of the most mana-dependent heroes in the game, fight me on that. Like, I built more mana items than Storm Spirits on this hero, because goddamn she needs mana. Now she needs even more mana. So, I digress. Anyways, Reality Rift got nerfed. Cooldowns longer. Lifesteal got decreased a little bit, especially later on. Max crit damage got increased. Fixed a bug, won't even go over that. Movement speed got replaced with Reality Rift target pull distance. Okay. Made the level 10 other level 10 talent choice more interesting than basically just replaced stats talents with do things talents. I always like that, even if they become worse, you know. And then I personally like this. Cleave on Chaos Knight, like, the hero is not supposed to be good at farming. Why give him a talent that makes him kind of like, that lets him try, you know? Accentuate what the hero is supposed to do, which is run at heroes and play the tempo, you know, play the, I'm a mid-game hero that has really high base stats, but I can't farm, so I can't scale. So, like, let me just keep running at you thing by having, you know, good abilities. I'm a carry or an offlaner, and I have a point-click stun, which stuns for a long time, even if it rolls low. It's point-click, you're stunned for 2 or 4 seconds, does decent damage, and then, like, you know, I do other things to you, like maybe I crit you or I pull you a little bit. I don't know, but don't give him a cleave. Doesn't make any sense to me with the theme of the hero. Chen, probably some buffs, because, man, this hero's dog shit. No longer has a heal amp, but now gives armor. Interesting. Maybe more impactful early game. I don't know. Sustain and tankiness are like the 2 big stats to care about early game. Well, wait, hold up. It still gives regen. It just doesn't give the heal amp. So that's actually a really good laning ability. It's only a passive, though. Yeah, it is literally only a passive. There is no active ability to this. This used to have like a teleport associated with it. I don't know. I wasn't playing Dota that much then, but Okay, Divine Favor, good laning passive, but really bad, like, at doing things. It's not a proactive ability whatsoever. You skill it when you're, like, okay in lane. And then they rework the Shard, and then they rework the Scepter. No, I'm calling it now. Hero's still dog shit. Unless something else happened in the meta, this hero's still dog shit. Because this is not enough. I'm telling you right now, Ice Frog, this is a nice change, but this is not enough. Chen needs more. Clinks loses Strafe yet again. How many times are we going to go through this whole, like, game that we're playing with Clinks, where we just keep changing his basic abilities and changing the hero significantly? Burning Barrage. Burning Barrage channels for up to 2.7 seconds. Channels? Shooting 6 piercing arrows in the target direction up to that, so it's a skill shot. Hits enemies, deals 60% attack damage and applies attack modifiers. That's weird. Weird ability. Not going to comment too much about it. Searing Arrows cost less mana. I assume you can use Searing Arrows with Burning Barrage. Yeah, I mean, if it says it applies attack modifiers. What's up, Airsick? Clink's Wave Clear. Yeah, that's a good point. They gave Clink's a farming ability, so that's cool. I guess a farming ability isn't Death Pact, but Death Pact was never really a farming ability. Like, this was your steroid, right? On top of Searing Arrows and Strafe, I guess. Like, it kind of feels nice as like a pseudo Midas, but it's not really. Like, this is mostly your steroid that helps you farm because it helps you, it buffs you up and makes you higher damage. But very good point, Airsick. This is wave clear, and Clinks is always like that. No matter what iteration of Clinks we were talking about prior to 7.30, Clinks has never had wave clear. Now he has wave clear, so that is a big deal for what that's worth. And then now you can cast Skeleton Walk and use Death Pact. And I think this used to be in the game, if I'm not mistaken. Can no longer cast spells without breaking invisibility. Can be casted from Skeleton Walk without breaking invisibility. Oh, so this was in the game. You just couldn't cast... Wait, what? So Strafe, I guess? Because Searing Arrows wasn't a spell, it's like an attack. I don't even care. Whatever. Cool. Anyways, Clockwork. Movement speed bonus got decreased on overclocking. Don't know why that's in the game. Or sorry, don't know why that change needed to be. Was Axe broken on Clockwork? I mean, I know it's like a refresher. It's like a better refresher in some ways, but was this like abusing the pro? This must have been abused in the pro meta, because Clockwork was not that much of a pub hero, at least in my games. Base attack speed got reduced by 15. Mana cost got reduced. That's cool. That's pretty cool, actually. 15 less mana on Crystal Nova. The ability can be used probably one more time in lane. And then explosion distribution is now even. This is good, okay? Reducing the randomness on Freezing Field, because sometimes you use this ability and your first few explosions don't hit the targets they need to, and and then you get stunned, and then it does nothing, and it feels bad. So having it more even across its radius is probably just better. Shard now also increases total explosions by 20%. Interesting. Very interesting in my opinion. Fuck. I hate that. Scroll. Darkseer. Probably nerfs. Feels bad, man. Yeah. Okay. Fixed it. It's cast behavior not working with AoE surge talent. Interesting. Self-cast. I see. So when you cast on yourself and you had the talent, it used to just literally only cast on you. Now it will at least cast an AoE on you. So that's kind of cool. Makes it a little bit more comfortable. Quality of life. But they did change one thing that I needed. I even said that. I said that in a video. Okay, Wall of Replica duration got reduced. I thought they would increase the. I thought what they would do is increase the cooldown by 20 seconds. This is also a good change. The ability was unhealthy. It just had it felt like very, very stupid that you just drop a wall and it's like, once the ability's over, you have a very small window to go penalize the ability's usage. Now, you will feel the cooldown, the downtime of the ability. But this is a huge change. Normal Punch has True Strike. Whoa, we are fucking in this now, dude. The ability's reliable. Normal Punch is officially reliable. It does not work against BKB. Still doesn't. Never did. It never should, okay, in my opinion. If you're going to give it True Strike, it should have some form of counter, and BKB is your counter. But you cannot build Evasion and make this ability awkward anymore. Okay, oftentimes, you would be against a Luna or a Terrorblade, and you would buy an Axe Shard, and you'd be like, sweet, I can be the initiator. I just blink punch somebody and then wall them, and then vacuum them into the wall if I miss them, or, vac them into the parallel wall or some shit. You do your Darkseer thing, and you just fucking miss. You just blink, and you punch, and it'd miss, and you have no attack speed, so it'd take you 5 years to attack again, and by that time, you're getting stunned, because, Like, you just are. You're the initiator. You fucked it up. Well, you didn't fuck it up, but RNG fucked you over, so you're getting stunned, and then you just die. And you're just fucking, you're like, okay, I need a BKB for this, and I need an MKB for this, because then if I don't get an MKB, I'm going to die in 2 seconds, because Terror Blades are going to kill me. It's bullshit. Now it has True Strike. He needs to have a BKB popped, otherwise he's getting his ass kicked, and that's a good change. Very good change. Plus, we got other riders here. Cool. Basically, Ice Frog's like, we're not done yet. The illusion duration is actually respectable now. 8 seconds. You can do something with that. Like, you can actually kill a support with an 8-second, 80% damaging illusion. And then also the max damage got increased on the ability by 50. This is a good, like, very good. Like, before it was, like, good. And then before that it was, like, bad. Now it's, like, very good. This is, like, very good. You will buy Shard, like, every game on Darkseer. And you will plan to go Shard Blink every game at some point. Probably after Aghanim Scepter, because I don't think Aghanim Scepter got changed, and that item is still crazy nuts on this hero. Anyways, level 10 talent got changed. Ion Shell Radius talent did get nerfed. You could say Aghanim's Shard got nerfed in this respect. Maybe? No, it got changed. Okay, they moved it around. So level 10. Okay, here's the talents. Okay, 6 armor was good, but Ion Shell Radius was good. Now, level 10, you're giving up 6 armor, but you get the infinite scaling, not infinite scaling, but the super good scaling, 20% wall of replica illusion damage talent. Did get nerfed by 5%, but you get a level 10, so that's cool or whatever. Weird thing, but like Darkseer never really got his talents to level 10 because like your base abilities were too important to level up, so I don't know. The shitty thing is now at level 15 you have to make a choice between bigger wall bigger vacuum or Ion Shell Radius. And Ion Shell Radius, like all 3 of those talents are great. Honestly, all 4 of those talents are great. Like Darkseer just always has really good talents. Darkseer's levels are so fucking important, dude. This hero's crazy good with levels because all of his talents are good. 6 armor, that's hella value at level 10. Again, you'd never get it at level 10, but Darkseer, one of his biggest issues, just getting bursted down. Jugs, right? That hero loves to just burst you down with Omni Slash and bashing you, right? 6 armor, that could be the difference between life or death, right? On the flip side, used to be Ion Shell Radius. That's a really, really good talent to get, especially when you have melee cores that can use it, and you're playing Darkseer, you probably do. If nothing else, you can use it. It helps you push out waves, helps you hit range creeps with creeps that you're shelling when the creeps meet or some shit. Like, that was just a good talent. Still got that talent, but it's at level 15. Now it competes with your Vacuum AoE talent. Vacuum AoE talent, super good talent as well, especially against heroes in the back line that you can't usually normally reach. Whatever. Just all these talents are good. They did hit the level 20 talent. Reduce the damage by 10, but they also reduce the cooldown a little bit further. Overall, I'd say these are nerfs, but I will still play this hero for sure. These are good nerfs. Like, I look at these talents or these changes, and I'm just like, yeah, thumbs up. Like, these are nerfs, definitely make the hero worse, but not worse in a way that like kills the hero like they did with Brood. So Darkseer is still a good hero. Well, unless the meta changes dramatically and there's no use for the hero in the meta that, I don't know. This hero has so much utility. He will always have good buttons, and he can always push lanes remotely. Like, he's always going to be a good pub hero, I think, to play, because he could just push waves remotely. Always has like at least a decent laning phase. He can farm stacks. He can farm. You can farm. You're playing a hero in a pub game, and you can farm. That's already a recipe for success. So take that for what it is. Dark Willow, please be nerfs. They did nerf her very slightly though. I feel like this hero needed more nerfs, but what do I know? I'm not a Willow player, and like I said, I didn't really follow the competitive scene super hard. Feels like she got nerfed. It feels like she kind of got left off the hook. So I feel like this hero is a lot better than just, nerfing Curse Crown by a little bit and her talents by a little bit. But Dawnbreaker, I think Starbreaker needed a buff significantly. Let's see if they did it. I was watching some Leslau, whatever the guy's name is. I watched some replays where he was playing Dawnbreaker, and then I also watched some other people playing Dawnbreaker. I feel like Starbreaker is like just a bad skill, the way it can be dodged so easily. So, no longer ignores movement restriction abilities, so you can't use it to get past kinetic field. Feels bad, man. No longer gets canceled if Starbreaker gets rooted. Or gets rooted? If Starbreaker gets rooted. You mean if Dawnbreaker gets rooted. Instead, just the movement speed is interrupted. Now that's interesting because stuns were the biggest thing that really made the ability shit. It's like when she's casting Starbreaker, she just gets stunned and the ability stops. And you're like, feels bad, man. But I think that's still in the game, so okay. And then they added, they gave her a scepter. No, they gave her a shard too. Okay, yeah, that's a good shard. Grants magic immunity during Starbreaker. That's a good line. Sucks you have to pay 1,400 gold for it, but that is a really good shard for sure. Don't underestimate that shard. And then added Aghanim Scepter, reduce the solar guard. Now let me just stop right here. If this gives spell immunity to the target you cast on, it'll already be crazy. Reduce the Solar Guardian channeling time to 1 second. It can be cast again upon takeoff to land early. To land early? Like you can, I guess, like you can just land earlier and stun them quicker. That seems broken. Solar Guardian now gives allies 60% evasion while you're airborne. And then it increases the healing pulse to a more significant and total airborne. So you can, that's kind of weird, but I mean, that's a pretty big buff. So you can choose to become, you can choose to help. I think landing earlier stops the heal sooner. That's what I thought. And then I assume it also stops the buff sooner. Like the evasion buff. Weird scepter, but I mean, this looks pretty good. Because reduces Solar Guardian channeling time to 1 second. So this means that you hop off the ground quicker and you're in the air for longer, which is better, at least with the scepter, because you're giving them 60% evasion and you're healing them more. But if you want to come down quicker, you can, because you can just drop earlier. And I assume the stun duration is the same. So gives her a lot of flexibility. Like basically lets her decide how she wants to use it, which is good. Usually, I just, in general, more choices is better. Makes the game more dynamic. It also makes it more complex, which can be bad for like newer players. But and less likely you get canceled before the jump. That was exactly what I was thinking about. Is it's more difficult to stop her from jumping away and starting this to begin with. I think this is good, but as a scepter, I don't know. That's a lot of gold to be putting into this. The 60% evasion is the most significant thing because that is a lot of evasion to be giving your team. But at the price of 4,200 gold, I don't know. I'm just going to say I don't know. I do like this change to Starbreaker. It does suck that you have to pay shard money for it. Because again, Starbreaker, like, just a bad skill. When you get stunned, dude, just watching people, like others Dawnbreakers get stunned while they're doing Starbreaker just feels bad. It's like that it feels like that ability should go through stuns. I don't know. But I don't know. Level 10 talents. Increase slow on Celestial Hammer. I learned that Celestial Hammer is your wave clear and your Q to some extent as well. But it's the ability offlane Dawnbreakers max first. And so yeah, level 10, this will be an impactful talent. That's a pretty respectable slow. I think by default, her W slows for 10%. So now it comes up to 25. That's pretty cool. Other 10 talent is, I don't think you take Starbreaker swipe damage. That ability is so shit without spell immunity. Like, you're not, I think it's always going to be the 15% hammer slow talent. And that's a good talent, I think. Is it worth 140 HP and 7 damage? Yeah, it probably is worth that. This is a good slow now. 15, you get Luminosity crit. I don't know what the other talent choice is. Solar Guardian tool. I don't know. Level 20 is 1 Luminosity attacks required, so you can crit more often and heal more often, I guess, versus Solar Guardian radius. I don't know. We're not gonna worry about that. Dazzle, rip 1 base agility, feels so bad. Worst hero in the game. Absolutely. We're done with the patch analysis. Dazzle's worst hero in the game. I'll catch you guys later. No, I'm just kidding. Poison talent or poison touch now only refreshes its duration when Dazzle attacks the target, but base load got increased ever so slightly, and it now increases its slow by 3.5% every time it's refreshed, and this, I assume, just infinitely stacks. So, that's cancer. Yeah, damage talent plus shard, you permanently hex and slow people. That's why we keep you around here, Zach. It's for that brain of yours. Fuck. Sorry. I don't know why that's in the thing. If you click your patch notes, it takes you back to the time that you last clicked the patch notes. So if I leave it here and I just scroll and then I click again, it'll take me back to that area. But now it's not doing it because it's trying to spite me. But yeah, that's crazy when you think about the shard. But even as it is, like Dazzle hitting you is something you just can't allow to happen. Like, he is a better zoner now, I think, because you can really kite some people with this. You hit somebody 3 times, and suddenly, well, I guess we'll talk about early game. 14%. It used to be 16. You hit them once, it's already its base percentage, and then every hit you get after that is just peas, or it's just potatoes, or it's gravy. You know what I mean? You get this up to like 3 or 4 hits, and then suddenly they're slowed for 20%. and they're not getting away from you, and you're already a quick hero. I think Dazzle's base movement speed is like 310. So, yeah, that's pretty nuts. And then the mana cost on Grave got rescaled, better value point. Talent, whoa, level 15 talent. Instead of a heal on Shallow Grave End, it's replaced with 20 strength. You just get 20, you get 400 HP at level 15. 400. Just Ice Frog was like, yo, Dazzle, I hear you, bro. You're too squishy. How about 400 health at level 15? This, in my opinion, makes the Enigma health talent even more of a joke. We were talking about that earlier, Airsick. If I scroll down and don't see any Enigma changes, I'm going to be sad. Because Dazzle's looking at Enigma and he's like, 400 health at level 20. Bro, let me tell you about my level 15 talent. That's incredible. And then at level 20, you get a heal on Shallow Grave End talent that you had from prior. And that's replacing the 30 movement speed. Okay, that's cool. I like Dazzle's talents. He's got the core route. He's got the support route. He's got... they all just seem like okay, if not good, so... DP gets her base strength increased. Now fires a 1,000 speed projectile towards the targeted area, which has a silenced an AoE silence. Now this is interesting because silence on Death Prophet, the ability, was one of like... There's not many AoE silences in the game that are just like point click, that area is instantly silenced. What I mean is, like DK is a good example of a hero that his dragon form used to have a no projectile ranged point target stun. And then they removed that. They added a projectile. It's pretty hard to dodge the projectile, but you can't dodge it. Death Prophet, for instance, has used to have a very, very long range AoE silence that you just point click the ground and that area is AoE silence. Now there's a projectile with it, so there's some counterplay to it. The cast point got reduced, but when you factor in the old cast point and the fact that there was no projectile whatsoever, and you compare that to now there is a projectile, so there is some delay between you casting the ability and the ability silencing the people. It's probably around the same speed. This is overall, I would say this is a nerf. It's a healthy nerf because having point click abilities in the game that require no skill to use, you just point click, that area is, I shouldn't say no skill. The skill is in the conceptualization of like knowing, okay, if I cast this now, am I going to need it later? Now it's like, okay, if I cast this now, am I going to hit them? Can I do it from a strategic location? Like these kinds of changes, they do nerf the hero. The hero can't say anymore that she has a point click AoE silence. Now it's like point click AoE, but there's a projectile that they could dodge. But it lets them buff other aspects of her kit that were less reliable. Like maybe this change makes the hero too weak in the utility that she brings to a team, because it's like her silence isn't reliable anymore. And so they're like, well, yeah, she doesn't have a reliable silence, but we buffed Exorcism now to have like 5 more ghosts at all rank. That'd be cancer. But what I'm trying to say is changes like this push the hero and other changes. I'm saying changes like this because this doesn't just apply to Death Prophet. They've been making changes like this all throughout Dota's lifespan. They did it to Ethereal Blade. Ethereal Blade used to be point click, that hero is Ethereal Bladed. Now there's a cast animation, there's a bubble, that goes. Same thing with DK stun, like I said earlier. Same thing with a lot of abilities that I don't care to get into. Adding projectiles, even if it makes the game more skill shot oriented or whatever, what it does do is it makes the hero less of a I point and click you, and if I'm in your range, you just get these effects. And it makes it more about like, okay, I got to aim it, the person, it's kind of League of Legends-y, you could say, but it's not like the silence is hard to hit. It's 1,000 speed, that's pretty quick. You're not going to miss this on a target that you cast on because they're moving too quickly and you didn't adjust your aim. It's just in the cast point got buffed to compensate. It's mostly just the principle of if they see it coming and they have like, if they're Puck, or if they're Storm Spirit, like it's slightly worse against those heroes. It's like marginally worse against those heroes, actually. And, you got to play around that. They also nerfed Exorcism to have a slightly longer cooldown. Level 15 talent gets Crypt Swarm cooldown talent instead of the 6% movement speed. What's the other talent? Interesting. I don't know, 6% movement speed is a good talent. I didn't play a lot of Death Prophet last patch. I'm under the impression that she was overpowered, but I could be wrong. Spirit Siphon slow at level 20 instead of 400 HP. Ooh, she has another 400 HP talent at level 20. But that's understandable because Death Prophet is a hero that like And that hero just gets tanky, and she becomes kind of the unkillable wrecking ball hero. Take a swig of the water. Throat is getting dry. Okay. Anyways. Disruptor. Kinetic field buff. That's pretty big, actually. The ability is way more reliable now. That is a like a 0.6% or 0.6%. Point like what am I trying to say? That's like a 15% or whatever, 17% reduction to the ability. 1.0 is what it intuitively feels like it should be, yeah. I mean, it just makes the Glimpse kinetic field combo way more reliable. And it just makes putting up a kinetic field on somebody who's slowed preemptively when you don't have Glimpse up also more reliable. When you just need to freehand kinetic field on somebody, it makes the ability more reliable. And I think that's good. I always feel like I'm getting gimped by the form time. Yeah. And it makes it easier to land that. Just free casting the ability with no setup. That's good. And then slow per strike duration increased. These are big buffs. Like these are pretty damn good buffs to Disruptor. You could actually probably use the max level Thunderstrike to set up your kinetic field if you just, because Disruptor, one of the beauties of the hero is the hero has no cast times whatsoever on any of his abilities. Just like, and I guess in some ways he counteracts that Death Prophet logic that I was talking about, because all this hero is point click and that shit happens. And so Thunderstrike, 0.4 seconds slow, your kinetic field is a 1 second formation time, and Thunderstrike slows you for 100%. Like, this ability can actually set up this ability at later ranks, I think. That's pretty cool. That's pretty nasty. But okay. Doom. Intelligence gain got reduced. Bonus gold got reduced. Cooldown got reduced. So a nerf buff. Damage got increased at earlier ranks. Hero's landing phase is getting better here. Ability to scale into the late game getting worse here and here. Duration got rescaled. So it's more of I push this button, let's go run him down for 10 seconds. Basically the power of this ability got more front loaded. And then Infernal Blade base damage got increased ever so slightly at later ranks. I think the landing phase of Doom got better. I'm going to say marginally better overall. I think the cooldown getting reduced to 35 seconds is a pretty big deal. That means the window that you're weak when you don't have Scorched Earth up basically is a lot lesser. I don't know though. I don't think we're going to see Doom offlane come back though. The hero still feels quite weak in lane. Anyways, DK probably got nerfed. Yep, he did. By 0.25 seconds, shaved off of his Dragon Tail stun. Health regen got reduced by 1, so he's less invincible in lane. Black Elder Dragon, this is the Ag Scepter. Damage got reduced, so probably just straight rushing the Scepter isn't good anymore, I'm going to imagine. And then this is interesting. The DPS got reduced on Fireball, which I think was kind of overall weakish shard, but the damage debuff that it applies now lingers for 2 seconds. So when you leave the area, you're still getting burned for 2 seconds. That's interesting. Yeah. Has reduced cast range 1 minute. Interesting. I don't care about Drow Ranger. Earth Spirit gets a buff again. Whoa, holy shit. Charge replenish time reduced by 5 seconds. That's crazy. Even if it doesn't seem like it. This used to be a 35-second charge restore time. When Earth Spirit was... Oh my fucking god. When Earth Spirit was... I don't want to say in his weakest form, because honestly, he was still pretty broken back then. One of the first nerfs they ever made to Earth Spirit was to make this charge replenish time 35 seconds. They buffed it back down to 30, where it stayed at for a long period of time until they buffed it down to 25. Now it's 20. This hero can fight very often. That's a big buff. And look at this. Crazy. Level 20 talent got changed to something that's actually practical. +2 magnetized duration. I think you take that over rolling boulder duration or distance. Maybe. Probably. Sometimes. I think that's good, personally. I think that's a good talent, is what I'm trying to say. And then his level 15 talent got changed with plus 300 boulder smash push distance. That doesn't seem good. That seems poo-poo. That seems really poo-poo because, I don't know. You can kick heroes further with that too. I don't know about that. This might be like sleeper OP. I'm not sure. But I like the magnetized duration because these changes like make it so the hero can fight more often, which and better at fighting because the duration is longer. The amount of times that you need to put stones on people in between, like cast, basically build tanky on this hero and you are rewarded with more damage because you can survive fights longer to make magnetized last longer. I'm going to try some Earth Spirit offlane this patch. I'm going to do it. I'm going to commit to it, man. I'm going to tell myself I'm going to do it. I'm just going to try to make it work. It's probably not that bad, especially at my bracket, high 5K. Like, dude, I could probably make anything work at this bracket in the offlane if I put my mind to it. And Earth Spirit offlane doesn't even sound that bad, especially not with these changes. So I'm going to try it. I've always loved playing Earth Spirit. If you didn't know, you probably do if you're watching my YouTube. But I have a fuck ton of games on Earth Spirit. Played all back when he was super broken. And recently been losing a lot of games. And when I say recently, I mean like, 2020, early 2021. I haven't really been playing the hero too much. I don't think all these games are my fault, but here I am just making excuses. What I'm trying to say is I've always wanted to get back into playing Earth Spirit, and changes like these push him into more of a carry role, in my opinion, or at least a core role, like an offlane role. And I like to see that because I'd like to play this hero alpha because of course that's the role I play. Earthshaker, movement speed increased by 5. That's a good buff. And then his intelligence scaling got increased as well. Base damage got increased to level 10. If you take that talent, or you could get fissure damage. Level 15, you can get aftershock damage to make his burst that much better with Echo Slam. And then aftershock radius talent at level 25. Interesting. Okay. These seem like some good buffs to the hero late game. In my opinion, Earthshaker's problem this patch was early game ability to impact. So I don't know if these changes are going to mean anything. It feels like the hero's just not relevant in the early game, but what do I know? Yeah, Fissure's a pretty strong ability no matter what stage in the game you're in, so. But anyways, I like him doing more damage, yeah. But the damage that he does more now is like later on. Unless you're talking about the level 10 talent. But even still, that's pretty late. That's like the game, half the game, honestly, unironically, half of the game is played out by the time you hit level 10 on this hero. Like the early game is thoroughly over if you're playing Earthshaker in any position beyond core. And then like you're well established into the mid game at that point, unless you're having a really good game. Elder Titan damage reduced on his W, but then the duration got increased. Okay, or no, sorry, on his Q. I don't know. This is probably a buff. Having 2 extra seconds on this, that's probably good for the hero, even if the damage goes down slightly. I'm not sure. Ember Spirit's Q got rescaled, and in terms of its damage, and by rescaled they mean worse, like just straight up nerfed. Interesting. Well, you gotta love it when they say rescaled when they mean to just say nerfed. Like it should just say decrease. They should man up and just have some conviction and just be like, yeah, we nerfed Ember Spirit's Q's damage. What are you gonna fucking do about it? You know? The E doesn't get dispelled by literally every nuke at level 1 anymore, so that's cool. And then his Ag Scepter maximum travel distance reduced by 500. And then his level 20 talent makes him so he can Q 3 people instead of 2. Interesting. Okay. Enchant's range got reduced at basically all levels, but especially early. Ooh, okay. Gotta do this so I don't tempt myself. His Flame Guard doesn't get removed by Lena level 1 W anymore. Or like any spell. Like most spells aren't gonna, I mean, there are some spells that do more than 110 damage, but most spells don't, as I understand it. I don't know, I haven't done like an average spell comparison. There's been some power creep in the game. Anyways, some slight nerfs to Enchantress. Okay. Multiple instances of Midnight Pulse no longer stack. RIP Aghanim Scepter. That's all I'm going to say. Why would they even change that? Oh, because they changed the Scepter. Scepter now does 5% bonus pure damage. What do you mean 5%? Is that 5% of the target's max? Instead of the current level of Midnight Pulse. What the this? I hate this. I hate it when Dota does this. 5% bonus pure damage. Do you mean 5% bonus pure damage to Black Hole? 5% of the target's max HP? What the fuck are we talking about when we say 5%? Can I get a translator? Okay? Maybe hire me, Valve. I can make things, I know how to word. I'm very eloquent. Don't like the challenge changes either personally. You've got Eidolon attack speed and Malice Fist damage per instance. Yeah, I don't think that's what the hero needed. All right, Enigma's still dumpster tier unless the meta changes in a significant way. Feels bad, man. Hero's still bad, in my opinion. Unless, I don't know. I don't know what 5% bonus pure damage means. This could be 5% bonus pure damage per 0.1 seconds of Black Hole, and the ability shreds heroes after like the first 2 seconds of using it, because it just does like 5 kajillion% pure damage. I don't know. But, yeah. Cooldown got reduced, so it looks like Faceless Void is getting the buffs that Enigma needed. Holy shit, this hero can actually like fight more often. And then his talents got changed. Not gonna read that. That's a lot of talent changes. I probably should read them if I wanted to get a full picture for how buffed the hero got or changed. But this is a pretty good change. Just if I only read this alone, I'd be like, whoa, like 20 seconds off. You know, max rank hero can fight a little bit more often in the late game. I mean, that's not groundbreaking. Okay. The bulk of the buffs are in these towns. Let's just go over them, man. I've already wasted so much time. 7 agility replaced with +6 time dilation per second, +6 time dilation damage per second. Like, is that per stack of the ability? So if they have 4 stacks, they take 6, 12, 18, 24 damage per second. I don't know. Yeah, DPS per cooldown. Okay, interesting. Wait, can we get a better... No. Then his other level 10 talent got changed to +5 second time walk backtrack time. That means that instead of 6 seconds, it's like 6.5 or some shit. I don't know. Or however long time walk backtracks or damage taken. Level 15. Yeah, so these talents are just more in line with like, let's make stat changes into interesting ability interactions, which I like. And they all seem pretty good. Like +40 attack speed. How about 120 attack speed when you're in your chrono? How about that, you know? That's pretty big. It's a lot of attack speed. But you're going to farm less, you know, because unless you're chronoing camps. Level 20 talent got changed. The other level 20 talent got changed with time lock damage, which I think is still doubled in chrono. I'm not sure. Pauses all units. Faceless Void is never affected. Chronospheres with any unit. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Grimstroke. Damage increment per hit increased from 16 to 18. A buff? Duration increased? Duration increased. Now, hold up. Is that a buff? Black Hole Axe appears to be 5% enemies max HP per second. Nerf on the... Yeah, this is a nerf, right? I was going to say, now your E does buff movement speed and it does do damage, but it means that it's longer for the stun to connect, and I don't think that's a buff. That seems like a nerf. Even though it's weird to say that, because the ability does buff your teammate. It does make them quicker, it does do damage, you know, and if it lasts for longer, that means it's buffing their movement speed longer, and it does mean they're doing more damage. But it does also mean that the stun takes longer to connect, which gives your opponents more time to react. So I'm not entirely sure. In the laning stage, I predict this is actually a buff. Longer stun means you can get out of the W. It means you can get out of the E. That's what it means. The E is the ability that is going to be the thing that you want to get out of. Sorry, I phrased it wrong. Yes. But the only problem I have with calling this a nerf is that early game usually inks well when you're casting it on your melee carry who's running into range. They're usually going to actually be able to connect this ability. And the issue is that like Grimstroke was already really, really strong in the early game with any decent core. And now he's even stronger because this ability is usually connecting, which means now since it lasts longer, it's going to be dealing more damage, slightly more damage. And it's going to be, you know, giving them more movement speed. So this does make his early game stronger in my opinion. So takes longer to stun, thus you can kill the Phantom. Yeah, but you know, say you kill the Phantom. In early game it's 2 hits, right? Kill the Phantom in 2 hits. I guess you have like a second or 2 to react before the stun connects to you. That'll make a difference on heroes like Puck or something like that. But if you're playing like some melee offlaner, like if you're playing Mars, you'll have an extra second to turn around and maybe cast your Q. I don't know. You're still gonna get hit by the stun probably. Especially if it's cast on a hero like Lifestealer. But why would you pick Lifestealer or Mars and Lifestealer, right? I don't know. Gyrocopter, agility gain got reduced. That's good. I want to see nerfs on Gyro. This hero felt like sleeper OP in pubs anyways. Intelligence gain got increased. Okay, we're support Gyro now. Rework Shard, homing missile now constantly fires a rocket barrage. What did it do before? I don't even know. Now constantly fires a 700 radius rocket barrage starting 1 second after casting. So rocket barrage is your Q. What happens if the ability just connects? Does the Rocket Barrage just go away? First of all, I will say, if this is what I think it is, like you cast Homing Missile and then anybody that's near it is just getting Rocket Barraged, I think that's cute. But I think this is bad. If it's like, if it connects, it just hits them and the Rocket Barrage stops. Interesting change. It's cute. Black Cannon, yes. They reduced the range on this. Thank fuck. I mean, it's still huge, but it's slightly less huge now. You can actually like, kind of play around now. Cooldown got a reduced cooldown at later ranks. Level 25 got replaced with Airstrike. Causes cooldown to... We Bombardier now. This is literally Bombardier from Han. Yeah, that's funny. Okay, we are literally... Dude. Dota's been going in the Han direction a lot, like with water runes and shit. I don't know. What if Dota dies like Han? That's gonna be a feels bad. It sounds funny. It's literally a Bombardier from Han. Anyways, Hoodwink got the nerfs that she needed. 10 less movement speed. Damage is now dealt over 0.3 second interval for the duration of the debuff. Damage stops at the hero's released. Interesting. Now Bushwhack, if I recall correctly, if the tree gets removed, doesn't the stun just stop? Units can be freed from the stun by destroying the tree. Yes. Damn. That's a big nerf of counterplay. And then Decoy now throws a lesser Bushwhack towards the unit that, well, it always did this, right? Cooldown got reduced, stun duration got increased. Okay, that's a big buff. Can now be ground targeted. Interesting. Huskar gets buffs. Oh god. Shard no longer reduces healing. Now heals Huskar for damage. Okay, he's got like spell life still now. Okay. Invoker nerfs, 5 movement speed. Tornado lifts for a little bit more early, but less later on. Meteor's gonna do slightly less damage early, kind of. It did it place where the illusion died, I believe, before Icy, as opposed to when it was cast. Burn damage got rescaled. I don't even care about this. Damage got reduced slightly. Damn, Deafening Blast is just not a damage spell anymore. It just doesn't. It's pitiful damage. The knockback got reduced. So just nerfs to his crowd control and his movement speed. This hero's like shit in lane now. 275 movement speed. You are literally Broodmother. And then, wow, level 15, you get, I thought that was +1 Forge Spear. It's +1 Forge Spear armor reduction. And then +2 Sport for got replaced with 2.5 Quas Wex Exhort passive bonuses. So you hit like a monster out of combat because Quas at this level is just healing you for like 50. It's like giving you a heart. And then Wex is making you cracked out movement speed. And then Exhort just gives you like a crap ton of damage. I don't know. That's interesting. Interesting talent. The other one is Radial Deafening Blast. I'm pretty sure you're still taking Radial Deafening Blast though. Interesting. Interesting nerfs to Invoker. The Invoker offline dream has died. Because, yeah, base movement speed, that hurts. You know, Jugs are just gonna go fucking ham on you. And then also, like, damn, dude. Tornado was a lot of your setup, and now it's, like, less of your setup. Max tether duration, or distance got increased. Ooh. Wisp buffs. Yeah, Wisp buffs. Crazy. Jakiro buffs. Q has a way better cast point. Damn, that's good. And then burn damage got increased. Cooldown got increased. Who cares? You didn't even level this ability sometimes level 6. These are big buffs to Jakiro. This hero trades way... Hero was already a god at trading. Now he's even more of a god at trading because he has to spend less time charging up his dual breath. And his E is doing even more damage. Jug buffs. Oh, God. Movement speed reduced. I just vomited a little bit. 5 damage extra on his Q. Gross. But he lost a movement speed talent and gained Blade Fairy radius. I don't know. That's gross. It seems so small, but I know I'm gonna rage about this. Like, ugh. Hero got slightly better in lane. Although Healing Ward is more killable, so that's something. Coddle gets 1 base armor. Is this the change? Coddle needed to become relevant. Damn, I still have so much to go. All right, can we rapid fire this? I kind of wanted to play a game tonight too, even on the new patch. Ranked, baby. Just going straight into it. Chakra or channel time got rescaled to 3 seconds at all ranks. Cooldown reduced slightly. He can be more of a mana bot. Ghost Ship. Bring back his base damage. Who's Coddle's? Coddle's base damage. Did this hero's base damage get a hit? Oops. What was it? His base damage before was like 50. What is it now? It's 40. Dude, he got the Oracle treatment. He got like -6 base damage. Damn. Caudal and Oracle, yeah, they both, I mean, Oracle's way slower, but they both have like really low armor. There's not that many similarities between them, except for the fact that they both have really pitiful base damage now. That's kind of funny. It was a long time ago. Hey, I still remember the Oracle burnt nerf. I still remember the time when Oracle had like 52 or 53 base damage without stats. Feels good, man. Well, felt good, man. Kunkka changes slightly, so Torrent now scales moves. So damn, this ability got hella nerfed in the early, like, whew, has a huge nerf to the 1-point wonder of Torrent's movement speed slow. That sucks. Fleet interval, I don't know. I just don't even know what that means, if that's good or bad. I'll look forward to what you think of the living changes. Yeah, we'll see. Bonus damage increased ever so slightly. Early ranks, and then later on, it's a pretty good chunk of bonus damage. I think Kunkka overall is upset about this patch, though, because that is such a big... That just destroys Torrent, dude. I'm laughing because, like, I had wanted to play Kunkka offlane last patch. It felt super... I saw Keizu do it, and I was like, damn, this seems good. Like, dude, Tidebringer, always been a good ability in lane. Control the equilibrium, get your supports to pull often. You're getting free house in the carry. And then mid-game, you're just like this spellcasting monster. Like, you just run around. You have good catch because your cast range on your E is insane. Like, you know, because you max a second. You just catch somebody from 1,000 distance away, hit him with your combo, unload your, you know, literally dump your load on the hero, and then, you know, hit him once. You probably solo killed him. If you didn't, like, you gave a lot of time for your team to catch up. But now it's like Torrent just doesn't slow people. It slows for 25%. I mean, it's probably not as big of a deal as I'm making FB, but you just lost 10% movement speed slow on this ability at level 1. And you left it at level 1 for a long time. So, like, ouch. Fucking ouch. Fixed level 25 AoE talent, so same thing with Darkseer. Level 10 dual cast range. Okay. Okay. That's probably the talent you take. Now, is that worth 140 strength? I don't know. 140 strength and 7 damage on a hero like Legion, who used every aspect of this talent, even like especially the damage, but also the health. This was a good talent, but dual cast range, dude, her initiation just became more fierce. This is like a talent that Batrider honestly would love to see a talent like this. Lasso range increase. Like, this is a good talent. Don't underestimate this. And then, yeah, she got so just the thematic, like, we don't want stat talents in the game. We want interesting interactive abilities. Dual cast range is bonkers, yes. And then level 15, that's crazy. You can, the health regen on this just jumps to 100. This is a 500 health heal at level 15. You are a healer. You're probably the best healer in the game. One ability, 110 mana, 500 HP. You just give it to somebody. You're just like, guys, I am Omni Knight. I am a better Omni Knight. I heal you for 500 HP. Yeah, these are pretty early talents. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's the talent you pick too, because fuck overwhelming odds hero damage. That's a good talent. That is a hell of a good talent, man. And also keep in mind, current level of PTA is applied to you if you win a duel. So you get a heal up for more too, for what that's worth. All I'm going to say though is that is a good, like, that is a good sustained talent. You take that talent, you're sieging high ground, your carry's tanking tier 3s and he's feeling the pain because tier 3s hurt. Hit him with a PTA with level 15 talent and they're feeling pretty good. They're like, oh man, I just gained 500 HP. Thanks, Luna. Or thanks, Legion. And you're like, no problem, dude. Damn, Diabolic Edict now deals pure damage. Crazy. No longer deals bonus damage to towers. Okay. But just straight up does pure damage. No longer reduced by physical. That's nuts. This hero scales now. If there's any question about it before, because, you know, oh, Leshrac, just buy BKB. Herp derp. Nope. I cast Diabolic Edict, and I'm still doing... Oh, I guess the damage got gutted. But no longer reduced by armor. You know, late game, you get 15 armor, and, well, this ability is doing more than it used to. So I think this is a good change overall. Healthy change, too. You know, makes Leshrac more relevant later on. That's what Leshrac was. Leshrac was always supposed to be the one in the early days of Dota, when they were crafting and forging the first hero list. They thought to themselves, now, we added this item called BKB to the game, and heroes naturally build, agility-based carries will naturally want to gain a lot of agility late game and gain like 30 or 40 armor. So what do we do to these first few heroes that we're making that are supposed to be magic damage scaling carries or whatever, like heroes that, you know, don't buy the traditional carry items and instead try to scale with spell casting. You know, this is back before the invention of like Octarine Core or Aeon Disc or some I don't know, like before the invention of spell damage as an ability. You know, they were like, let's make Leshrac. Or I don't actually know. I don't know too much Dota history, but what I do know is this ability doing pure damage means that you can't just buy armor anymore against Leshrac. I mean, fuck, you can't even buy BKB against this, right? He's always going to be doing something against you. But BKB is still a good item against Leshrac, don't get me wrong. And, you know, health, obviously. Like, building health is good against this, so. You can still counter his damage. I'm just saying that you can't just build armor and suddenly not care about Edict anymore. Level 10 has a mana regen talent, okay? Now, 4 armor was good on Leshrac, don't get me wrong. You are in the thick of things, and you're often the tank, like the frontliner for your team. So 4 armor, good for that, but you also cast a lot of spells. Mana regen is good sustain for on-the-map farming, and so that helps you farm. And then 30 magic resistance, boring talent, got replaced with Lightning Storm can bounce twice on a unit. So boom, 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 only after there's no more jumps left. Only after there's no more jump. Seems like a shit talent, honestly. What's the other talent? Oh yeah, Edict Explosions, you're always taking that. Fuck that. I would always take that, dude. Now, especially, hell yeah. Lich probably got buffed. Mana cost got reduced ever so slightly. Cast range got increased quite significantly. Mana cost got reduced. Very massive. Very, very massive change. This is huge. What the fuck? Doesn't this ability drain mana? It does. Dude, just walk up to people and literally cast this casually. You don't even need to, like... You're literally lying. You just walk up to somebody and you're like, don't mind me. I'm not trying to harass you. I'm trying to harass your mana. You know what I mean? Like, just walk up to somebody and cast Sinister Gaze. Overall, net mana negative. Like, you lose mana, but you also take away some mana from them. So it's like, no, I'm just kidding. You wouldn't do that, but that's such a crazy change. I think, honestly, your skill build on Lich now, if it wasn't before, is now QE, QW. Because, like, it's a stun. It's a point-click stun with no skill shot, no skill required. You just point-click and you're lying. 600 cast range. Literally lying. Damn, that's a good change. Scepter now also lets you cast your other abilities while channeling Sinister Gaze. What the fuck? Like, do you want to just throw in spell immunity there too? I mean, it is your Scepter, so for Christ's sake, like, that's 4,200 gold. What does Scepter do on Lich otherwise? Doesn't it also do other things? I'm sure it interacts with his other abilities somehow. If it doesn't, then whatever. But I'm just saying, if that is in addition to whatever else it did. No, it's literally just that. Oh, AoE? What? Dude, Blink Scepter. You are an initiator. You're a position 5 that can initiate with Blink Scepter. You Blink Scepter E them. The AoE is it good? Is it like even kind of good? Because like already that's pretty nuts. Dude, I might just start picking Lich as my position 5 go-to. Fuck Oracle. This hero scales like one of the most attractive features to me playing position 5 is a hero that scales. I like that. I like playing a position 5 that is what the fuck is that AoE, dude? Hello? Dude. It's gonna tank the YouTube video. I don't even care. Yes. This is already not bad. I would have this on, if I'm playing Lich, I would have this on, so quick cast, and then I'd have it on normal cast for D. Forward. Just for Scepter. Literally just for Scepter, because I like to see the AoE on shit like this. Alright. Yeah, fuck you guys. We're done here. So, okay. That's cool. Yeah, I think Blink Scepter on Lich, you get to become your team's initiation. You'd probably need a BKB because it's not really reliable that you're hitting everybody. But even if you just hit 2 heroes, that's a team fight right there. You just started a team fight. And then also the initial projectile speed of the ability got increased. So it's going to hit that first target quicker. And then, boom, level 10, or 15 rather, you got increased Sinister Gaze duration. This hero is a pseudo-initiation. I'm calling it. Lich is the new Lion. He's the new Lion. I'm saying it. I'm straight up. Lion's going to get hella nerfed right down here. I'm already seeing it. Okay. And one of the big things that pros are attracted to on position 5s now is if they can flex initiation. I've been saying that. Again, haven't been watching too much Pro Dota, but I have been following the meta of Pro Dota. And as far as I understand it, having a support that can flex initiation is a big deal. Especially if your offlaner's having a bad game, or if you're not picking an offlaner that is like super good instant target disable. Lion provided that. He's going to get hella nerfed. Lich, now he's holding that mantle. With early game, he's always been good early game. Now, later on, you know, I don't know. Just calling it, man. Lifestealer, getting some nerfs. Can no longer target undying zombies. What? Oh, yeah, okay, with your infest. I thought this was like a lore change. So like, Lifestealer would never kill a zombie. He would only ever kill the tombstone because he loves his undead. I don't fucking know. Mana cost got reduced at later ranks. And then the Scepter now applies Disarm. I'm sorry, does the Scepter lets you hop inside your enemies and then do auto attacks to them. And now it also disarms them. And now it also deals damage immediately after you infest them. I thought it always did. Okay. I don't actually know what the Scepter does, and I'm not going to take this time to learn it. Rage movement speed bonus 10%. That is usually 30 to 40. So you will get kited more often in team fights, except for when you push your Q. I don't know if you usually take the 30 attack speed talent. That talent's all right. I don't know though. Maybe movement. This might need to be higher value. I'm not sure. Like rate. They've tried this before. Having Rage as your steroid is usually like bad game design for Lifestealer, because the hero is like balanced around having Rage. Having the reason to pick Lifestealer, we've been over this before. In case you didn't know, the reason why Lifestealer's in the game is to thematically is like to create a carry that doesn't need to buy BKB, has it in his base kit. And it's like, what happens when you create a Dota 2 hero that just starts with a BKB, right? And he obviously has weaknesses to balance around that fact, right? He can't really farm all that well, or he needs to buy items to help him farm. But he never has to buy a BKB. Or if he is going to buy a BKB game, it's like a crazy game where it's like, whoa, you just need to be spell immune for like 20 seconds because he can rage, BKB, rage again. All I'm trying to say is, using rage as a damage steroid is awkward. And like, I think doesn't it already give him a steroid of some variety? What is it, Lifestealer? Doesn't it already give him movement speed or something? Or attack speed? So it already gives him movement speed. Maybe it's not that bad. I don't know. It's just like pushing that button and saying, I need to chase this person, and then having it on cooldown because you used it to chase somebody. I mean, that's an interesting decision. I will give it that. Like, having Rage be a steroid does make an interesting decision come up in Lifestealer's gameplay, where he's like, you know, do I push Q now and waste some of the duration, and waste the ability, so to speak, where it's like, I won't have it later for when I need to dodge a stun, but I do get to use it right now to catch up to the target that I need to get on. Yeah. So I'm not saying I dislike this talent change. I'm just saying I hope this talent change doesn't like completely shit on the hero's ability to catch people in fights, because the old talent was like always active. You always have 20 movement speed, so you can get up to the target hopefully quicker, because Lifestealer always had high movement speed. Now he got slightly less movement speed, and it's like now you're rocking 340 with boots, phase boots, you know, 370, 380, 400 with them active. You will catch up to the target. Is better, but steroid idea is interesting. Yeah, consistent movement speed across the game helps you farm more. However, you might cast Rage now to get to camp, from camp to camp. Really nice and insightful breakdown. I appreciate that you feel that way, Jonas. I'm appreciating also that somebody is here besides just my regular viewers, Arizek and Ice God. Of course, I appreciate Arizek and Ice Goddess, but I just want to let you guys know that it is nice when new faces come in and say, hey, I like your content. I like to see that as well. So anyways, Lena, base attack damage increased. So I've said this before, especially for mid laners, base attack damage is everything. And also like your attack animation. Like, so Lena has an awkward attack animation, but she has like, I think the highest range, base range in the game. Sniper eventually surpasses her with her E. I'm there for years. Yes, and I have seen your name before in chat. And yes, you have been following me since 2020. So, but I think you're more of a lurker, which is fine. Anyways, Lena has high base range. her attack animation is weird, but her base damage is already like okay. I think her base damage is like in the high 50s. Yeah, so 51 to 59, that averages out to like 54 or 55. You combine that with a Null Talisman or some stat boosting items to make your damage higher. Whoops. And then also this base damage increase. Lina might be back on the menu. I don't know. Her E obviously got a bit of a reduction in the attack speed per stack. And I'm not entirely sure why that's the case. But this is a nice little buff. Again, base damage is a big deal, especially for mid laners. Can't stress that enough. Lion is now squishier by 1 armor. 1 armor, and I've said this before too. If you already have low armor, losing armor is a bigger deal. With the way that the math works out. Armor has diminishing returns, especially for every point past 10. So when you have like 11 armor, you're receiving less armor for that 11th piece of armor than if you had 1 armor and you were going from 1 armor to 2 armor. So Lion has very low base armor as is. He's a squishy support. Go to his stats. Sorry. Don't go to... Feels bad, man. Wait, this is Lina. This isn't even fucking Lion. But... Oh, look at that. I'm not as bad as Lion as I thought I was. But now, so he went from... Actually, holy shit. I didn't realize this. Lion actually had 3 armor. Now he has 2 armor. Assuming this is updated. And that 3 to 2 differential is like 5 or 4% reduction in physical damage reduction in PDR. So that's a big deal. He's going to feel the burn. Lina extra 2 damage laning, yes. Just like 30 to 24 armor won't matter, but 6 to 0 will hurt as fuck. Definitely, because you're taking true damage at that point from physical damage. Travel distance on his Q got reduced. Now, keep in mind, little fun fact about Dota, and especially at Lion, his Q's range, his cast range has always been 600. The actual range that the Earthspike travels is used to be up to 900. The reason for this is because without this one aspect of Lion's kit, he would be a brain dead easy support. And I say that not trying to disparage people that suffer from brain damage. What I'm trying to say is Lion, all of his abilities are point and click. Hero squishy as fuck, so he does have to care about his positioning. But literally, Earthspike, point click, Hex, point click, Mana Drain, point click, you know, Finger, point click. That hero is so incredibly boring gameplay, but having the travel distance on his Q be higher than the actual cast range of the ability means that there is some degree of skill required to play the hero, because a good Lion player will only ever use their, you know, knowledge of positioning in team fights and whatnot to carry them through the ranks. A great Lion player will break out of that habit and say, no, sometimes I need to manually cast Earthspike on the ground because the cast range will be longer than my range to the target. And so I just have to cast on the ground and trust that I know the innate range of how far the ability travels such that it will hit the target, even though they are further than, in air quotes, the cast range of the ability. It's one of those things about Dota where they're just trying to make a hero have skill by making the normal cast range of the ability, by lying to you. They said that the tooltip says one thing, you look at the hover over the ability, it shows 600 range, but no, it's lying to you. The actual cast range was 900, now it's 850. Yeah, the bonus length. I like how they call it the bonus length. It's like the bonus length, you say, a bonus length. So does every ability have bonus length? Well, some of them do, most of them don't. You're just gonna have to play every hero to find out which one that is. All right, thanks. Really appreciate that as a new player trying to jump into the game. This is why this game's gonna die in like less than 3 years. I promise you that. I love Dota to death. I am not trying to disparage this game. It's just little shit like this. Imagine, I've been playing this game for like 8 years. Imagine 1 year into the game as Wired. I'm sitting here, new Dota 2 player, by the way, probably rank 4K or whatever. Not rank 4K, like 4,000 MMR. Reading through these patch notes, I get to this point and I'm like, didn't even know that Lion's Q had bonus range on it. Interesting. Yeah, so just slide aside in case anybody from Valve is watching this video. Make this shit more consistent. Like, new players that might want into the game are frazzle-dazzled by shit like this. I, as somebody who, I don't know, probably autistic in some ways, I can say that because medical diagnosis, like, I have a tendency to over-explain things, and I understand that it's a big character flaw of mine. However, I have a new friend, wants to play Dota, try to get him into playing the game, and I have to explain 5,000 different interactions to him, or at least it feels like I have to do that, to get him indoctrinated into the game. And it's incredibly frustrating because I just think to myself, like, man, this game could be so much, like, it could lose I was muted. My bad. I don't know when that happened. But yeah, game's really confusing. Basically, in summary, game's super confusing for new players, and I could not imagine being a new player trying to join this game and finding out that little shit like this exists. Like Lion's Q's cast range is actually significantly longer than the tooltip portrays, and the cast range on the ability when you hover over it portrays. And then thinking to myself as a new player, I'm like, huh, like, because, you know, naturally as a new player, you have this epiphany. You're like, well, if this works for Earthspike, does this work for every ability? And then you find out, because you ask a better player, they're like, well, it does work for some abilities, like Lena's Q. I think it used to work that way. In fact, it probably still does. And, you know, like a Glimmer Cape, it works for Glimmer Cape. If you didn't know this, Glimmer Cape actually has a cast range of 200 units further than what it normally is. The difference is you have to be in that 200 range to cast it. I'm going to show you this right now so you don't think I'm crazy. So I'll pick Lion because Lion is usually played support, so you know, expect to buy it on heroes like Lion the most. But watch this. I actually learned this from a Jenkins video. I've been playing Dota. Keep in mind, I've been playing Dota for 8 years. And I did not know this, even though Glimmer Cape has been in the game for like 6 years since I started playing the game. So, why am I creating an enemy? So, create hero. Create another Lion. Hero's shit now, right? Yeah, feel that nerf. Feel that fucking nerf. Okay, Christian bot. I'm gonna buy a Glimmer Cape. It's in my recommended. So notice this, right? Notice. You see that, right? You guys see that? See the cast range? Watch this. I'm gonna cast it on this Lion without even walking. Watch this. Oh, okay. Wait, okay, hold up. It didn't work because maybe they changed it. They changed it. Now I just look crazy. Did they change this? Does Blink Dagger still work this way? No, Blink Dagger still has the... Yeah, it still has... What the fuck? Does anybody know what I'm talking about, by the way? Or am I the only person that knows what I'm talking about? Try Salve? Yeah. Cast range on Salve. Okay? So he's thoroughly out of my cast range, right? I'm just going to really accentuate this point. Thoroughly outside of my cast range. They changed it. Wow. I fucking hate this game sometimes. Every time I try to prove a point on camera, I can't do it. Do it in a practice mode, I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? This interaction existed. I wonder how many people know about this. Actually start playing the game, turn on the camera, I can't prove it. The weird one is Blink 2 ranges. I know Blink 2 ranges, but... And I'm actually going to show you this. Watch this, Aston. I'm going to teach you something new. Go to YouTube. Type in Jenkins. Probably don't even need to type in Dota. Dude's got 100,000 subs at this point. Wow, he's already made a new video on the new patch. Fuck, I need to make a video on the new patch. I need to hit that algorithm. That sweet algorithm shit. Okay. If you know these tricks, you are a genius. This video right here. Boom.
Hello, friends. Not emotional.
Now, this video, last patch, obviously, August 3rd. If you watch this video, he goes through and details. Look at his inventory. Salve, Blink Dagger, Holy Locket, Glimmer Cape, Bottle. I wonder what he could possibly be doing with those items. He's got a Blink Dagger in his inventory. Anyways, used to work that way. I guess it doesn't anymore. Interesting. That's such a weird change. Yeah, especially undocumented. I 100% agree. Ice Goddess, as usual, reading my mind. So Dota will survive 3 years from now? Nah, 2 years, 1 month. It's a decent video, actually, yeah. It is a good video. I do like Jenkins' videos. Valve employees ought to mess with Wired. No, they're just up to not talk about things that they change. Especially, Glimmer Cape is the big interaction there, because Glimmer Cape, having an extra 200 cast range on that ability for free, on that item for free, crazy. Anyways, Scepter damage got reduced. I don't think this matters, although that is a lot of damage to reduce. Yeah. I mean, you're losing 75 damage. That's probably mostly irrelevant. The follows your hero at any range that you want. I don't think that worked for ranked games, but I do remember when you could do that for like practice mode and stuff. If that worked in ranked games, it used to work in pubs. Did it ever work in ranked games? I don't remember it using working in ranked games, but if that did work in ranked games, that was pretty nutty. It did work in ranked? That's crazy. Now you're not just speculating on this, right, Aston? You're not just thinking to yourself, well, I want to make this point, so I'm just going to say it worked in. Like, you actually tried that in a ranked game? Okay, that's pretty fucking nutty. Please claim these 3 guild quest thingies. Is it fucking with your head? If it's fucking with your head, here. My guild leader's here. I have to do it. Just for you, Aston. I'm going to kill 2 enemy couriers in my next game. Promise, man. Alright. I'm just saying that it existed. I do remember that feature. I had no idea rank, though. Yeah. Lone Druid. Okay, before we even read this, I just want to say 2 things. First of all, I'm a sleeper lone druid player. I've always been the best lone druid player that you've never seen. Okay, and this is due to my StarCraft roots. That's point number one. Point number two, I'm expecting buffs. This hero's terrible. Okay, no cap. Best lone druid player you've ever seen. I'm the best micro. Dude, I'm the brood god. Like I'm good at micro. I'm the best lone druid player you've ever seen. So I'm expecting big buffs, and I do want to play lone druid offlane. Fixed shard, granting 40 attack speed to allies instead of 60. Okay, this is one of those changes where it really makes you think like, okay, okay. I'm losing games because I'm buying shard on lone druid and it's giving 20 less attack speed than intended. Okay, that's happening. Okay, this is the change. Yeah, man. Damn, once they finally fix that bug, I can play my hero again. Spirit Link, attack speed increased. Okay, we're gaining 10 attack speed at max rank. This is a passive ability now, right? Yeah, it's kind of garbage. Interesting. It's just garbage because it's not interesting. You just get stats. I thought we were trying to move away from this. Interesting. And then Entangle, chance got increased on true form, which only affects the lone druid hero. So trying to encourage that get in and do things playstyle. Doesn't this still reduce your movement speed? No, it does not reduce your movement speed anymore. And then Demolish building damage got increased to 60%, but it only affects the lone druid hero. So what I'm seeing here is get in and do things on lone druid. I'm trying to think about the itemization changes again to remember if anything changed in lone druid's itemization. Maybe Mage Slayer? Maybe this hero buys Mage? I don't know. But yeah, feels like so far from the patch notes that we've read, feels like the most impactful ones have been the nerfs to especially Broodmother. Holy shit, that hero's dead. Who else got changed significantly? Lich, my opinion. Disruptor, pretty nice changes. Just an early synopsis. Darkseer got some healthy changes, but I don't think any of these are like big. Like, I mean, again, I think the normal punch change is big. I think the Wall of Replicate challenge, pretty good, like pretty big change. But like, I don't think that's going to significantly change the meta or anything like that. I think so far, of the changes that we've browsed, I think honestly the item changes have been the biggest deal. And that's the way it usually is, honestly. Wired, look at this. Level 6 OD Solo Roche with Shadow Amulet. We'll look at that later. Let's scroll back down. Let us scroll back down to where we were. Find our place. Ooh, we're almost to Luna. We are at Luna. We're at Luna now. Cooldown got changed, nerfed, so hitting her early game. And the Shard Glaive's acquisition range. I like the way this is worded. This is just a fun way. First of all, these three words I don't think have ever been paired together in the history of the English language. Shard Glaive's acquisition. But then secondly, just the way that sounds. Shard Glaive's acquisition. My Shard Glaive's acquisition range reduced from 500 to 325. Good change. I think healthy change to her landing phase, making it I mean, I personally, if you want to know my thoughts, I went to bed last night thinking this. I was like, when the patch hits, I want to see Luna lose 3 armor. I wanted to see this hero lose 3 base armor. I wanted to see her go from 6 base armor with stats, because she usually 6 base armor base. This hero usually buys like 3 or 4 branches and then like a circlet, and she has like 7 armor. Right? I wanted to see her go down to 4 armor with stat items. They didn't do that. Okay. They just didn't do that. Anyways, damage reduction percentage increased. So she farms better? Or no, the reduction, okay. But she kind of close to melee hero range? Yes, but she has one of the highest base movement speeds in the game. So her ability to kite is very, very exceptional. So even though Luna players will cry, my hero isn't really a ranged hero. Yeah, she is. Shut the fuck up. You're stupid. Just opening line right there. Your hero has like 330 base movement speed. She has like 400 attack range, so it's not even that bad. And then she has like 6 base armor, dude. Like, you are basically a melee hero at that point. You have higher base armor than most melee heroes in the game, so it's kind of like you have a stout shield, basically. And then, like, fuck, you're fucking Luna. Like, you have this Q, you get to buff your damage for free. Like, I don't know, it's just fucking stupid. Can they cry without brain or emotions? It's mostly brain. They have emotions, right? Their emotions are usually just cry anyways. Like, that's what they do. They just sit there and cry because they're a carry player. No, I'm just kidding. Way too dominant lane for free. You make a good point, yeah. The hero she owns the lane. It's always been my biggest issue with Luna. I don't mind carries having dominant late games and having like game-defining late games. Like Arc Warden, perfect example of a carry that has an exploitable lane phase, but has a game-defining late game stage, which means when Arc Warden hits late game, the game is an Arc Warden game. You are not playing normal game of Dota, you're playing against Arc Warden. Same thing with Morphling. You hit late game with Morphling, and you're not playing a normal game of Dota, you're playing against a Morphling. You are playing a Morphling game of Dota, where, especially if there's an Earthshaker in the game, He's going to morph the Earthshaker and one-shot you or two-shot you. He's going to kill somebody on your team, and it's not going to feel fair, and the person themselves is probably going to pause the game and say, Morphling stupid broken hero, or some shit in Spanish or Russian, depending on your server, and it's going to feel unfun, and you're going to be mad. But in the back of your mind, you're going to think to yourself, if you're a smart player, if you're 5k, 6k god, you're going to think, wow, you know what we should have done? We should have rammed the Morphling early game. We should have made that guy not have a good game. That's what you're going to think in your head, and then you're going to get a better player. Anyways, her talents, I'm expecting full-on nerfs here. Level 10 talent, instead of 15 attack speed, she has to pay now to get old glaives reduction. Pay with her talents. Instead of movement speed, she's getting Eclipse cooldown. I like that change for the record. Further promotes the offlane Luna playstyle that I have been meaning to theorize of going offlane with Luna, because she has such an incredible laning phase because of her insane base stats and her basic abilities. And then farming Octarine Ags or some shit like that. I like that Eclipse cooldown talent. Also Lucent Beam cooldown talent though, so okay, interesting. Just a straight up nerf to her cure potential, basically. And then level 20, all stats. I like this. Just get rid of these talents that are like just pure stats. And then Global Lunar Blessing. I think late game. What is the? They've changed this ability sometimes. Sometimes they've changed it like 3 times now. It just gives damage, right? And then night vision bonus to her. Yeah. Just gives damage. It's flat damage. That's a bad talent, by the way. That is a bad fucking talent. 35 global damage. Bad talent. Calling it right now, that level 20 talent is garbage. You will never take Global Lunar Blessing. To say, hey, yeah, no matter where you are on the map, you're getting an extra 35 damage 25 minutes into the game. That'll change things. Man, my Storm can win the man fight now. No, it's a garbage fucking talent. You will always take Lucent Beam damage, I'm pretty sure. And then level 25 talent. Plus 35 Lunar Blessing talent damage. Okay. Didn't see that. Interesting. I still think Eclipse Lucent Beam Mini Stun is too good, though, because that's basically like an extra free old MKB that helps you win man's fights. Like, it's just mini stunning the person that you're fighting. Like, you're fighting them, and before you fight them, hopefully you cast your Eclipse, because it has a long cast animation. You go to fight the enemy carry, and you're just mini stunning them, and they can't get attacks off, and it's annoying as fuck. And you're just winning the man fight because of it. I feel like this changes not as much as warranted. I agree. I still think this hero needs to just lose 3. I'm not joking. I will not be content with this hero's state in the game unless A, she's not picked. If she's not picked, I don't care. If she is picked, I want to see her like literally just lose 3 armor. I will be okay with the hero even if she's considered overpowered if she loses 3 armor. Because if everything else fails, I can just run at her in lane with some Mars or some bullshit and just, shit on her. But she has too much armor for that. It's just not fun. Consistent AoE damage is good, but only realistic for your 3 cores, and that's your offlane isn't utility. I said AoE, wrong word. Okay, Lycan. Shard Wolves now have low attack priority, so they will only acquire aggro on the enemy aggro if they are the only unit in aggro range. I see. So they're kind of like Enigma Eidolons now, or like Treants. Like you can right-click heroes, and they won't really piss off creeps, unless it's just them. And then, that's Shard Wolves, though. What the fuck are Shard Wolves? Like, Aghanim Scepter, what the fuck does it do, basically, is my question. Does it still... Yeah, it still just causes your creep waves to spawn wolves. What the fuck is this shit, dude? I know this used to be his Ags, like his Aghanim Scepter. Additionally, wolves spawned this way make ripple towers. This is, I'm not even going to call this bad. Like, this shit changes the game. It doesn't make it into a Lycan game, but it does basically give you, like, a free lane of racks, kind of. The problem is it's, like, different lanes. I don't know, man. I'm not even going to talk about that change. It's just whatever. It makes the shard slightly better, because the wolves stay alive longer, and they, well, if they stay alive longer, they're pushing more, because they push better than creeps do, because they have cripple, and they do more damage and shit. How better duration? I think, okay, so my initial impression of Lycan is he was the hero affected most by the Necrobook changes. Could be wrong about that, but even more so than Enigma, Lycan needed Necrobook, and ever since that item was removed from the game, I could be wrong, but I think the hero's been dog shit. Again, could be wrong, could be wrong, could be wrong. Maybe there's a patch. I didn't really play so much back then, but maybe there was a patch when, basically, when Necrobook got removed, I stopped playing for a few months, because, like, I was mostly playing Enigma back then anyways. When it got removed, I was under the impression that Lycan got hella buffed to compensate. And then I was thinking like, okay, so maybe Lycan's good now, but everybody else is bad because Lycan was able to push past the nerfs. I remember Enigma literally got nothing. Like in the patch notes, I read them. It was like, Necrobook got removed, and I scrolled down to Enigma, and then nothing happened. Enigma wasn't even on the notes, and I was just thinking, well, what the fuck? Like Enigma's only good now because of Necrobook, literally. If that item wasn't in the game, he'd be shit, and he was shit. But whatever. Okay, and he's got summon wolves damage instead of damage on his own hero. I'm still bad. Still sad there's no HP/strength change for Enigma. Yeah, hero's still so squishy as shit. I don't know. Magnus, damage got increased on Skewer at later ranks. Like they say increased, but they have to slide in that slight nerf. Oh no, it's just a straight up 10, 20, 30, 40. Duration got reduced on power by 5. Increased in power duration. Okay, interesting. I think you probably take Shockwave. So I don't know, actually. I don't know. Skika buff your carry. Your carry literally has a permanent Battle Fury if you play Magnus now and you hit level 10. Like, you don't even need to really fuck with them that much. You just press and power, TP top while they're farming bottom, and then come back down there in a minute or some shit and just use power again. You need dispels now to hurt the farm economy of the enemy. I don't know, that's weird. Mars probably got nerfed, sure enough. Cooldown got decreased. Okay, that's a buff. This is a nerf. This is a big nerf too. Damn. So Mars, especially late game. I say especially late game. Mars as a hero, as an offlaner, one of the big strengths of the hero is that because Arena of Blood has always had a very low cooldown, even when they nerfed it up to 90 to scaling down, he's just always been able to fight. It's been very fight heavy. Like, you just go run at heroes. Arena's off cooldown, go fight with heroes, go try to encourage a 5-man fight. Arena Blood's a very good ability. No matter what, you just fight people. Arena Blood is on cooldown. Well, go smoke up his 3, you and your 2 supports, and just stun somebody with your spear. And that hero's still probably dead if your supports bring any amount of damage to the table. Just go look for a pick, basically. The hero can just fight a lot. But this change affects his late game prowess because when you use Arena of Blood in the late game, the enemy team, since they're already grouping so much anyways, they just say, go group, just go group. Like, he used Arena last fight, whiffed it, or something like that happened. Maybe he killed a support with it. Support's up in 60 seconds. Go group. Like, that ability's still on cooldown. We can fight. There is no Arena. We can fight. A 5-on-5 when Mars doesn't have Arena feels really bad. Even if you hit a spear on a good target, it's just not the same, dude. Arena Blood is the hero when it comes to 5v5 team fights, and not having that ability in 5v5 team fights, it feels fucking bad, man. If you've never played a game of Mars before, let me tell you, when you don't have Arena up and your team is fighting, you feel bad. I'm just gonna say that. His talents got changed. That's a pretty good slow talent, like on God's Rebuke. The ability slows for 3.5 seconds now. That's a good slow. Bulwark movement speed palette? Fuck that talent, dude. What was that replaced with? Oh, with the movement speed? I hate losing movement speed on initiators, dude. Movement speed's such a good talent for initiators. But this is a good talent. You will probably always take it too. Anyways, level 15, instead of armor, you have an extra damage on Spear of Mars. That means the ability can always clear creep waves with the help of your W, even if you're not scaling your damage. Like, if you go the Blink Yules build, you don't have Deso or anything, you're still killing creep waves. And then level 20, Spear of Mars damage got replaced with, because that was the talent that was on before, but it's level 20. It's fucking late talent. Got replaced with plus 10, plus 5%. That's wonky. You will never take that talent, ever. You will always go for spear stun, because that's basically an extra 1 second on your spear, almost. Medusa gets slight nerfs. Big nerf? Big nerf. Big nerf early game. This hero is actually killable even when she has her mana shield up. And when I say actually killable, I mean, like, you don't need to dedicate 4 heroes to her lane. You don't need to bring, your 2 supports and the mid laner to kill her. It's just like you and your 4 position can just kill her even when she's full mana with mana shield, because the ability is very mana inefficient in terms of the damage it's reducing. I feel like 90, 80, 70 would have been better alt cooldown, but it's very strong, so yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to say this. Mars was very, very highly contested hero in the last patch. I know from just looking at the Anti-Mage pick rates and the DPC pick rates, there was not very many offliners that were very popular last patch, but Mars was one of the ones that was very popular. So it does make sense that they would really, really gut the hero, or try to look at, like, what makes this hero strong, what can we do to make him less strong. And evidently it was Arena of Blood. Honestly, it was Arena of Blood in a lot of the combos, like Ancient Apparition and Dark Willow. Those heroes are what made Arena just, like, over the top. And so, you know, no surprise those heroes got nerfed too. But yeah, and you might be right. Maybe they didn't need to like shit on the cooldown like this, but yeah, AMRs was pretty crazy. Meepo probably got buffed. This is a nerf though. This is interesting. Damage got reduced to compensate for the fact that it now deals pure damage. Very interesting. I did not think that poof would be the ability of all things to get pure damage from Meepo, but okay. Still doesn't pierce BKB though. And then they reworked the shard to make it so that you can cast Divided We Stand can be cast from anywhere, causing the nearby to fling towards you, towards a target, to fling you towards a target within 900 range, causing the nearby Meepo to fling you. What the I gotta test this. Okay, and let it be known, I've played a little bit of Meepo in my time. With a 47% win rate though, so. Or is it shard? Fuck. Shard. Okay, so if I do this, no Meepo to toss you nearby. Okay, so it's like tiny, right? If I'm like, yo, it literally has the Sven stun animation too, and it casts poof too. That's cute. That's cute. That's cute as shit. It's 900 cast range too. That's pretty long. Look at this. Whoops. It's like, it works like Earth Spirit, where the Meepo that you're gonna use it to cast from is like your stone. So it's like I have to be near him, otherwise he doesn't do it. That's pretty cute though. I like it. I don't. It doesn't stun them, right? Well, hold up. Let's do this on an axe. Dealing 100 damage and it slows their movement speed by 50%. It doesn't say how long. I don't like that. Again, tooltips are meant to be explaining skills, and we're not saying full skill things. Here, I'll get to the bottom of this, guys. I will be your Dota 2 wiki. Ready for this? I can't ping it. Hey, hello? Hello? Game? All right, let's just time it. Somebody get their calculator out, or stopwatch. 1, 2, 3, probably 4 seconds. Seems like a 4-second, 50% movement speed slow. That's interesting too. The cooldown of this ability scales down as you level Divided We Stand. That's interesting. That's cute. I think you'll still go Blink though. I don't think this replaces Blink. It seems too telegraphed. I mean, there's no cast animation. You literally just have to have a Meepo near you. You can do it while you're walking. Look at that. Look at what this guy does. Look at what this one does. He like jumps. Look at this. It's kind of cute. Whoops, whoops. Yeah, he kind of jumps. Here, I'll move them both at the same time. Because I'm such a god at micro. I think that's cute. I think the animation is really cute. It's pretty low damage. I'll level up to level 7 to make sure we get the full illustration. Level 1 axe, poof just doesn't do, you know, because it's pure damage now. Damage got lowered. I mean, it's about the same damage. Oops. Wait, what? Does poof not kill creep waves now? When did this change happen? Or I guess this change happened now, right? Because creeps have 0... Technically, yeah, you're right. Pure is worse versus creeps because creeps have 0% magic resist anyways. So yeah, that's a good point. That's kind of... Dude, that's actually kind of shit. Let's just isolate that one change right there and recognize that that is probably a nerf to a hero like Meepo who did not need any nerfs. This alone hurts his farming prowess, and Meepo was already a dogshit hero last patch. So I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it, man. I'm not joking here. Meepo is the we fucked up and did not mean to nerf this hero of the patch. And what I mean by this is every patch there will be some dogshit hero that Valve tries to change in a creative way by making them better, you know, in a weird way. They're like, yeah, like OD, great example of a hero that was dogshit, then it got changed and it became more dogshit in a patch. I can't remember which patch it was, but like that happened to Meepo this patch, where they're like, okay, this hero's dogshit, we need to buff him. What are we gonna do? I know, shard. Ah, duh. We just need to make his shard better. How do we do that? Oh, well, first we need to start off by making pure damage. And of course we need to, nerf the damage numbers to compensate. That won't change anything about his normal game plan. Trust me, guys. It's not like he just uses that as a farming mechanism or anything against creeps, thus making the damage worse. But yes, what will we make it do? Oh, we'll make it so that it's like a gap close. And so, okay, sweet, a gap close. That's great. Well, maybe it can cast Earthbind on the target that he lands on, his root. His ability to, slow people or to root people. Nah, it's too powerful, man. Give it a slow. Ah, yeah, a slow. Nice. Now, who is that going to help him against? A slow. Nice. He needs a slow, right? Because, it's not like he already builds Blink Dagger to accomplish that same goal, right? And it's not like the damage that it deals is completely insignificant, right? Oh, wait, it is. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like the hero buys Blink to gap close targets and kill everybody that doesn't have a BKB built in or built a BKB as an item. Right? Because a root deals with your Ember Spirits, your Storm Spirits, your Void Spirit, your Spirit Heroes, and your other elusive targets, your Brood Mothers. Having a slow in this ability makes no sense because he already has a better CC, which is his root. And the things that counter this also counter that. This is bad. Straight up bad. Meepo's a bad hero. He's literally worse than he was prior. And that doesn't make sense to me because I was under the impression that he was a dogshit hero. Now, I could be wrong. Okay? Maybe he was sleeper overpowered. Maybe I just wasn't watching the right games. But I thought Meepo was bad, and it looks like they just straight up made him worse. Across the board, right? Poof doing pure damage. Well, sucks that this makes it so he can't that he can't double poof creep waves anymore. Nerfed his strength gain, nerfed his agi gain, nerfed his poof damage talent. The hero's just worse. I don't know what to say. That's kind of funny that they did that because they made a dogshit hero worse. Mirana. Got slight nerf. Vision got nerfed. Talents, fuck them. Monkey King, cast point, massive buff. Okay. The ability just comes out way quicker. Great for escaping, great for the abusive farming style that Monkey King can do, where he just jumps into trees after farming a creep wave and, is lame. Travel speed, this is huge quality of life, insane. Good buffs here. Lifesteal got increased at early ranks by 10%. That's insane. Helps his lane stage. He already has a really annoying lane stage, so this is even better. Mischief. Rework the shard. Now reduces Mischief cooldown to 8 seconds. Increases the invulnerability time to 0.5 seconds, so it gives him a Manta plus, a better Manta. Checking the time. And disjoints projectiles on transformation. No longer reduces your movement speed below your current one. That's, good. I don't know what his old shard was, but this is a crazy good shard. I think this is a very good defensive ability, even for 1,400 gold and an item that gives you no stats. This is good straight up. Disjoints things that are currently in their way towards you and makes you invulnerable for 0.5 seconds. And the cooldown on this ability is 8 seconds, so you're gonna be using this multiple times in a team fight. I'm calling it. This is a good shard, straight up. Good. And for flavor, if you want to ride around if you want to try to legitimately juke people, your Mischief target is the same movement speed as your current one. So you're fogging enemies and then you use Mischief, you stay next to a tree, you can get next to that tree quicker. No cap. Level 10 increased boundless strike stun. What is the stun on this ability? 2.2, so it's now 2.5 or some shit. Keep steroids for longer instead of 40% crit. Not sure if that's better or worse. Keeps steroids for longer instead of 4% crit. Oh, this right here? Yeah. So less attack speed, longer stun. That's probably an okay talent. This one, 40% less boundless strike crit. Boundless strike cooldown, boundless strike crit. Oh, I see. So either it used to be stun cooldown or stun damage. Now it's stun cooldown or Jingo mastery charges. Interesting. Don't know what to say. Morphling, buff. Good change, I think, healthy change. Okay, rip. I mean, these are small buffs, but I'm trying to think about the itemization changes too. Blipnir, I don't think Morphling buys any of that shit. Whatever. Morphling, slightly better hero. One sec. Okay, we're in the last act here. We can power through this. Naga. Agility gain reduced by 0.2. Rework Shard now makes Song of Siren heal allies. I thought this was the case. Or was this her Ag Scepter? This, like, I think this used to be your Axe Scepter, but I don't think it's been that way for a while. In any case, Riptide damage buff. I was under the impression that Nagasaki was a dogshit hero, so it looks to be the case that they're buffing her. Makes a lot of sense to me. They gave her a stat talent. I thought we were trying to move away from those, Valve. What's going on? Yeah, was her old scepter. Gave her a stat talent. However, she is an illusion-based hero, so stat talents on an illusion-based hero, you could argue, is somewhat interesting. Like, you know... Well, and actually, look, level 15, right? Agility that she had here got replaced with mirror image damage, so it's kind of like they moved it around. Strength talent got buffed. So just buffs, looks like. Would you prefer mirror image damage at 10 versus 8 agility? Maybe. Probably. I don't know. I think you take that talent over the movement speed. I'm not sure. I'm not a Naga player. It's one hero that requires micro I've yet to get across to. Base mana regen increased by 0.5. That's good. Fixed multiple instances where destroying shards sprout trees wouldn't spawn greater treants. And the vision range. Oh, that hurts. Sprout used to be an amazing ability to just plop down for vision. Vision range reduced by half. That's crazy. This ability gave flying vision. Flying vision. So you'd pop it down and see everything. It was great. Now, not so much. But to compensate, they made it so treants have a higher base HP regen by a quite significant amount. They quintupled it. Treants usually die pretty early or pretty easily if you're against a lane that can deal with them. And then if you're against a lane that can't deal with them, they are gonna just like be monsters anyways, and the HP regen aspect of this probably isn't relevant. And then Wrath of Nature, damage per kill increased. I did not know that you had to kill a unit for the damage to increase. Damage per kill increased from 4, 5, 6 to 6. So damage, I'm just going to read this quick because I actually do play Prophet, and I'm going to get back into playing him probably if these are good enough. Enemies that die under the spell grant you bonus damage. I see. Okay. And then 20% CDR replaced with 75% miss chance for sprouted units. Sprouted? When you say sprouted, you mean like you push your Q on somebody and they get a debuff? Am I reading this correctly? This ability never applies a debuff. So how is that going to work? Is it now just going to like apply a 6-second I need to test this. That's the only way. What's his name? Treant? Or no, his name is fucking Furion? Treant? Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet. Is the debuff removed? That's what I was thinking too. I was like, this doesn't apply a debuff, so is it going to start applying a debuff? Very important question. If you're sitting at home right now thinking this is not an important question, you're dumb. Just gonna say it, man. Because I say things like it is. Hello? That's weird. Okay. So the logical conclusion is you create an axe, you give that axe, an actual axe. How about a Quelling Blade? And then I cast my Q on him. Oh. What? Wait, that makes no sense. So if I create 2 axes, and I sprout one of them, and the other one is near the tree? What? That's weird. I don't like it. I don't like how weird that is. Wait, it's not an AoE, but it's like kind of an AoE for the target that you sprout specifically. So it does not apply to other people, right? This axe is near the trees, doesn't apply to him. It applies to the axe, but it only applies to him so long as he is within an area of the trees. So right now, he's missing me, right? Well, sometimes. I'll cast it again, you'll see. Cast it, cut the tree, he's missing me, right? Now watch this. Move him outside of their AoE, and now he's not at play to it. More game, exactly. It's more gameplay to confuse new players. I don't understand. But what I will say is, as a brief side note, this is actually a pretty good talent for ranged heroes. So the heroes that I'm thinking of the most are heroes like Drow Rangers and heroes like Medusas. Basically, these heroes that just sit in it, they literally plop their ass in a spot and they just machine gun you down with projectiles. These heroes naturally counter treant. Nature's Prophet, Furion, whatever you want to call them. These heroes are naturally pretty okay. Like sometimes these heroes can have a better laning phase against Nature's Prophet than other heroes because they're ranged, so they can trade with you. And so what I'm trying to say is, this level 20 talent does help you against those heroes because they don't want to hold on to a Quelling Blade. They don't have natural ways of cutting trees. How is Drow Ranger going to cut down trees? I guess she can use like her E or whatever, her machine like shoot the arrows thing. That doesn't, I don't think that doesn't care about mischance. But what I'm trying to say is, oh, I guess she could buy like a Force Staff and Hurricane Pike. The important thing to know is that if she's sitting in your trees, still machine gunning out arrows because her allies are giving her vision, because it does remove your vision, then she is suffering from a 75% mischance. And that's pretty significant. 75% mischance is, that's 3 out of 4 attacks that you're missing. So that's pretty cool. I don't, to answer the one and all question that everybody's thinking, that everybody's just holding on to right now so desperately, are these buffs enough to make Nature's Prophet a significant, like a big player? I don't think so. I think these changes are not good enough. Even this Treant, this is probably the most significant change. Treant base HP regen, just because, you know, it affects the most cancerous thing about the hero in lane. And as we all know, when you're lane, win your game. I don't think that this change is significant enough to bolster the hero into the competitive scene. But I've been wrong before about those things. So Necrophos gets a hit to a strength gain already, you know, kind of sucks, but we'll see. It's not a huge nerf, but nonetheless it is nerf. Then they increase the damage on Death Pulse ever so slightly at later ranks, increase the heal ever so slightly at later ranks, and they decrease the self-restoration amp on Ghost Shroud to scale up to the numbers that it was previously. Man, I was hoping for necro buffs. This hero seems overall underwhelming. More gameplay to confuse new players. I appreciate they're trying to give unique buffs, but not enough. Yes, I agree. And level 10, changed the level 25, the level 10 25 damage talent with a increased Reaper Scythe cast range. Now this is actually a pretty good buff because, man, this hero is awkward to play when you can't frontline. Basically, if I pick Necro in a game, and I don't really pick Necro, but if you ever pick Necro in a game and you can't be your team's frontliner, hero just feels weird as fuck to play. Because your cast ranges on all of your abilities, mostly like, you know, your Q and your R, because those are the only 2 abilities you got. Like, these 2 cast ranges are awkward. One sec. Okay, anyways. Yeah, the cast ranges on both of these abilities very short. And so again, if you can't frontline for your team, you can't really land your spells. This talent helps you sort of offset that, and also helps you reach those heroes that are in the back line that are taking damage and would die to Reaper's Scythe normally, but you just can't reach them with the cast range of the ability because the ability's cast range is just so short. So I think that's a decent talent. What's the other talent? 8 strength. I think you'd normally take 8 strength though, because again, you're trying to frontline on this hero. So I don't know. Any case, let's get to Night Stalker. Now, if you didn't know this, I am a Night Stalker player. I like this hero a lot. I think Night Stalker is really cool, but he has a lot of problems. One of the biggest problems he has is he can't farm, and it doesn't look like they did anything for that. So gave him 2 base damage. That's a good change. We've talked about base damage before. You don't normally go mid with Night Stalker, but base damage is always relevant, especially on a hero like Night Stalker who will be a core. It's very weird to play Night Stalker support, at least in my experience. Ever since the changes, I don't know. You can kind of do it. His W is really annoying, no matter what position your Night Stalker is in. But this hero wants to get on somebody and start killing them. And if he doesn't have the stats necessary to get on somebody and start killing them, like if he gets on somebody and they just turn around and kill him, he's just useless. So yeah, feels weird. They did nerf the cooldown on his ulti, which feels out of place. The hero was dog shit. Why did he get this nerf? Even if it's only 10 seconds, like that's 10 seconds later that you have to wait to be useful to your team if it's daytime and you don't have your ulti. So that seems like an out of place nerf. Level 10, he does have a a Dark Ascension duration talent. Now that's crazy, because maybe that's why they gave this nerf, because they expected that to be the nuts talent. I mean, that's a lot of time. Your Dark Ascension is your God mode ability. You push that and you're a useful hero no matter what time of day it is, no matter what's happening in the game. You are super useful because you have unobstructed night vision and you make it nighttime. So you can usually see better than any other hero in the game, unless it's Slark or like Bane or some shit. Even then, like, you can still see better than Bane. And you're flying and you have fly vision. So it's super good. When you put Night Stalker feels best when you push Dark Ascension. And when you push Dark Ascension, and you get 10 extra seconds on it now at level 10, you're just like, oh, sweet, I'm God for a little bit longer. So that's pretty cool. then also level 15, you do lose armor, and that sucks. 6 armor to be exact, that's a lot of armor, but having more Dark Ascension time to play around is probably worth it. I don't think you take the Void talent. Level 15, 12, 15, sorry. Level 15, 12 strength is getting replaced with 50 Dark Ascension damage. That is a full level in the ability. So you're, like Arizek said, you're basically trading off 38 damage. Like you're gaining 38 damage, but you're losing 240 HP. And you're also, losing 12 damage when you're not in Dark Ascension, so when you're farming. So that kind of sucks. I guess you do gain 2 bonus damage as Night Stalker in the early game too when it's most impactful. So I don't know. Overall, these are buffs for sure. Level 20, you just gain 500 HP and you lose 10 damage. These are buffs for sure. 100% these are buffs. Dark Ascension, probably didn't need to change this, honestly. Probably would have been like, this seems like a preemptive, change to like make sure he's not super crazy, but I think the hero is probably not super broken. Could be wrong, obviously, but these look like good buffs. I don't know how again, the problem the hero has is he doesn't have a farming mechanism. So like, how are you going to hit these levels? You're going to buy a Midas and then be an offlaner that just bought a Midas with no farming capabilities and, a button that starts team fights kind of, but doesn't have a stun associated with it. Like, this hero has a lot of problems in the current meta, but the current meta is probably changing. So Assassin base strength got reduced by 1, base agility got reduced by 1, base health regen got reduced by 0.5. Now this was one of his strongest assets as an Assassin. You have a lot of health regen normally, so losing some of that sucks. And then Burrow, you're less tanky because you have less sustain during it. So okay, feels better. Ogre, Shard, lost some strength gain, and then also Shard no longer procs on creep attacks. Launches Fireball at the attacker. So I guess you can't get Shard and just like start farming with it. Interesting. No longer procs on creep attacks. That's interesting. Fixed recasting Fire Shield on an ally not replenishing its charges. Yeah, okay. Damage got increased on his Q ever so slightly. Mana cost got increased on his unrefined. Why? Was that a big deal? Like, did that even need to be changed? I didn't even think Ogre was like that strong of a hero this patch. Am I wrong? And they buffed Ignite to be like less taxing on your mana reserves. That's actually a pretty good buff. As a side note, like this ability is really cancer in lane. Just does a crazy amount of damage to 2 people. You throw it out, and doesn't this still split? Multi-cast makes the spell have a chance to cast multiple times. Doesn't this already hit an AoE? Whatever. Ignite used to, and it might not do this anymore, but it used to just, yeah, drenches the target in another random unit in volatile chemicals. So you sometimes are using this ability on both the position 3 and the position 4 and just dealing 100 damage to both of them and slowing their movement speed by 20%. And that cost 110 mana. Now it costs you 80 mana. This is a very efficient, like, ability to use in lane just for harass. Might be pretty efficient. Yeah, it is. It's just straight up like a good ability to throw out. Cast this, and then you start running people down, and it doesn't really drain your mana. Omni Knight, I'm expecting buffs. Okay, nerfed its strength gain, obviously not a buff, and his base strength by 1. Agility gain got increased ever so slightly, so we can start smacking people with his maul a little bit. We're gonna get airborne here. Bonus strength got increased on his W ever so slightly, probably to combat the strength change nerf. Probably gonna be played as an offlaner if he is played as a core. Cooldown got reduced on his ulti by 20 seconds at max rank and 10 seconds at second rank. And then Hammer of Purity, this is his shard, right? No longer heals Omni Knight on attack, can no longer be cast on creeps. Now puts a debuff on the enemy hero, which reduces the enemy's outgoing damage by 60. That's pretty crazy. What is this? Is this something that is just like, yeah, it's just like part of you? Okay. So it's autocast. So like, it's like Tusk. Like you just smack somebody and it does stuff. Causes his next attack to deal. I like how 2 deal. God, Dota, it's such an unprofessional game. 2 and deal aren't split apart with a space. To deal bonus pure damage based on 60 plus 115% of his base damage and reduces all outgoing damage by 60%. No longer heals Omni Knight. Yeah. That's interesting that it used to heal him. But that's a pretty big debuff to put on somebody. And I assume that can be purged. Yeah, it's just dispellable. Either way, that is definitely something that you don't want on you as a carry or anybody that deals damage, basically. Like that's a lot of damage to be missing out. Especially since it's outgoing damage doesn't just apply to like, your right clicks or something. Mana cost got increased and cooldown got increased to compensate. Oracle buffs, feels good ban. Kind of. Yeah, kind of. I mean, 1 armor, but everything else got nerfed about the hero. Duration got reduced, or I should say rescaled, but definitely reduced to earlier ranks. And then Purifying Flames got a slight cooldown nerf. I mean, he got 1 extra armor though. Go nuts. That's why this hero felt. That's why earlier when I was saying Oracle has low armor, and then I was like surprised to find out he had 3 or 4 base armor. So that's why is he got an armor buff. Arcane Orb now affects Roshan, so hero can take Roshan like he is a mid laner that provides Roshan presence. That's a big deal. Think about Pangolier. Think about mid laners that, like, you know, you have your carry to deal damage to mid. Think about every game you play where you have a Slardar off lane. Think about how much more on the table Roshan is just because of the existence of Slardar on your team. Odie is now like the Slardar mid lane. Maybe not, I don't know. It's hard to pan out how hard for me to prognosticate how this change will pan out. But I mean, Arcane Orb does a lot of damage, and it definitely will do a lot of damage to Roshan. So yeah. Not a bad change for sure. Astral Imprisonment grants an additional plus 5% mana capacity steal to the Astral Imprisonment. Also allows allies to move at 40% movement speed during Astral Imprisonment. They're visible but untargetable and can't perform any other actions. What? Grants an additional plus 5% mana cap steal to Astral Imprisonment. Is this like old Astral Imprisonment? You put somebody under it and you steal some of their int, except in this case you steal some of their mana cap. And then yeah, also allows allies to move, but at 40% of their movement speed during Astral. That doesn't sound like something... That sounds like a change that, if that's in the game, that's crazy. That's an insane change. Even if they're only moving at 40%. Like, less than half, I don't care, dude. I'm untargetable. That's huge. Fuck. What's his name? Is it Outworld?
Places, everyone.
Obsidian? It's Obsidian? It's not even Obsidian. His name is Outworld Destroyer. Outhouse, yeah. I can't move. What? Also allows allies to move at 40% movement speed during Astral Imprisonment. They meant to put shard, right? Because that's what it is. It's a shard. Yeah, it's a shard. I'm so triggered. It doesn't say shard. It just says 7.3. Grants? What is granting that? Dude, I love Valve so much. I'm not even trolling here. I love it because you're reading these patch notes and shit's confusing, and they know shit's confusing, and you know shit's confusing, and I'm just trying to fill in the pieces because I've been playing this game for so long that, like, I just know what they mean even when they make these mistakes. Critical mistakes. Like, I knew when I was reading this, I was like, they probably mean to put shard in there because that word just doesn't make sense. Grants? Like, I skill Astral Imprisonment and I just grants me the ability to steal mana and allow my allies to move? No, you have to buy the shard. But if you buy the shard, like, that's pretty fucking crazy. Your ability to save just got better. That's a pretty big change. Also, I want to feel these nerfs. Hold up, let me go feel these brood nerfs. Oh. Oh god, yes. I can't wait to just play like this. To just move this slowly. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm such a bad hero now. Okay, sweet. You need to hire Wired on the team. They probably, I don't know. If anybody from Valve was watching my stream, they'd probably interpret everything I'm saying as, like, bashing. So, not because they're, like, needlessly sensitive, but just because, like, I've kind of phrased it that way, in fairness. Like, I love the game, so I want to see it get better, so I'm critical, but, like, I'm probably overly critical in some ways. Like, dude, if I was in charge of making patch 7.30, first of all, I don't know how to code. Second of all, I don't know how to... second of all, I'm lazy as fuck. I mean, I procrastinate everything, so 7. You guys would still be waiting years before 7.30 drop. Anyways. Pangolier Shield Crash now slows enemies. That's crazy. Damage reduction per hero increased. That's crazy. Duration got rescaled. Okay, that's good. Now, when you say damage reduction got rescaled, yeah. Okay, so the slow is always going to be 3 seconds, but the amount of time that you're basically invincible is not as much. But it is as much, if not later. It's Pango. It's Pango. Pango's the OP hero. Luki's going... Oh, okay, so sorry. They removed the Lucky Shot slow. But the armor reduction went up by 1 point to compensate. I mean, I don't know. These are not bad changes still, reading this. Cooldown got reskilled. Like, I interpret... I don't know. Pango's kind of a mana-starved hero. And also, I think Lucky Shots... Well, no. I don't know. Interesting. It'd be interesting to see how these changes pan out. It's like when you swat a spider. It's like when you swat a spider, yeah. She just moves slower. They don't die, they just limp. Phantom Assassin. Slow duration increased at earlier ranks. Heroes slightly better in lane now. And then +1 Phantom Strike duration. When it says +1 second Phantom Strike duration, that means that you have more time to use your attacks that you get from Phantom Strike or something. Phantom Strike is your W, right? That seems like a bad talent, but I don't know. Item Scepter cooldown reduced from 60 to 40. What's the axe do again? Oh yeah, just like makes a bunch of Phantom Lesser illusions. Then it also increases your max illusion count by 2. Probably still bad. It's a lot of money to spend on this ability. I've used this ability before in custom game. Dash Link got rescale. Okay, nerf to Phoenix. Nerf to Phoenix probably. Nerf to Phoenix. No, buff to Phoenix. Buff to Phoenix. Pretty good buff too, because Fire Spirit's hitting. I mean, this is like half the hero right here is hitting Fire Spirits, and it's good radius buff. Radius is don't tell Hana, yeah. Just spawns max illusions, yeah. Max health as heal per second got reduced ever so slightly, pretty significantly actually at later ranks, 0.5%. Yeah, overall nerfs to Phoenix, but this will be a nice buff to like for play for like the way that the hero feels. Then Puck we're expecting nerfs, and sure enough, base damage got reduced by 1. Cooldown got increased again on phase shift, and it's so now it the lowest it goes down to is 6.5. That's never happened before. Puck always yeah, like this ability used to always have a less than 50% downtime. Now it has a 50% downtime. Well, used to. It since for a long time that ability has had a like 40% downtime or some shit, but now it has 50% downtime. Dream Coil no longer has an initial stun. It still cancels TPs since it leashes the target. Okay. Yeah, because TPs are special. You can cancel roots can cancel TPs, but not channeling abilities. That's why Underlord stops, channels, but not Black Hole. Interesting change. Definitely an interesting change on Dream Coil here. And then +25 attack damage challenge got replaced with a +300 illusory orb distance. Okay, I'm calling it. I think Puck is dog shit now. Or not, maybe not dog shit, but definitely a lot worse. This is a big change. I think this is like a, I mean, it's not that, it probably isn't that big of a deal, but it definitely hurts his laning. Like, lane. Really sucks to lose laning prowess, and it got hurt. Puck got hurt everywhere. His laning and his team fight, late game shit. Oh my fucking god. Okay, yeah. Anyways, Pudge mana cost got rescaled to 135 at all ranks, so hurts his early game a little bit. Now instantly kills any non-ancient creep it hits. This presumably includes carts. So okay, the Mirana treatment can farm potentially. Mirana treatment. Shard cast range got reduced a little bit. Good. I think Dismember, honestly, as a Shard, needs to be like melee. Like, this is such a strong ability to just... It's such good save. It's like the best save in the game. I played a game with Leo on stream, I think even, where he played Pudge and I played... Who did I play? I think I played some big frontline hero. I think I played like Underlord or some shit. And Leo was like saving everybody. He was like, it looked like the best Pudge I've ever seen. It was insane. Leo's a really good Pudge, but yeah, what's up, Chewy Gummy? We are reading over the new patch notes, but Dismember's Shard is what makes the hero, honestly. Like Pudge, ever since they added this Shard, I've always thought to myself, okay, Pudge if for no other reason, is always good because of the Dismember, or at least always useful in a team, because he has this ability to just flex hard save. Because that's what it is. It's hard save. It's super good. Pugna, Nether Ward. No longer has a mana reducing aura. That's good. This was unfun. I did not like this. Pugna's... I played against a Pugna recently on stream, if you guys might remember. I was playing Darkseer, I think. Or Enigma. Either way, I was playing a hero that needed mana, or I think I was playing Brewmaster. Either way, the Pugna went Nether Ward max, and it was just unfun to play against. What about? I was having fun with Darkseer. What do you mean, what about? It's a patch. It's a Dota patch, man. Bunch of shit happened. No more Skywrath discrimination. It was Brood, you're right. Ice Goddess, you have a god memory, dude. Yeah, I was playing Brood, and I just couldn't cast spells, because, like, it was just reducing my mana. It's annoying. Now additionally heals 2 hits whenever it triggers. That's very interesting. Heals 2 hits whenever it triggers. I mean, it just doesn't die. Heals 25% of its total health every time it triggers. So basically, you put it down, and people take damage, and they lose mana when it triggers. So it's on the ground, and you cast spells, and you take damage. And when you take damage, you're losing mana, you're taking damage, and the Nether Ward is becoming more difficult to kill if it's been damaged. No nerf on Dark. There is definitely a nerf on Darkseer. Chewigummy, I will post this full unedited video up on YouTube. If you don't want to see me scroll all the way back up, and I won't be doing it, but you'll get all caught up. Don't worry. You'll hear all of my consolidated opinions on Darkseer. Queen of Pain, base damage got increased by 3. Good change. We've been over base damage before. This is the most significant base damage change we've seen of the patch. So, okay, stronger laning. Shadow Strike now heals her for on tick. That's crazy. And it heals 50% on creeps. Offlane Quap. Tick damage reduced. Ever so slightly. This is a good change. These are good changes so far. Her level 15 talent got replaced with a +2 Shadow Strike damage instances. Same duration, they just have it more often. That's good. And then 30% spell lifesteal got replaced. Now hold up, what's the other level 15? Oh, the flex carry shit. And then 30% spell lifesteal got replaced with 120 damage on Scream of Pain. Interesting. I think you still take the Shadow Strike AoE talent. Scream of Pain basically goes from 300 to 420. But AoE Shadow Strike, man, is so good. For wave clear, that's even better than Scream of Pain for wave clear, because one Scream of Pain and AoE Shadow Strike wave clears versus taking that talent and then having to cast Scream of Pain and then wait and then cast Scream of Pain again. Like, you hit level 20 on Quap, you blink into a creep wave, or you just walk into a creep wave if you're confident enough, and then you push your E, you push your Q, and then you can blink away. And it's like, if you take that talent, that 120 Scream of Pain talent, you have to just like E and then walk around for 5 seconds and then E again. That's awkward. Like, you get ganked. You know, if you do that in the late game and there's a Storm Spirit, he just zips and kills you. It's awkward. It's too much time to show on the wave. But either way, good change to Shadow Strike, I think, overall, even though it does less damage. I think this is overall, like, good change. Base damage, obviously good change. Level 10 talent, or 15 talent, I should say, the cooldown reduction getting replaced. Honestly, probably not even that big of a deal. Probably buff, honestly. Shadow Strike applying more damage instances makes her tankier because she heals more often, and then the damage is coming in more quickly. So that's good. It's doing more damage because it's doing more Shadow Strike damage instances. Like, just good. I think just good changes overall. I will definitely be trying some offline Quap because the hero's very impressive lane, and these changes help accentuate that. Razor now applies its armor reduction on Eye of the Storm before applying its damage, so it does more damage straight up because it reduces their armor, and then it does the physical damage tick that it does. In level 10, you have health getting replaced with plasma field damage. Now that's interesting because Razor wants both. He does his damage through his spells, right? He casts his W on you. He's got his ulti on you. You're taking more physical damage. Like, he's attacking you, but like he's attacking you, but it's like his spells are what's carrying his damage. And so plasma field is a big part of Razor's damage. And now it's going to be doing more damage. But because his spells are doing his damage, and his spells are all basically melee range, except for his Q, he needs to be a frontliner, or he needs to go in. And 175 health helps him go in. Same thing here. Level 20 talent, +8 armor. What are you doing, Valve? Now it's like, okay, sweet. It's +6 seconds. static link drain duration, but I'm never channeling on somebody that long. I'm either dying or they're dying, you know, before that happens. So I think this is a mistake. Or at the very least, this is a nerf. Anyways, Ricky probably got buffed, unfortunately. And sure enough, Blink Strike got buffed. The Tools of the Trade damage reduction got buffed, or at least he does more damage now. His damage gets reduced less. Scepter attack count got increased. Sleeping Dart got nerfed because that shit was broken, at least in terms of its cast range. This was like super strong ability. But overall buffs because they buffed the shit out of his landing phase. This does basically double damage at level 1. It's a big buff. Ricky, stronger hero, boys. Rubik, spell steal reduced on the cooldown by 6 seconds at first rank. That's a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal at all ranks because all of his ranks got buffed. In fact, you could argue this is a bigger deal at level 10. When Rubik became better late game hero for sure. Projectile speed got increased. That's probably a big deal to Rubik players. Level 10 got replaced with borrowing hero damage to plus 10% Fade Bolt damage reduction. Probably the preferred way that talent operates. Versus telekinesis landing damage. I don't know what talent. I don't play Rubik that much. I don't know what that hero really wants. It's probably game dependent. But Fade Bolt steals Fade Bolt stealing damage was kind of a meme. Fade Bolt meaning that you do even less damage is not a meme. That's a pretty big nerf to or debuff to put on somebody. Level 15, 100 base damage got replaced with stolen spell cooldown. That's really good. He will enjoy that. Because Rubik steals better spells. Like when Rubik steals a spell from you, he's not stealing like your spell. He's stealing a better version of your spell because it gets amped with it, the damage that it does. And big thing that Rubik has that new players wouldn't know about. Rubik doesn't deal with cast animations when he steals spells. All of Rubik's stolen spells have a 0 cast animation. So very big deal. Sand King nerfs. Feels bad, man. You hate to see it. Lower strength gain. It's probably actually a big deal. 0.3, so that means at level 10, you're going to be missing 60 HP. Level 20, you're going to be missing 120 health. Level 30, right? Yeah, level 30, you're going to be missing, 90 HP or some shit, or no, sorry, 0.3, but times 10. Yeah, so that's 3 strength, which means 60 HP. So 60, 120, 180. Like, basically, the most important thing to note is at level 10, you will have 60 less HP straight up than you would have in the old patch. So, that hurts. Hero slightly less tanky. Shard now grants 20 damage per pulse. That probably means they changed the talent, and they did. Wow, that is a good change, though. So, at level 10, I used to even take the damage per Epicenter Pulse talent because you just want a little bit more damage. You just need to be able to solo kill supports with Epicenter. But now you get this Sandstorm DPS talent, and you can still pretty much solo kill supports. It's a good damage talent to take at level 20. Damage on Sandstorm's already like 90. Now you bring it up to 110, and you kill creep waves better. You do the thing that Sand King does the most, or does the best better. I think that's a good talent. I think that's a good change for the hero. Level 15, you get that version of the talent replaced with Sandstorm Radius. Wow, Sandstorm is becoming a better ability maybe if I take that talent. Crazy. And that's crazy because, dude, Sandstorm. Yeah, even Blinks or Shikuchi will feel crazy. This is also true. Minus 25% on a big CD alt would feel nice, yes. Wait, you're saying minus 25% on a big CD alti? As I understand it. I think that change, I think you guys are reading that change wrong. Oh, you're looking at this, I see. I thought you guys were looking at this and saying minus 25%, but you're looking at this and saying that's good. Yeah, so stun duration or stolen spells cooldown. Both of those talents are actually pretty damn good in depending on the game. But I want to focus on this. Holy shit. Watch this. So this is old patch, level 3, already bigger than level 4. Now let's test level 4. It's like, you haven't even seen my final form yet. You ready for this? Ah, that's crazy. That is such a big AoE. Holy shit. That's huge. That's massive, dude. That's wonderful. And then they took away the health regen talent and gave him Caustic Finale damage. Caustic Finale damage, so 250 plus 22% of their base health. That's a lot of damage. And then you still have the beautiful Burrow Strike cooldown talent. This is a beautiful talent. And then you still have these two talents. Dude, overall, I like these Sand King changes. I think those are like... I think the hero's better, honestly. Yeah, SK feels good. He was a lot of room to work with. Good way to put it. A lot of room for sure. I think these are good changes. You know, I thought Sand King was good last patch, and he kind of evaded the nerf hammer. And these last two games I played were on Sand King because I was watching Lelis play some Sand King, and I was like, dude, I need to like work on my Sand King. I used to be a god at this hero, and something happened. So I need to rethink the way that I play the hero. Watched him play, realized that a big part of Sand King's early mid game / late early game strategy is just getting max Sandstorm and sitting mid and just blasting out the creep wave and making it impossible to push mid tower. Started implementing that in my gameplay. My Sand King win rate has been 100% across the last 2 games. That's 100% more than it ever was before Kappa. Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, made some small adjustments when I Sand King play, conceptualized how the hero plays mid game, and like, you know, now I just want to play Sand King because the hero is good still, like probably better arguably. So anyway, Shadow Demon cast range. Okay, this is a good change, right? Disruption is your main catch on Shadow Demon. Even 50 cast range is like, you know, good. You'll take it. Stack damage got rescaled to be slightly more at lower ranks and then slightly worse at higher ranks. Obviously, you care more about dealing more damage early, although really this only affects your level 1, because by level 2 it's dealing 1 more damage, level 3 it's dealing 2 less, level 4 it's dealing 5. They honestly could have just made this like, you know, 24, 30, 24, 40, 50, or they could have made this just scale up to 70. What the fuck is that soul catcher change? Not temporarily gives Shadow Demon 5, 7, 9, 11% spell amp for each hero debuffed. That's a pretty good change. So what you want to do is you want to get, you know, you want to get the Shadow Poison stack, and then you want to hit a big meaty soul catcher, and then you want to push your Shadow Release, and then you just fucking nuke them. You just blow them up. That's what you want to do on Shadow Demon. That's a cute change. I like that. I wonder if this is like sleep overpowered. Like you hit 2 heroes with this, even at level 2. You hit the carry and the support, or you hit your lane opponents, we'll say, with this. You hit both of them, and like you just got an extra 10% damage on Shadow Poison. Like you kind of feel like, I don't know, Path of Exile hero stacking the damage or some shit, double dipping. I don't know. Shadow Fiend, rework the Shard. Necromastery is now attack modifier that consumes 1 soul, granting your next attack 170% crit with a 3-second cooldown. Additionally, enemies killed grant an extra soul. That's interesting. Doesn't cost mana. Don't think it's good. Yeah, I'm calling it now. Don't think this is good. Straight up. I just don't think it's good. Cute. I don't think this is worth 1,400 gold. You want to buy damage on Shadow Fiend, just get a Crystallis. You're basically paying the same amount of gold, and you're getting like kind of the same amount of DPS. I don't think this is good, personally. Just say it one more time. I don't think this is good. I am so ready to be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is garbage. It is 100% guaranteed crit, though. It is a predetermined, I'm going to crit you. There's no RNG involved, so I'll give it that. But you're losing souls. I don't think it's good. Anyways, working with souls, better late, slightly worse early. Okay, probably mostly insignificant. Level 10 talent got buffed across the board. 15 talent got changed. Yeah. Would you prefer 25 movement speed or Shadow Raise damage? Probably Shadow Raise damage, honestly. It's probably a buff. They usually go Yules. I have not seen a right-clicking Shadow Fiend in a long time. I think that's a good change. Shadow Raise damage is better early. Helps you farm, helps you fight. Level 20 is a long time to wait. Like, there's a long time between level 15 and level 20, even on a mid lane, even if you're dominating. Well, if you're dominating, you'll probably just power level it. But, like, if you're having an okay game on Shadow Fiend, you'd much prefer to have that nice, juicy tempo damage talent at level 15 and not have to wait for level 20 just to get a little bit more damage out of it. Plus, they changed it at level 20. Plus 0.3 Requiem Fear per line. Whatever the fuck that means. If you're a new player and you read that, you're like, what the fuck? And it even has a period. Look at that. Guys, do you see that? Do you see the same thing I'm saying? There's a period They had the audacity to make a sentence out of that talent. That's insulting. Like, you may as well just put a question, like like, you know how on Sand King, you know how on Sand King's talent, there's a fucking you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, so you know how on Sand King, when you hover over his talents, there's that exclamation point, that information thing, and you hold Alt, and it like shows more information.
Get ready.
Yeah? Well, check this out. If I go to Shadow Fiend, does it do that? Because if it doesn't, I'm going to be pissed. It doesn't do that. So they put a period there to show a complete sentence because they know that that is a complicated... They know that that's like a... Like, okay, we're explaining a lot here. Like, we need to give some context. So let's put that period to show that this is like a sentence and that people are going to like have to read it, you know? But they didn't put like an information tag to show a little bit more information about what the fuck that change means. I know what that change means. What it means is you're getting feared more per soul that hits you during your ulti. But like, that is such a confusing thing to read if you're a new player to Shadow Fiend. Requiem fear / slow per line, maximum 2.4 to less than 3.3, whatever. Anyways, level 25 CDR got replaced with a minus 40-second Requiem of Souls cooldown. That's bad. That's bad because it's just like, would you prefer 30% CDR, which used to just be minus 30 seconds off of Requiem of Souls, plus 30% CDR and everything else, versus minus 40 seconds on Requiem of Souls, which is just like, okay, you get 10 more seconds off of Requiem, but you have no CDR on anything else. That's a huge nerf. I don't even know why they did that. I didn't think Shadow Fiend was that strong. But I think you now take the Presence Aura armor and you just cry, because yikes. I mean, like, Requiem of Souls is a big ability, and having it up more often, basically having it up every minute, is a big deal for sure. But you know what else is a big deal? Having bots and being able to just teleport around the map constantly, and having Hex on a lower cooldown, and having Yules on a lower cooldown, and like having like BKB on a lower cooldown. Like 30% CDR was juicy. You pick that up and you're like, you're a late game scaling caster. Now it's like you pick this talent up and you're like, okay, we can fight every minute. I don't know. That's a big nerf, I think, but probably much needed, because I actually think that this talent, this 30% CDR talent, was limiting design space. It made it really difficult to balance the hero when you just know that like level 25 is going to come around, and whatever he was doing, he was just doing it 30% more. So, all right. We'll see what happens to Shadow Fiend. If he's straight in the dumpster, if he goes from already not that great to straight into the dumpster with you, sir, then we'll probably see some different buffs, and it'll be interesting to see what direction the hero goes in. Shadow Shaman. Cooldown was scaled on Master Serpent wards to be, okay, very small change. Mana cost got reduced ever so slightly at later ranks. Okay. Don't really give a fuck so far. And then we got level 10. Minus 3 seconds to Hex cooldown. I think the other talent is Shackle some shit. Yeah, Shackle damage. Okay, that's a good talent. Like, minus 3 seconds on Hex cooldown. I mean, what can I say? It's Hex. It's the same ability that made Lion broken. Like, it's Hex, dude. It's a point click instant disable on a single target that has a decent cast rate, 600 units, whatever, but it's just instant, and you have it up more often. That's great. Level 15 was where that old talent was at, but we all know that as a support, you're only going to hit level 10 in the game anyways. And then that replaced the +1 shackle duration. So they moved level 15 war attack ratio got increased to 100. The other talent is so both your talents at level 15, like you have Shackle's duration or Serpent Ward's attack range. And then level 20 you have Hex breaks. That's pretty sick. That's pretty fucking sick. Hex breaks. Lion doesn't even get that. That makes Hex like old Hex. Hex used to do that. Hex used to break your hero. Like when you where Hex doesn't axe. That's why Axe would say Axe is not Axe. Because it used to be the case that you'd Hex Axe and you wouldn't even spin. And what do you think of when you think of axe? Spin. So you'd cast Hex on axe, and you'd be like, axe is not axe. Yeah, it did make Sheepstick really strong. Made it so you Sheepstick a PA, and you just don't even need an MKB. You just buy Sheepstick, and it's like it's a better MKB, right? In some ways. What I'm trying to get at though is that Hex breaks, strong talent. That is very strong, because it means that Shadow Shaman is a support that can flex initiation, and he just gets break if he wants it. That's strong, very strong. Silencer, they've been doing this a lot. Strength gain reduced by 0.3. Now, if we turn back the timetables, way back, a long time ago, let me take you way, way back. There was a patch where they buffed every hero's strength gain by 0.3. Now it seems like they're doing that to a lot of heroes in the reverse, where they're like, you know, we just don't like where this hero's strength gain is at, so we're just going to take away 0.3 from it. I don't know. Interesting. Either way, Arcane Curse now deals double damage and slow when the target is silenced. Good change. Penalty duration reduced by a little bit, so it's less of bullshit like I put this on you and then you just can't play the game for 5 seconds, and then if you do try to play the game for 5 seconds, then you can't play the game for like 10 seconds. And then his talents, I said we were going to skip talents. I'm gonna apply that here because fuck, this video is already up to 3.5 hours. Fuck that shit. Skywrath Mage. Okay. Last word mutes items. That's a good change. But I mean, that's like if you don't have a BKB, I mean, you could still cast BKB, right? All right, I'm just gonna test this real quick because that seemed like the most impactful change of the talent changes. After just quickly skimming through.
I cut a path. With quickness. Places everyone.
Oops. Oh, I don't have my talents. Sorry. Enigmas and Shambles. Well, it is last word, but let's cast it and then... Ooh. No, hold up. Okay. So you can still purge last word. However, if last word is on you, and you use a spell, and I refresh, then you can't, yeah. So how it works is, if you get rid of the buff by purging it, you're good. However, if you get rid of the buff, the debuff, sorry, if you get rid of it by just casting a spell, then you're just muted. That's a pretty big deal. I guess I'll read over the other talents. Arcane Curse damage, they probably gave him that. Arcane Curse slow, they probably gave him that. I don't know. Just read over everything. Alright, I guess we will just fucking read his talents. They remove the permanent slow and replace it with Arcane Slow. Attack range guide. Health, replace with the last word int multiplier. Last word is the E, so this now deals damage. If you take the talent, like relevant damage in the late game. Kind of pretty.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting. Talent changes probably doesn't really mean that much, but damn, that that level 25 though. That level 25 though. Last word mutes items. So more sources of mute, and you can get it on silencer. That's pretty cool. Skywrath, more damage in the early game. Love to see it. Movement speed got rescaled to being garbage. No, I'm just kidding. This is a big buff. It may not seem like it because, oh my god, my late game silencer, sorry, Skywrath Mage is 5% less movement speed slow, but no, 40%, this is, just think early game, okay? This is a super, super strong 1-point wonder, or even just like a good point to, you know, have, like, you could still level this ability up, right? It still does AoE, which is something that not a lot of people know about, by the way, but has a ridiculously large cast range and is quicker than your Arcane Bolt in terms of travel time. Mana cost is very forgiving. Yeah, this ability is still very good. I think if you're putting points into it, I don't know, but definitely that slow is huge. Yeah, level 2 power spike is huge. 40% movement speed slow applies for 4 seconds. That's a lot of slow. And then Mystic Flare may seem like a nerf because duration got reduced by a little bit, but it's actually buffed because the damage is dealt over the duration of the ability and is also distributed evenly amongst the heroes that are inside of it. So having less duration means that damage gets applied more quickly. Slardar, oof, big nerf here. Cooldown got increased quite significantly at earlier ranks when you use the ability. Movement speed got increased though, pretty big increase too at early ranks. Like you're gaining 9% extra movement speed. That's a lot of movement speed in the game. Damage got rescaled to be better later on, but slightly worse early. Basically, just that first point is slightly worse, and then every point past that is like either the same or better. And then at level 10, you get -3 Guardian Spirit cooldown or 20 attack damage. And the other talent got replaced. Okay, interesting stuff to see here. So you can either have more slow and attack speed slow on your W, or Guardian Sprint cooldown. Both talents are pretty good, I think. Guardian Sprint's really nice ability to have up, and removing the downtime of it is basically downtime on this ability becomes 4 seconds. That's very, very powerful if you take the talent. I think you'd usually take that, by the way, but I'm not entirely sure. And then boom, level 25 plus 100 Slithering Crush damage. That's your W. With the shard, take the shard, which makes it so that you your W applies the reduction in armor before the damage gets dealt. I mean, that's pretty sick. Maybe, I don't know. 380 plus minus 20 armor, 400 damage or something. I don't know. But what I am going to say is you're probably always taking the -4 corrosive haze armor no matter what. So Kappa. But yeah, pretty good changes to his level 10 talent. I think it's overall probably a buff to his Q. You pop it once. That's when it's most impactful. Yeah, you have to wait a longer window. But it's going to be super impactful when you do cast it. You're going to close that gap on that carry at level 2 that much quicker, right? You're going to hit level 2, have a bash prepped, push your Q, walk up, smack the dude, stay on him. Maybe you got Orb Corrosion. I don't know. You're trying to run him down. Anyways, nice to see you get more damage after stun was changed to be so much lower, yeah. Slark, good buff. Self-damage got reduced. Hero can sustain more when he's going in on you. Basically can man up better too, especially in the early game when this matters. Cooldown got reduced, so you can fight more often by 5 seconds. But I mean, that's a big deal when the cooldown's already this low. Also, talents got a 1 second reduction in Dork Pact. I mean, that just makes the hero more slippery as far as I'm concerned. Lifesteal got replaced with Shadow Dance attack speed, so making this ability kind of a steroid. Well, more of a steroid than it already was. It already gave you a lot of HP. Now it gives you a lot of HP and attack speed. Then you replace the attack speed talent with dark pack damage. I think you're going to take the Shadow Dance attack speed talent. Just make yourself more of a man up dude, or more of a, gimper, whatever. Level 20, 120 dark pack damage. Got +1 Agi per Essence Shift stack. Is that crazy? Or is it the leash? +1 Agi gain / stolen. So you steal 1 extra. Now hold up. Essence Shift stack. I assume this doesn't, or maybe this does apply to his permanent Essence Shift. I don't know. Let's test it.
The glaives will silence.
It's never dark.
So if you didn't know, Slark, when he kills somebody, steals their agility permanently. Kind of like Silencer does. They remove Silencer's talent to make him steal more intelligence if he kills you.
Yeah.
So I assume it doesn't work that way because they seem like they want to get rid of that kind of shit. I'm gonna steal 4. Yeah, so I'm stealing 4 Agi.
Right.
And he's missing 4. Wait, what?
Come on. I won't hurt
5?
you.
So this doesn't steal it. This doesn't steal more Agi. The wording there is incorrect. I'm not stealing more Agi. I'm creating agility. That's what I'm doing. Because he's not loot. Okay, wordplay. The English dictionary is very valuable. When you steal something, you take something from somebody else. I'm not taking agility from him, extra agility. I'm taking some. I'm taking the amount that I normally would. But I'm not stealing extra agility. I am creating agility out of thin air and giving it to myself. So, kind of triggered about that. Anyways, this is granting me 1 permanent agility? Yeah, it's only giving me 1 permanent agility. Interesting. Makes you more of a man up, though.
Over here.
Man up type hero. Helps you man fight. I don't know, though. That Pounce Leash talent, pretty sick. Goes from 3.25 to 8, or sorry, to like 4.2. Or sorry, for 4.05. Anyways.
The glaives will silence you.
Snapfire So all of that 0.3 strength gain is going into Snapfire. She's channeling it. She's like with a straw, she's sucking it out of all these other heroes. She's like, yes, give me your 0.2 strength gain or 0.3 strength gain. Mana cost reduced by 10. Burn damage increased ever so slightly at earlier ranks. Cooldown got rescaled. And then movement speed got replaced with Scatter Blast, slow duration. That's her Q. Okay. Nice little buffs. Sniper damage got increased ever so slightly on Shrapnel. Take Aim now has True Strike. Okay. I think Speed was talking about how this is a change that should have happened. The active movement speed slow got increased at earlier ranks, but scales down to the same level. Active headshot okay. So you're always headshotting. You're always true striking them. You are moving a lot slower. However, the cooldown got reduced, and the mana cost got reduced, and the duration got reduced. You could just use this in lane and just poke people. Like, maybe don't even max shrapnel. I don't know. Shrapnel's like some of your farming. I don't know, but what I'm going to say is this is going to be some really annoying shit to play against, because now, since the cooldown's 14 seconds, you get like how many hits? 3 seconds. I don't know. He gets True Strike for free. There were some dark days. Let me tell you about some dark days real quick. 6.73, often regarded as one of the worst patches ever in Dota history. Troll, Warlord, Sniper, Slark, oh my. These three heroes, especially Troll, Warlord, and Sniper, were like running rampant. One of the reasons Sniper was so oppressive was because Headshot had True Strike on it, which means no matter what, if Sniper was hitting you, you were just like, you almost couldn't do anything against it. You couldn't really buy anything against it. You could buy armor, I guess, but like outside of that, dude, he was hitting you, you couldn't evade it, right? You were just taking this damage. He was hitting you from a million miles away. It just felt so fucking bad. Now he has True Strike again. It is on an ability that he has to pop, and it does have a cooldown, but he does have True Strike again, and he's going to be headshotting you every single time. That's crazy. That's crazy. And then the meme Concussive Grenade got better, and now no longer grants. It's now no longer. Oh, no longer grants True Strike. I'm fucking crazy. How did I miss that? Okay, never mind then. Interesting. Is this even good then? I don't fucking know. Whatever. Alright, I completely missed that. Rework Shard causes Dispersion to fire a Spectral Dagger every 300 damage absorbed in the direction of the last source of damage. Okay. Can fire a maximum of 1 dagger every 7 seconds and only triggers off player base damage within range of 700. Is that good? That doesn't sound too good. That sounds annoying, but like, there's a cooldown to it, and you're like Tide Hunter. It doesn't purge you though. It doesn't do anything for you. I mean, it's a dagger. Like it gives you a lot of mobility, I guess. Probably makes you a lot harder to go on. I don't know. Maybe this is good. Maybe I'm kind of underselling this. I was just complaining like 2 or 3 hours ago about the neutral items that give you shit like this, like give you insane survivability when you get gone on. The difference is this doesn't even give you HP. It just gives you mobility. It doesn't give you any extra HP, and you have to pay for it. Whereas a neutral item is something you get for free. Ooh, this is a big deal. Spectral Dagger debuff is now dispellable. Damn. That was one of the best things about Spectre, is you can't get rid of her slow. She slows you and she's always catching up to you. Now, how does she catch up to you? Like, I'm genuinely serious. How does she actually catch up to you if you cannot keep Spectral Dagger on a target? Viable lane counters now include any hero with a dispel. I mean, lane countering Spectre, you don't need to lane counter Spectre. She's garbage in lane, bro. Who am I kidding? You just lane counter naturally by not picking a super passive laner. But either way. Spectral Dagger now dispellable. Yeah, rip. Shadow Step. Fixed being able to target creep hero units. Okay. Talents. -5 seconds on Spectral Dagger. Cool. Got replaced with that level 15 talent that used to create a similar value to 100 Spectral Dagger damage. I don't care. Cause I guess that kind of helps her farm, so maybe. But damn. That really sucks. This is definitely the most significant change. Strength got reduced and the strength got hit on this hero, so slightly less tankier overall. And then also mana cost got increased on charge. Scepter no longer grants bonus movement speed, now pierces spell immunity and reduces cast point to 0.1. That's pretty big. Right here on charge. You start the charge a lot quicker, and you get to just pierce spell immunity, like you could just ram somebody, I guess. That's pretty cool. He can finally farm, kind of. 1.5 damage to creeps. I think this applies to your charge Greater Bash as well. So you can apply it in AoE. And then talents got changed. Level 15 talent, you're no longer this, I'm going to sustain on the map constantly, but you now have -4 seconds Bulldoze cooldown. Bulldoze is already a very good ability. It gets like 60% status resistance. So that with the cooldown talent, you're like always bulldozing in fights, just never getting pinned down. I mean, I guess he had it, right? He had it at level 20, but now he gets a level 15. So he becomes more of a menace earlier on. And then they replaced that with plus 200 movement speed during charge. So he still gets his movement speed on charge, just not tied to a scepter, which is probably better. And then Greater Bash damage, horrible talent, got replaced with Greater Bash chance. Probably like way better talent. At level 20 though, do you take that or 200 charge movement speed? Probably charge movement speed. And then at level 25, Greater Bash damage talent. But again, you wouldn't take that. You would take 800 HP, baby. Fuck yeah. Free hard. Storm Spirit. Damage got increased ever so slightly at later ranks for static. It's going to be good for, I guess, keeping up late game when the damage department, and then obviously helps a little bit with farming. Starting, I shouldn't, if I said late game, I didn't mean to say late game. Storm's going to hit level, you know, he maxes this second, so you're going to get this by like level 9 or 10 or some shit maxed out. Ball Lightning, starting mana cost got reduced. This is good buff. We got a huge change. Might not seem that big, but like, these were some of the changes that nerfed him into the ground when they changed this to base cost. It used to be 25. They nerfed it to 30. Used to be 25, and I just recently watched a Blitz video from like 3 or 4 years ago about this. Back in 6.85, when Storm Spirit was really overpowered. The thing, or 6.84, I can't remember. There was a patch, is 6.84 or 6.85. He was super overpowered. Then they nerfed him by making the mana cost, the base and the percentage mana cost, to these values. And now they're changing it. It only took 5 years or 4 years, but now it's back to where it used to be. So, I mean, he can zip a lot more. That's pretty big. And then level 10, you're not as tanky, but you get more damage on Static Remnant. And then at level 15, you're tanky again. It was just a change arena of the talents. Sven, damage rescaled on Great Cleave. Be slightly higher at later ranks, less at earlier ranks. Cast point got reduced. That's pretty good. Like, quicker stun coming out, basically. That's good. It's a good change. Don't underestimate it. Slightly more of an initiator. Here comes TA. Techies, damage reduced. I was going to say, I think Techies needed a nerf. This hero was actually kind of nuts. But they buffed his ability to deal damage to towers slightly to compensate. Basically just made sure that his damage to towers stayed the same, but nerfed the damage that he did to heroes. I don't know why I'm not charging my headphones right now. It's whatever. It's getting kind of late and I'm kind of tired, so I'm going to charge my headphones, but I am going to just go to bed after this. Try to start early tomorrow. With the games. TA. Spill, range multiplier, reduced. So she can't like hit you from as far away. And then now deals 5% less spill damage to each successive hit after the first. So the more you're like slicing through people, the less damage you're doing. Okay, that seems like a big nerf, but psionic projection, nice. They nerfed this shit. I was gonna say this was some of the most abusive shit in the game. Like, you were kind of like Tinker, except you were like even better in many ways. They made it basically have counterplay. Like, you can actually stop a TA from just porting around the map constantly with a root or a leash. That's good. And then they made the channel time longer. That's good. Level 10 psionic trap damage. So they're gonna keep her Techie's elements in play. Okay, I think she deserved to keep one of those. One of the things that made her kind of broken, she deserved to keep. And in this case, they're gonna keep the fact that she can push waves, that she's not like remotely farm waves and shit, and stop pushes in their tracks if they don't have detection. So that's interesting. Terrablade, huge agility gain, by the way. I didn't realize his agility gain was 4.8, but it got dropped down to 4.4. And then the duration on Metamorphosis got decreased by 4 seconds at all ranks. Okay, a little nerf there. Not like doesn't murder the hero, but definitely decreases his window of being very powerful. Terrorblade feels good when he pushes Metamorphosis and when he's under the effects of Metamorphosis, much like what's his name? Night Stalker from earlier. Like, that is when you feel powerful as a Terrorblade, not when you're just walking around farming, hitting increased melee range. Sonic projection change was needed. Definitely was needed. Demonic Zeal now applies a basic dispel on Terrorblade. I don't know if this is the change necessary to make this shard purchasable. I just they just don't, people don't buy it, and I don't know if this is going to be enough to like make it purchasable. TB's biggest issue is getting stunned. It's not getting like slowed. Because I mean, you can't cast this while you're silenced. No, I don't think this is the change necessary to make this purchasable, but it is a buff. So level 10, movement speed replaced with reflection duration. Reflection is a really annoying spell, so it's an AOE. So you know, having it last 2 seconds longer. I think it's already lasting like 4 or 5 seconds. So 7-second reflection or whatever. Pretty strong. And then level 25 plus 20 seconds metamorphosis versus Sunder cooldown. Pretty sure you always take metamorphosis duration. As we stated, this hero feels good when you push meta, and pretty much only then. That is a good talent, but there is still a significant window between you having meta and it being on cooldown. Meta is a long fucking cooldown. I did not realize that was a 55-second cooldown. But I mean, the duration, you know, kind of offsets it. Okay. Tide. Base mana regen increased. Armor reduction decreased by 1. Bonus damage reduced by 5. Threshold timer increased, meaning the window from which damage is recorded. So if you do, you know, 449 damage in 6 seconds, it doesn't pop a Kraken Shell. But if you do, you know, 449 damage in 6 seconds now, well, any extra damage you do for that next second is going to pop Kraken Shell because it lasts 7 seconds. That's how I'm going to explain that. Basically, that's a buff. Just makes it so that Kraken Shell has more of a window to pop. And, you know, make sure that it's not like you're doing damage in the correct way. It makes it more difficult to kill Tide the way you're supposed to kill Tide, which is like, you know, hitting him with mindless AoE, not committing on him, but just like slowly kind of whittling him down. The Kraken Shell pops a bunch of times, but it doesn't matter. Or you could just hit him with an undispellable spell, like Bane ult him. Bane ult feels weird on Tide, but you could Bane ult him. No, you can't Bane ult him because that's a strong dispel. How do you get rid of Kraken Shell? How would you kill a Tide without Kraken Shell? You'd have to hit him with like a black hole or some shit. Black hole. Just blink BKB black hole with Midnight Pulse, Tide dies. Easy game. Anyways, talents got moved around. Gush is a stronger slow at level 10 if you take that talent versus Kraken Shell threshold damage. That's an interesting talent that they changed his mana regen into. Very interesting talent. Just makes him even more annoying as fuck. 350 damage threshold for 7 seconds. Man, it's hard to go on a Tide with that. So it basically makes him tankier. Kind of makes him harder to like chain stun and shit. Because, yeah. But Gush slow talent, I mean, Gush is already a really strong slow, isn't it? Like, yeah, it's 40% for 4 seconds. That's not actually that strong. 40% movement speed slow is a strong slow, but at 4 seconds, that's like the gold standard. It's like if it's going to be that powerful of a slow, it's probably only going to last 4 seconds. I thought it was 6. For some reason, I thought that slow lasted for 6 seconds. But now you can get it up to 50%. I don't know. Either way, I think both of those talents are pretty damn good. The movement speed talent I think was better than the mana regen talent, but now I think I would argue Gush slow is better than your movement speed. Although you are Tide Hunter, Tide Hunters typically don't go blink these days. Movement speed is really important on initiators. I've said this before, I'll say it again. It's just super. It's probably the premier stat on most initiators, so not having that kind of feels bad, man. Level 25, 200 damage, so your ability to basically scale and become a core with Anchor Smash and stuff replaced with 50% chance to proc Anchor Smash on attacks. Okay, so instead of buying attack speed, no. Instead of... The way you did it before was you'd hit level 25 and you'd build crit, right? Because you just want to like Anchor Smash people, because Anchor Smash applies your damage and it gives you bonus damage and it just fucking like, you just nuke people. Now, you build attack speed. Like you build like on-hit items or some shit. I don't know. That's weird. That's a weird change. And then anyways, the other talent is level 25, 20% CDR replaced with 1 Ravage stun duration, which is probably all right. What's Ravage? Would it become 3 point something seconds? Why did I type in Ravage? Tide. 2.8, so 3.8. That's a long stun. But man, it's level 25, dude. Like at that point, people are gonna have BKBs. You're probably not gonna hit a carry with a 3.8 second stun, dude. It's probably just not gonna happen. I don't know. It's awkward because like 50% chance of Anchor Smash on attack. That's not like, you may think that's good. I don't think that's that good. First of all, you gotta hit them 2 times for that to proc reliably in a team fight. You gotta right click them 2 times in a team fight for that to proc reliably. Rock reliably. And like what? Okay, yeah, fair point. Manta Tide. If that applies to Manta illusions, then maybe Tide just became the new axe. I'll give him that. Tide might have just became the new axe if it works that way. Does he have an Anchor Smash damage talent? He does not. Interesting change to Tide. I think overall though he got buffed. Like obviously this is a nerf. Obviously this is a very slight nerf, but fuck. Sorry. I think this Kraken Shell talent. I don't know. No, this is a nerf. This is definitely a nerf because one of the Bamfus badass motherfucker. One of the coolest things about playing Tide was that late game you did become a core. Like you actually, if you hit level 25 on this hero, you could flex like carry. And I say flex, I don't even really mean to say flex. I mean like you just straight up became a carry. Like Tide's damage was relevant late game, straight up. That hero, because it's not the same hero anymore. That hero did respectable damage. He would 2-shot, 3-shot supports with Anchor Smash, and he would do relevant damage against carries that they cared about. And now I just don't think you do that anymore. So rip. Timbersaw probably got nerfed, definitely got nerfed. Tree damage rescaled to be more at later ranks slightly, but less at lower ranks, and the damage on Rolling Death just base got reduced. Debuff duration got increased ever so slightly, but overall, big nerf to Whirling Death. That ability is not going to be the same scary ability that it used to be. Timber Chain, damage got reduced at earlier ranks. Fix it being slightly larger than Timber Chain's life, causing it to sometimes miss. I mean, that's a cute quality life change, but again, a good Timber player wouldn't worry about this. So these are just straight across the board nerfs. Feels bad if you're a Timber player, but it feels good if you fucking hate playing against Timber. Level 20 talent, instead of CDR, you get Chakram Slow. Chakra Slow is kind of weird. It slows you more the lower HP you are. So even though it only says plus 3%, it's plus 3% per instance of it slowing you. So it's going to slow you way more if you're lower HP. But I don't know. I think you'd prefer that CDR talent if you were even going that route. But if you needed more HP, you just go the tankiness, the strength. Tinker. Oof. Without even reading these, I'm already predicting big Tinker buffs, which I'm not so keen on, man. I know Tinker wasn't in a great spot, but like, fuck, if these are a bunch of buffs, I'm gonna be sad. Laser now splashes 100% of its damage on a 250 AoE. Only the main target gets blinded. Shrink Raid. What is Shrink Ray again? Why does Tinker have like 6? Fuck, dude. He has a new ability? He actually just has a new ability. New rearm sub ability. Dude, does Tinker have 7 abilities? Does Tinker require you to have like a PhD or something to play? Is it actually going to become the joke? Because I know that he has Shard that gives him Shrink Ray. Yeah, what is this, dude? Like, or no, Shard gives him Defense Matrix. No, wait, is Defense Matrix? What the fuck? How many? Dude, where's Shrink Ray? Does this become Shrink Ray? Or wait, I should probably just read these abilities, right? Shrink Ray is just Axe Laser. Oh, I see. Granting a cast range and reducing the main target's health. Oh, didn't Axe used to be a broken item on this hero? They changed this hero so much since I used to play him, dude. Alright, let's actually read these things instead of just speculating. Okay. And yeah, Defense Matrix, sure enough, just became a normal ability. Instead of... Wait, how does this hero farm? Cap. Dude, cap. They actually did this. That's so fucking cap, man. I can't even believe it. Okay. Now splashes. So I guess he just farms with laser. I don't know. Shrink Ray, bonus cast range reduced from 400 to 300. And then the health reduction got reduced. So they nerfed the Ags laser a little bit. Then Defense Matrix became a basic ability, which doesn't cost that much mana. Still gives you a shield, but the shield isn't like, 350. It's like, okay. It's like a reasonable amount for landing phase and stuff. Status resistance, same story. Cast range that you can, apply to other people because you can. is better. And then the duration is 15 seconds. So good skill. Like it's like unironically a good skill. Like you would spend mana to cast this on your allies for sure, at least your carry. 15-second duration is kind of limiting. But that's probably for the better because this ability gives status resistance. I would not be happy if Tinker had the ability, and he kind of does, but I would not be happy if Tinkers could just like fill their entire team up with defense metrics. You kind of can, if you're quick enough with rearm and shit, but like it's the 15-second duration, you're going to feel that. And I'm assuming this is dispellable. Yeah, it is dispellable. So, but either way, this is strong ability. So having it as a basic skill, I don't know if you level it up in lane. It's been a long time since I played Tinker, but this is a cute fucking skill. And then rearm costs slightly less mana. Well, it costs more mana at earlier ranks, but less mana at later ranks. Keen Conveyance. New rearm sub-ability. Channel for 4.5 for 3.5 seconds to teleport to a friendly building. What? Level 2 allows targeting units and level... Oof. Wait, hold up. What about bots? Did they give him this because they were like, yo, Tinkers just always buy bots? Can it be rearmed? I'm confused, dude. Did they finally remove Tinker's reliance on bots? I need to... This is some weird shit, dude. Support Tinker? No, this is just like... What the fuck, Tinker? So, do you start the game with it? No, you have to get level 6. So, if I level up to level 6, I level up my ulti, I get this ability. And then if I cast this ability, I can teleport to buildings like I normally do. And then if I rearm this ability, does it rearm the ability? Yes. So I get bots. I don't have to buy bots. If I buy bots, it's a waste of money. Literally. Because this doesn't even consume a TP. So it's not even like it's saving me money on... You wouldn't even care about that because bots cost you 2,000 gold. Over the course of a game... I mean, over the course of a game, Tinker would probably actually be teleporting around often enough that he would actually care about that gold expenditure. But like, fuck, dude. This is literally just bots. I mean, it does take longer to TP to it. But fuck, that's crazy. I want to play Tinker offline almost. Like, that is nuts. You don't have to buy bots anymore, Tinker. You literally don't. Why would you? This is your bots. It levels up like bots does. Well, a lot bots doesn't level up, but it levels up, so it just becomes bots at a certain point. That's nuts. Tinker's a new hero entirely. I never thought I'd see the day in Dota where they would remove Tinker's reliance on bots just to like be a relevant hero. That changes all of his timings. This he's actually like, it is so hard to speculate, but like he's probably very, very good right now. I'm just going to assume because what they did effectively was they pushed his gold timings forward 2,000 gold. They said, hey, Tinker, you need 2,000 less gold than you used to. Like, yes, the spell costs mana, costs a TP's worth of mana, but it is your TP now. You hit level 6 and this just is your TP scroll. You don't even spend money on TPs. Like you did with bots, to be fair. But either way, like, you hit level 6 and you just don't have to buy a TP anymore. If you're having a hard lane, you don't have bots by level 6. That's pretty common, How often as Tinker do you have bots by level 6? I don't know. This is fucking nuts. I can't believe that this hero's cancer right now, I bet. I'm calling it. Tinker best hero right now. What if we gave Tinker free bots? That's literally what they said. They were like, yo, I wonder what would happen if we just gave Tinker free bots. That is super, super crazy. The hero has a farming mechanism through laser, and defense matrix is a nuts ability. This hero's crazy. I'm gonna say it one more time. This hero is nuts. Play Tinker if you want free MMR. Play him mid. Play him carry. Offlane. Support. Just put Tinker in your games, and your win rate will go up. Promise you. That's so fucking nuts. Tiny. Splash damage or splash percentage increased by 50% on specifically the throw, right? Or is it just like all of the... Oh, no. So he just does more damage with his right clicks and the throw. XP penalty reduced. Okay, so nice little buffs to Tiny. Maybe he won't have to go Echo Saber if he wants to attack two people or attack somebody twice in the same instance of his spell combo. Trinket Protector base movement speed increased by 5. And the duration got decreased on Nature's Grasp. Okay. So, buff, obviously, to movement speed. That's a pretty good buff, too. Very slow hero. Now he's less slow. Smacking people in lane is like the name of the game with Trinket Protector. You just smack them with a right click. But the other name of the game was using Nature's Grasp because this was, this was like your OP, put this on the ground and like just zone somebody out because it does too much damage. Especially, you know, if I'm hitting a tree with it. And then also it lasts for so fucking long. So now it lasts for slightly less long. So I think overall buffs here. And then mana regen, living armor. I don't know why I keep reading the talents. I said I wasn't going to read talents. Here I am reading talents. This video is already 4 hours long. Feels fucking bad, man. But yeah, mana regen got changed to living armor heal plus 36. Is that per second? Probably. That's pretty good. I'm going to assume that's per second. That's a pretty good heal. And then replace with Leech Seed Slow versus Nature's Grasp damage. I don't know. Nature's Grasp is your healing mechanism. You probably take that. But Leech Seed Slow, that's a lot slow. Troll damage buff on range rolling axes. You will finally hit range creeps and reliably get them. And do slightly more damage to your offline opponent. And then Battle Trance has a lower cooldown at later ranks. And then you just get fucking 7 fucking armor. Of course, why not just give him fucking 7 armor when he's in his melee range? This is what I hate about Dota, dude. Is they look at a talent. They look at weak heroes sometimes. Sometimes they look at weak heroes and they're like, let's just make them fucking crazy, dude. Like, here's 7 armor for you, troll. Go nuts, right? They look at a hero like Meepo, pretty shit hero, and they're like, yeah, let's nerf him. And then they look at a hero like Troll and they're like, yeah, you know, he's not really picked too often. Let's just give him 7 fucking armor at level 10 for free. He's in his melee form, right? That's not gonna break the hero at all. Like, that's not gonna be basically like a free item's worth of armor. It's fucking nuts, dude. Why can't I kill this troll? I wonder. Maybe it's because he's an agi hero with a pretty respectable agi gain and 7 fucking armor. 3.3. Your base armor's, well, it's more than 2.5 because with this you have 7 armor. So 14 armor. Dude, this hero at level 10 has like 15 armor with no items. Yeah, he has literally 15 armor. Yeah. What the fuck? How do you man fight that? I mean, you're not supposed to man fight troll in general, right? Like, that's the rule with troll, is he's the king of man fight. He's one of the kings of man fight. He's a really good man fighter. Troll likes to man fight. But holy fuck. Yeah, 14 armor plus phase, 19 armor. This hero's clocking 20 armor with boots. His boots. And you miss every auto. Yeah. No, another good point, Ice Goddess. You're missing every auto attack. Yeah, who am I kidding? You're not even gonna get to touch his armor. Okay, Bristleback. Bristleback is the hero now that's like, oh shit, Troll's more annoying. I don't. That's fucking crazy. How did they just give him 7 armor at level 10? A carry. Most armor talent, dude. This is one of the things I raved about Darkseer's armor talent at level 10 was it was plus 6. Troll gets plus 7, and he's a carry, so he's gonna be man fighting the enemy carry. That's fucking nuts, dude. Whatever. Tusk, rework shard. The old shard, if I recall correctly, was the sigil, right? Did they finally remove sigil from the game? They did. Sigil is no longer in the game. Rip, feels bad, Tusk. If you like that ability. Enemies with a 200 of ice shard suffer from 40 slow and take 60 DPS. That's kind of like the sigil. I don't know. Increases the length of ice shard by 300. Snowball, bonus damage per hero increased. Okay, especially at later ranks. You want to click your laner with this though, definitely. 25 damage you're leaving on the table. I'm just kidding. That's not all that significant, but like, you know, later on, you hit a 5-man snowball. You're doing 100, 500 plus. You're doing 700 damage, man. I had an anecdote I wanted to share about a game where Tusk used to be super overpowered in 6. There's been several patches where Tusk has been a really abusive hero, and in the 6.8 days, some 6.8 patch, I can't remember which one, 6.83, 4, 5, I don't know which one of those, whichever one of those patches, Tusk was really, really strong. And one of the reasons he was strong was because his level 1 was monstrous. At level 1, usually, this was back when 2 bounty runes that gave EXP spawned in the river. What you would do, you'd pick Tusk, go into your pup games, get all 5 of your random allies to stack with you on the rune, and then when somebody shows for it, you would snowball them because the cast range used to be insane. And then you'd click all of your allies, and you would go into every single, you get all of your allies to nuke this motherfucker at the same time with your snowball. It was just funny as fuck. I remember doing that one time and we all fed because it was like I went on like a hard to kill hero or some shit, and then we all ended up under tower somehow. I can't remember, but it was really fucking bad. It's funny as fuck. Anyways, Underlord, base movement speed got hit. What? You're going in the opposite direction here. Underlord's a shit hero. Mana costing. Wait, am I missing something? Was this hero actually picked? Rework Scepter grants a new ability, Fiend's Gate. Cast within 4,000 range to create a portal next to Underlord and a portal at the target location. Allies can click on either portal to teleport. They're indestructible last 20 seconds and can only be cast in locations where wards can be placed. What? So basically not the Roshan pit, but right outside the Roshan pit. Wait, am I crazy? I thought Underlord was bad. Pretty sure his one rate was insane. In what? In pubs or competitive? Was this hero getting picked in competitive? Did I miss something? It's separate from Dark Portal, but you have to learn Dark Portal. Pubs? Who gives a fuck? I thought, dude, I'm sorry, I'm being loud. I was under the impression, so yeah, you, wait, what? How is this video? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Hold up. I don't understand this shit. You can't. What do you mean ability not learned? Okay, so you have to normal cast it. You cannot quick cast it. Cool. Can't wait for that to get changed. Day one. And so I just click it, and I get sucked in. And it works both ways. What if I get stunned? Hero with a stun. Great hero. Ogre McGee. That's funny as fuck. It still stays. Oh, do I still go through? I don't go through. Okay. It's a very, very long cooldown. Or, you know, it has a cooldown. Like, there's definitely a cooldown there. So what is Scepter bonus health? What the fuck is this? What does this mean? Does it give bonus health to people I... Hello? What? Scepter bonus health. Is this bugged? Did it used to give bonus health, but now it doesn't? And it's just bugged. That's what it is. That's what it is. They haven't updated the tooltip. I guess Dark Rift used to give bonus HP with the Scepter, but now... Opens. Probably a scrapped axe idea. Opens 2 portals, one next to Underlord and one in the target location. Cap. It feels like only one person worked on the patch notes descriptions. So I don't have to have vision of the target, and it gives vision. That's pretty... this is a good... This is like... Is this worth 3,200 gold? See, the cool thing about Underlord is you can kind of buy whatever your team needs because you have wave clear. You are never going to be an initiator. Don't kid yourself. You know, you can't even go the Darkseer route where you buy a shard and then just become an initiator. Like, you're just never going to initiate. Vision for 20 seconds and 4,000 range. Yeah, it's 4,000. It's not global. For whatever reason, I was like, is this global? Basically global. I mean, dude, this is cute. All right, if nothing else, this is cute. Is this worth 4,200 gold? The better items, but this is cute as fuck. That's for sure. And maybe it's not even that bad. Because, you know, you channel for 1.5 seconds, for 2 seconds. It's 2 seconds. It's 2 seconds. Channel for 2 seconds. It is interruptible, but it's also just a get out of jail free card, kind of. I mean, your ulti already does that, but it's kind of wonky. I don't know. Look, this is cute. It could get you from point A to point B. Your team wants to take Roche. You can just be like, say no more. Say no more, friends. Yeah, cute skill. Cute skill for sure. What other things did they change? See, the thing is, like, okay, his win rate's insane in pubs. I don't give a fuck. If this hero's not getting picked in competitive, as far as I'm concerned, he's a bad hero, right? In fact, here, let's go check it. Watch. This was the DPC, right? So we just go to view schedule. These are July, June. Wait, what? Hello? Watch. Fucking fuck it, dude. I'll just show me some games, man. Show me Underlord getting picked. Never getting picked. Maybe he's getting banned. But Wired, he's getting banned in all of these games. Oh yeah? Well, let's wait for the replay to load. I doubt this hero's getting picked in competitive. Way too straightforward. Doesn't have a solid form of initiation. His landing phase is very exploitable. I really, like... I don't think Underlord needed nerfs. I was gonna say it, man. I think Dota needs to become a more palatable game for newer players to grasp. They need to streamline its information, implement a proper official tutorial to the game, and people will very quickly figure out how exploitable a hero like Underlord is. All we're looking for is to see whether or not the hero was banned. I don't even know why I'm checking. I know Underlord wasn't banned. This hero's not considered in pubs or in competitive Dota. This hero's like way too straightforward in his game plan, too one-dimensional, too exploitable, as I said before. I like picking Underlord for his brain dead of a hero. Of all the brain dead heroes out there, I think I like Underlord the most because, well, it depends on if you count Sand King as a brain dead hero. People call Broodmother a brain dead hero. Okay, any hero can be a brain dead hero if you call it that, or if you want to consider it that. Interesting, Viper gets banned. Probably like, I don't know. I didn't see the picks and shit. Obviously, I skipped over that shit. Anyways, let's go back to it. So, Firestorm burn damage. What's the burn damage normally? 2, 3, 4, 5% you can bring it up to. That's level 20. Atrophy or a damage reduction. I'm trying to remember what the damage reduction on the ability normally is. So you can give it another level in like a half. At level 20. That's cute. It's like if I need damage, I go Firestorm damage. If I need damage reduction, I go damage reduction talent. And level 25, you get Allies Atrophy Aura goes up to 50%, or you get a stronger Pit of Malice Root. Cute shit. Cute shit. Wikipedia, Underlord matches. Here we go. Seen a lot of losses. What is this? Tier 3, Tier 4? The Function? This is just the hero being picked last patch. Tier 4? Like completely unknown teams. Yeah, like Dog. Wait, don't I have a friend on Dog? T6? Isn't that checkmark 6? No, it's 666. Team Dog Champ. Who is this? Yeah, I do. It's Lukey's team. I mean, okay, sorry. I'm not trying to disparage this team. I'm just saying, like, these are not. This is competitive Dota in the same way that, like, if I joined a team and I was 1,000 MMR higher, like, that would be competitive Dota if we played in a tournament. You know what I mean? Or 2,000, whatever. If I was like a mid 7K player and I was on a team right now, you would say that I am playing in competitive, like it's the same level of competitive Dota as that. You know what I mean? Sorry, no, I'm not trying to shit talk. Nobody's dude. Luke isn't even gonna fucking. He doesn't watch my streams anymore. Like, this is competitive Dota in a very loose sense. So tier 3, tier 2. Here's a tier 1 team that picked him up, and that team lost. This was the ESL 1. Okay, I'm tainting the shit out of this video's VOD potentiality. I post this on YouTube, and if anybody watches this far, they're gonna be like, "That was a very interesting discussion you had about Underlord's competitive viability there," but I didn't really care for that because I was here for patch notes discussion. Look, he's secretly lurking right now. I'm like, no, you'd have nothing to mull about because I'm not calling him shit. I'm just saying, like, I didn't see that, like, as I'm scrolling through Underlord matches played in all of the month of August, all of the month of September, all of the month of August, all of the month of July, he's getting picked up, mostly losing, first of all. Don't know what his win rate is exactly, but this is just from what Ice Goddess linked. Mostly tier 3, tier 4 teams picking him and losing. And if we watch the game, I would be very, very shocked to see the hero do anything. Okay, here's a game where I'm doing it, dude. He's against Ricky. Theoretically, anyways, that's a decent lane. Now, Winter Wyvern's really fucking annoying to lane against his Underlord. The hero just, like, queues you down. You just feel bad. You can't really interact with her at all. But, like, Ricky can't really approach the lane when you're Underlord and your support gets a side pull. And they still lost the game. And I don't know why, but because we didn't watch the game, but, you know. Anyways. I'm calling him that wired. I'm not ashamed. Undying. Oh, wait, we didn't go over it. So 20 health regen got, yeah. Okay, we did go. Undying. Soul Rip got mana cost reduction. Cool. This is definitely an ability that you take a level 2, though. That's for sure. The new axe is going to make a portal for him to travel from tier 4 to tier 1. Don't make me laugh too loud, man. My parents are asleep. That was a pretty funny question. Or pretty funny. Okay, the Flesh Golem got a movement speed bonus at later ranks. This is good because I'm of the opinion that Flesh Golem Undying gets kited, and this helps him get kited less. So good for him. Rework Shard now reduces Flesh Golem cooldown by 30 seconds and causes Undying to spawn one zombie on each attack. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, you can pick up Shard and just, get levels on Undying, and like you're definitely not getting kited anymore if you can get on top of people. Maybe you go like, I don't blink Shard or some shit. What I'm gonna say is the zombies are annoying as shit. They slow you, and you can spawn them now, and you have another way of spawning them too on Undying, but I can't remember how. Doesn't your Axe spawn zombies too with like decay or some shit? No? Okay. Well, either way. Huge change for sure. Max attack speed Undying, just summon a horde. They are magic immune, so it's kind of hard to deal with them. And then also gain decay damage but lost some tankiness. Because decay damage doesn't mean strength steal, so. You could just take minus 15 tombstone cooldown. I mean, that is the hero. Like, even if Flesh Golem is becoming like this more impactful ability, like the hero is still tombstone still. So, yeah. Ursa, base strength goes up by 1. So slightly tankier, 20 extra HP. Thank you. And then cooldown increased slightly at earlier ranks. Interesting that they nerfed this ability again. I remember when this ability used to have like a 8-second cooldown at first rank. And then Shard no longer reduces cooldown by 1. So just a straight nerf to the hero. Okay. Vengeful Spirit now deals 50 damage to enemies when she swaps. And presumably this is to interact with Blink Dagger. Nether Swap now causes Vengeful Spirit and Vengeful Spirits and allies she swaps. Okay. I was going to say broken English again, but no, it's not. Vengeful Spirits, well, it still kind of is. Now causes Vengeful Spirits and allies she swaps. That's like weird. I don't like the way this is worded, but I suppose it makes sense. So, causes her, Vengeful Spirit, now causes Vengeful Spirit and allies she swaps. That's what it should say. Vengeful Spirit, singular, and allies she swaps. Swaps is unnecessarily capitalized. Okay, I'm being a stickler. To take 30, 40, 50% less damage for 3 seconds. That's good. When she goes to save, basically, no matter who she's swapping, she's taking less damage, because if she swaps an enemy, I think this still applies to her. But then if she swaps an ally, then they're both taking 50% less damage. So, I mean, good change. Can't complain with that, right? That talent kind of wild since decay doubles damage to creeps. Oh, that's a fair point. I forgot about this, but yeah. Plus 50 decay damage. Undying, I completely forgot about this change a while back, but yeah, because the decay does double damage to creeps. Does it say that? Why doesn't it say anywhere the decay does double damage to creeps? Dude, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It just doesn't mention anywhere that decay does double damage to creeps, but they made that change a little while ago, and that was a big deal. Because it meant that Undying could actually farm, kind of. But yeah, with that talent, you're doing 320 damage to creep waves. You cast decay twice and you kill a wave. At level 10, no less. That's a big deal. Undying can actually farm if he hits level 10. And like, you can get levels on Undying. You can like, get your shard. You can steal farm from your cores. You could become a core maybe, actually. Maybe, dude, maybe 3 Undying could work. Or 2. I don't know. Fuck. I don't know where you'd place it. But I don't know. That's kind of wonky that it doesn't even tell you that. Anyways, I'm seeing Venomancer. Okay, fun fact about Wire Guitar's Venomancer. I was a god on this hero when he was overpowered. Look at that fucking green page. Remember when he was broken last year? I played Veno and I won as Veno. I won my Veno games because I understood this hero. I know how to play Venomancer. I know what role this hero will always play until they give this hero a stun. I know how this hero plays. He plays dirty. Yeah, I'll just say that. I don't want to reveal too many secrets here, but agility reduced, so it feels bad, man. Do you remember Venomancer when Grease first came out? Grease first came out? That's like, you're talking 6.84, dude. That's a long time ago. No, I don't remember Veno back then. So here does agility and agility gain. That sucks. That's less damage, unless they buffed his base damage to compensate that. I mean, Veno already has piss base damage, so that's a feels bad, man. And then Poison Nova, damage rescaled from a flat amount to a significantly lower base amount, but it deals max health and damage. That could be good. Teach me, Master, how to play Veno. I've been meaning to get back into Veno. I was thinking about picking him last patch actually, but I just got into too many other heroes. But I need to add Venomancer back to my repertoire because this hero is oppressive in lane. There are so many matchups that Venom just shits on. Although, unfortunately, I think the Luna matchup is one that he does not win. Because I don't think he outtrades the Luna. Unless he has a really competent 4. So, anyways. Yeah, so max health and damage. I'm trying to think about what the breakpoint would need to be for this to be worth it. Every skill more or less doubles at its second point. Kind of cool. Yeah. So, level 1 Poison Nova is doing 40 damage. Now it's doing 20 plus 2% of the target's max health and damage. If the target has 1000 max HP, it is doing 20 extra damage. So if they have 1000 max HP, it's already worth it. Well, I shouldn't say worth it. It is even. And then every point in the health that somebody has beyond 1000 max HP, this new version of Poison Nova is dealing more damage. Fragment Scepter does 90% max HP over 20 seconds. Good Person 666. First of all, hello. Second of all, when did you get a sub in my channel? I'm curious. Unless, did you change your name? Third of all, and more importantly, yes, it does do a fuck ton of damage. You were gifted it. I see. Scepter damage rescaled from 75 to the same. So it does the same amount of damage, but the percentage health went up. However, that is such a small amount. Now you have to keep in mind Poison Nova ticks for 20 seconds. So yeah, like the math that you just said, I'm going to calculate it myself here just to make sure. 4.5 times, we said 20 seconds, right? So yeah, 90% of the target's max health. Now, of course, you can still heal, but I think doesn't Scepter reduce, doesn't Venom have an ability that reduces your healing or some shit? Or is that what he used to have? That's what he used to have, I think. Before I started playing him, ironically. Yeah, it used to be on his W. I thought they gave him another one. I'm evidently incorrect. But yeah, one thing is for sure. Poison Nova will bring you down. Doesn't matter how late into the game. His W used to, yeah. Doesn't matter how late into the game. Poison Nova will hurt you. Because most heroes are clocking enough HP by that point in the game for this to deal more damage. And if they have, like, it will always be relevant, basically. Poison Nova, always going to be relevant. That's a good change. That's a very good change. Especially when you consider how hard it is to hit Poison Nova. A lot of people don't know this, but, and they don't know this because of good reason. Venomancer's ulti has one of the most, what? Yeah. Venomancer's ulti has one of the most deceiving cast animations that you have ever seen in Dota. I want to see Poison Nova on a 5000 HP. Like, you know what? I'm gonna scratch that itch. Say no more. No, it does not have to be a Centaur, but he's the hero. He's the hero that is like most likely to have this kind of shit, right? So let's just do it. In fact, hold bots 4, and then just give him a heart. Oops. Well, we can give him an Ocean Heart too. Fine. He's got 5k HP. Let's just level this up to level 6. Now, unfortunately, since he has a heart, he's going to be probably out-regening this. But look at that. Did you see the AoE, by the way? Take note of the AoE. The AoE, that's pretty much the AoE. Well, it's a little bit, okay. Yeah. This AoE, it is, I mean, it is big, but it's not like that big. And if you look at the animation, it doesn't look like it's, do you see that animation? Am I crazy here? Look at that deceptively, like, you would think it's just this. It's actually this. Like, it is hitting him. I'm hitting him with the AoE right now. But the travel distance is, like, the weird part about it. I don't know. Anyways. This is, he's able to out-sustain it with his heart. Now let's just, you know, let's ramp up the heat here, okay? So first of all, do I have a talent for Poison Nova? I don't have a talent for Poison Nova. I do have damage, or I do have duration, but I don't have damage. So all I'm going to do here is I'm not going to give myself Kaya Sange. Last patch you would have gone Kaya Sange. I'm not going to do that this patch, or this game. For this example, I'm just going to buy an axe. That's it. Also, what is this hero's axe shard? Oh, it's the old talent. What's the old talent then? Lifesteal. Plague Ward cooldown. What? That used to be his level 15 talent. Now it's spell lifesteal? That's garbage. Anyways. Hit him with a heart. He's ticking. I mean, dude, he's still got a heart. But he's taking 200 damage per tick. And keep in mind this is lasting, you know, 15 more seconds. It's respectable. Take out the heart. Just give him an equivalent amount of HP. Just buy Reavers. Reavers are more health efficient, right? Wouldn't a Reaver be more health efficient? Reaver is 500 HP. This is 250. So buy a Reaver, 500, 500, 250. Give him 5k HP, hit the refresh button, and then just boom. What's up? How you doing? Hope you don't mind if I just take all that juicy HP, buddy. I won't attack him out. We're not trying to get the poison sting damage. We already know how much that does. Keep in mind he is healing a little bit because at a certain point you just get so much strength that your natural HP recovery due to all that strength is just ticking in. But yeah, damn. You will bring people down. You have so much poison you're gonna bring a like horde of elephants down to their knees. It is sexy. That's a lot of fucking damage. But it takes a while to tick. You have to like hit it and then kind of wait. It's always been the awkward part about Venom. Kill people slowly over time. But you do kill people. I do remember Servance again. I'm gonna quote Servance, the highlight of the stream. Remember Servance back when I was spamming Venomancer and he was watching my stream very regularly because he thought I would. Why? Because like he was into Dota back then. He was like, "Don't you have a problem in your games, Wired, where people just ignore you when you play Veno?" And I'm like, "Dude, if they ignore me, I'm just gonna kill them because Veno just does damage. Veno shits damage. All of his abilities just shit damage. This ability, you think his Q is harmless? It's not harmless. The shit shits damage. This thing ticks 5 times, right? Across its duration, 105 damage every tick, plus an initial 125 damage. This is the highest nuke in the game on a regular ability. Kind of. It does like 100, and it's just like 625 damage on a regular ability. It's crazy. It's just over time, so you don't think about it. But yeah, there's a crazy amount of damage. Anyways, Veno, good hero. This is a good change. Definitely buff the shit out of his ulti in terms of remaining relevant and strong against heroes that have a lot of HP. Viper. Mana cost decreased on his Q. Okay, so he's even more annoying as fucking lane. And then the max damage got decreased on Nether Toxin to be not as oppressive, and especially early game when you just plop Nether Toxin down and push lanes out. That was one of the big problems that he had. One of the big problems with laning against him is if he wanted to, he could just push lanes out, and like you'd have to play static. You'd lose the static change, the static thing, because nobody pushed lanes early like he did. He had a 1-point wonder. You put a point in Nether Toxin, put it on the ground, and you were pushing better than most other heroes in the game. And right, you're Viper, so you push the tower in. You could dive him if you open up dive potential. You have so many creeps, you overwhelm him. You could start side pulling. Offlane Viper. Shit was just super stupid. So makes sense to see that get nerfed quite significantly. Lost a lot of damage. Visage, Grave Chill, movement speed, drain got reduced slightly. Max range. It kind of feels like a lot of heroes that I didn't think would get nerfed got nerfed in some way. It feels like Valve is trying to be a little bit more sensible with their changes. They don't want to overbuff a hero, so they nerf something about the hero and then they buff it. The thing that doesn't make sense to me is the Tinker change, because this just seems like a nutty buff. I don't see much compensation for giving him free bots. Like, hey, I wonder how Tinker would operate if we just gave him 2,000 gold for free at the start of the game. Well, I guess we'll find out. And then what was one of the other changes that was like nutty? There was another hero that I remember going over where I was like, that's fucking nuts. Oh god, they're at the tip of my tongue right now. I can't even remember who. Fuck. Yeah, so the Meepo nerfs, like these just feel very out of place. I don't know why they did what they did. I don't think they thought about it all the way through. But Lich. That was right. I was like, damn, these are some crazy changes they made to Lich. Maybe not as impactful as I'm making it out to be, but still like pretty strong changes to that hero. Wasn't it SK? Was it Sand King? I think I like the direction they took his talents. I don't know if I said they were nutty. I'm just excited to play them because I play Sand King. Mostly, if I'm being real, it's mostly just that Sandstorm radius talent. That's some crazy shit. I always felt like Sandstorm needed a talent that increased its radius, and now he hasn't, so. Anyways. Visage. Movement speed got reduced ever so slightly at earlier ranks, but losing 5% at max rank, you will feel that. And then to compensate, you got gather damage, so Soul Assumption becomes more reliable as a damage source, And then Summon Familiars, the cooldown goes down, the armor that they get goes up at later ranks, and then the turn rate. Okay, so like some slight buffs to Visage and a nerf here. Cool. Void Spirit, I'm expecting nerfs. Could be wrong. Mana cost reduced, so buff. Pull duration increased, so buff. Damage debuff increased, so buffed. Quite significantly. Later ranks. Why did I think he was going to get nerfed? Well, because I see this hero as like a pub-stomping monster. And as we talked about earlier, apparently they do care about pubs because they nerfed Underlord. So somebody explain. No cap. But I guess he has to be piloted by a somewhat like decent player, I guess. Whereas Underlord is literally brain dead. Right? Void Spirit does require some degree of skill, I guess. I mean, very slightly. He's definitely the easiest spirit hero to play. Let's not kid ourselves, okay? Without speaking from a biased standpoint, Earth Spirit's the hardest, right? Requires the most skill and technical prowess. With my glasses, I move them. Then it probably goes like Ember, maybe Storm after that, somewhere. I don't know. I oftentimes debate which one is harder, Ember or Storm. And then way last is Void Spirit, because heroes piss easy by normal spirit hero comparisons, but still probably harder than most heroes in the game. I don't know. All of his abilities are kind of like. Yeah, I'm not even gonna. Never mind. This discussion is probably pointless. I don't think anybody wants to have a conversation about which spirit hero is the hardest to play. Warlock. Level 15 talent is 40. Was 40 DPS on upheaval. I didn't know it was a thing. Is the other one Shadow Word AoE? No, the Shadow Word AoE is. Where's Shadow Word AoE? Didn't this hero have a Shadow Word AoE talent? Vengeful Spirit is the hardest. R slow into Q is pretty easy setup. When you say R slow into Q, who are you talking about? You're talking about Warlock? 40 DPS on upheaval replaced by 10 attack speed per second. It's a shard. Oh, I see. Okay. 40 DPS on upheaval replaced by 10 attack speed per second to allies. That's pretty nutty, dude. Yo, level 15, this hero becomes an enabler. An enchanter, I guess is what you'd call him from League of Legends, where like you put your upheaval on the ground and suddenly your heroes are just like smacking things very quickly. 70% is a lot, yeah, for sure. No, the purple guy. Warlock good for high ground with his shard and new upheaval for sure. A lot of sustain, a lot of bonus damage, just giving it to free. If nothing else, right, you're upheavaling your golems and the enemy hero. Like your golem's just gonna hit things very quickly. This is a pretty good talent. I think you take this too. Shadow Word cooldown talent's nice, I suppose, but like I don't think it has anything on upheaval. Because upheaval is such a safe spell. You get to cast that from like, dude, this is one of the things that got me into playing Warlock back in the early 6.8 days. Was he's a nice, easy hero, nice little introduction to micro heroes too, kind of. I mean, he doesn't really require that much micro, because usually when you're microing one of your units, you're not microing two of them, right? Typical spell rotation on Warlock goes as follows. You push Q, you push your ulti, then you push your E, and if you had time somewhere in there, you'd cast your W. But first of all, I did not realize that Upheaval's AoE got nerfed so heavily. Fuck, feels fucking bad. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's get the Big Daddy AoE. Yeah, fuck yeah, that's the Warlock I remember. And let's get this talent. Oh, can you feel it, Greycast? I'm gushing right now. Oh, watch this. You ready? This is my final form. I'm so quick. Oh my god. Yeah, you can upheaval and forget about microing yourself. Great design. Yeah, it's like, am I even playing a micro hero? And it has a sticky duration, because the sticky duration applies to your enemies. So it applies to your allies too. Look at this. If I cancel, still 3 seconds. Look at that, 3 seconds. That's sick. So yeah, pretty easy hero to play, and that is a significant buff, I'd say. 2 is level 15 talents. Now keep in mind, Warlock does not farm at all. This hero is piss at farming, and you are very starved for EXP because you can't farm, and you often lose the lane because Warlock does not win the lane. Warlock has a very hard time winning lanes, in my opinion. This is dispellable, and like, what do? You have decent base stats. You have like 55 base damage, 49 to 59. You have like 54 base damage, and okay armor, at most okay armor, and low movement speed, in a shitty turn rate. Your animation is okay. You just walk up to people and just smack them. That's literally it. You're a range creep. You're like a slightly stronger range creep. Your ability to trade is iffy at best. Weaver, the swarm, travel speed got increased a little bit. It might actually hit somebody that you know, intended for it to hit that isn't in melee range. And it ignores damage block, so it's going to do a little bit more damage. Not a lot of people know this, but this ability does actually do some kind of damage. Very little. Geminate, ooh, a very, very, like a super long time in the making. This is like 5 years in the making. A change that might even be 5 years too late can now be toggled to disable autocast on Geminate attack. You get to choose who you throw your Geminate on. You don't automatically cast this shit on creeps. That is such a long. I can't even begin to describe how quality of life that is for Weaver. That is such a big change for his ability to actually do trades just in time. Maybe 5 years too late. I don't know. I remember watching a Slasher's Way video on this where he was like, I would like to see Weaver get this change. You know when Slasher made that video? Slasher made that video 5 years ago. He made that video back in 2014 or 2015, maybe even. Maybe it was even longer. I don't know. Can you orb walk with it? Good question. I'm going to assume yes. Well, let's test it. I wasn't even born the cat. It would make the most sense to me that you could, because it is, an orb. But let's test it. Turn this off, and then I should just be able to... Yeah, okay. So maybe... What? Wait, what the fuck? How did it... I didn't cast that shit. Yes, you can. You sure as fuck can. Yeah, look at me. Abusing creep aggro and shit. Now, of course, if you have this set to autocast like a noob, you will draw creep aggro. But yes, this hero's lane prowess just became more cancer. I mean, then it already was. Weaver already has pretty good base damage. Shikuchi's an amazing ability in the early game. I don't understand this. When I play with Weavers on my team, they just want to farm. Weaver is not a farm carry. Weaver is a carry that you send to go fight. He's a tempo-based hero. You do not farm with Weaver. Weaver is not, he just doesn't do that. He takes one ancient stack, maybe, with the swarm. Maybe. That's very questionable even. This hero does not farm. He fights. What is orb walk? We kind of showed a little bit, but orb walking is when you... I'll show you again. So orb walking, it's kind of a dated term. It's basically when you have an attack modifier, like Drow Ranger's Q, or Weaver's E, or, I don't know, Tusk's ulti, kind of. It's basically when you have an attack... Kunkka, I think, maybe, kind of counts. I'm not entirely sure. You have an attack modifier, and instead of right-clicking the enemy hero, you use your attack modifier's spell. So I push the E button on my keyboard, and then I push the hero. And even if I'm near creeps, I don't draw creep aggro. Although this range creep is still attacking me because it didn't de-aggro, but watch. Cast my E on the hero, and I'm not drawing any aggro from anything. I can stand next to the... Well, I can't really demonstrate now because there's no creeps, but here, check this out. So, have aggro, de-aggro, walk near the creeps. I should definitely draw aggro if I right-click this guy here from every creep. But I'm not drawing aggro because I orb walked. I clicked my ability with my E button, and I clicked it on the enemy hero. And for some reason, the game's coded to where that does not register as a right click. And since it's not a right click, you don't draw aggro. Now, if I right click him, you'll see this range creep wants to attack me, because of course, that's how creep aggro in Dota 2 works. So yeah, I have now described orb walking. I see that as called orb walking, yes. That's a pretty cool buff to Weaver's lane phase, for sure. That is that means something. An already good laner became better, as far as I'm concerned. Wind Ranger, Gale Force. This is her shard. And they... Oh, wait, I guess we didn't read his talents. 9 strength? Ooh. Or Shikuchi damage? I take Shikuchi damage if I'm playing Weaver, because, I want to fight, and Shikuchi damage helps you farm and fight. Dual strength got replaced with... Wait, what? He had a 9 strength? Oh, no, never mind. Got replaced with 2 swarm attacks to kill. That's a good talent. Was it level 3 with +3? But now you get a level 15. That is one of the most annoying talents to do within the entire game. The swarm is half of the hero. I'm not joking. The other half is that he's a, squishy but hard to kill hero that's very elusive. But the swarm is you put that on people in fights, and it doesn't get off. Unless you can go invisible, it just stays on you, and it reduces your armor, and it's doing some damage, and it's giving vision, and it's super fucking annoying. If you're support, you're dead. Basically, Weaver hits you in 2 hits, and even with no items, he's doing pure damage because it reduces your armor. And so getting that talent at level 15 is crazy, because it just means your timing to be able to fuck people over with it and just, fight. Because again, Weaver's not a farm hero. You don't farm on this hero. You tempo. You fight. You control the map. You run at the heroes. You abuse the fact that Weaver has good buttons to push and fights. You're not going to outfarm a Luna. You're just not going to do it on Weaver. He doesn't do that. Weaver outfarms you by outfighting you and then controlling your map and making it so you can't farm. That's how Weaver plays the game. If you're a good Weaver. And I can say that because I know how Weaver plays. Level 20, damage replaced with Geminate attack damage. That's cute. It might even be good. Like, what's his other talent? Swarm armor reduction? I don't know. Both those talents are like alright. Geminate attack damage kind of like fulfills the role that I guess Weaver. That'd be a cuter talent if it was like level 10. If it was like level 10 plus 30 or 40 or 50 even. At level 20, it's like Weaver's right clicks at that point are actually going to be something that you want to consistently be throwing out. So like, yeah, like plus 90 attack damage is nice, but I don't just want to be playing around Gemini. I want to actually be doing, well, so it's plus, you'd be doing plus 145 damage. I didn't realize Gemini attack gave extra damage. Gemini attack damage. Is that Gemini bonus damage? That's like the bonus damage that you get. That's pretty cool. Anyways, Wind Ranger, Gale Force. Rework Shard now grants Gale Force. Vector targeted. Summons a strong wind that pushes all enemies within 1000 AoE by 250 units per second in the target direction for 3 seconds. Muse can still move, attack and cast spells, does not interrupt channeling. That's interesting. Just pushes people off you. It's like an AoE force staff. I don't want to test it. Feels bad, man. Don't have the Arcana. I don't know what spell I need to have leveled for this to work. Oh, I guess I don't need one. Yeah, that's a big AoE. I don't know. That's cute. It's not a really strong pull. It kind of feels like Enigma, but like worse than Enigma because there's no CC attached to it. It's just pushing them. They can run against it. I'm gonna create an axe to see how strong the push is. I can see it on creeps, but how debilitating is this if I'm trying to run? Well, you run with it, so you actually run quicker if you're running in the opposite direction. That's interesting. So you could increase their movement speed. Let me turn on free spells. Am I right? Yeah, I'm definitely running faster. In some ways, this could be bad. Interesting spell. No damage. Keep that in mind. How would this be good for Wind Ranger? I feel like this would be good on a lot of heroes, but like not really Wind Ranger. How does she use this? Set up your shackles? I don't know. Just, maybe that's it. Like maybe you're just setting up shackles. I'm not sure. Cute spell. Okay. So they gave her that. And they gave her Wind Run Undispellable. Okay. Good defensive spell for 4 Wind Ranger, I suppose. But if you're 4 Wind Ranger, you're not just trying to get defensive things for you. You're trying to help your team. So I guess this could be good if you have like a draw lineup or something. Like a hero that gets jumped on and you don't want him getting jumped on. Wind Run Undispellable. Sick talent if you have a game where like they have a, I don't know, you're against like an Oracle or some hero that's just like dispelling your Wind Run, making it so that you're less elusive. Like that's a good talent. And then 25. Focus Fire kills advanced cooldown by 20 seconds. So if you kill your target, you get the cooldown back way quicker. That helps carry Wind Ranger. But Wind Run Invisibility. Wasn't that a level 20 talent? Did they change that? I don't know. Agility gain got reduced. Okay, interesting nerf to Wyvern, but yeah. Attack range bonus got decreased. So she's going to have to commit a little bit more in the late game if she wants to get those right clicks off on you. Movement speed got reduced at earlier ranks. So you're less like debilitated when she hits you with it. Winter's Curse cast range got reduced. This is probably, I hesitate to say, the biggest, if not one of the biggest nerfs of the patch, actually. It's just like, Winter Wyvern for the longest time has been able to just, I don't even want to say flex, like just straight up play Initiator. Just like buy a blink and become an Initiator. And, I mean, it's only 100 cast range, so it's probably not the biggest, but this does hurt. Wyvern will feel this. This will feel bad. Like, you're going to play Wyvern, and sometimes you're going to buy a Blink Dagger, and you're going to Blink curse somebody, but you're not actually going to hit them with the curse. And then you're going to have to move 100 units quicker or closer, and by the time you do that, you're getting hit by a stun, or you're getting hit by a silence, or something that's putting you out of commission, and you're letting your team down, and they're pinging your Winter's Curse, and you're like, guys, I don't know, I just wasn't close enough. And it's like, oh shit, the cast range nerf. Fuck. I can't play the same way that I used to. Like, yeah, just think about all the games that we've seen played in competitive where Wyvern has started a fight, and Winter's Curse has been the reason that that fight was started. It's just because of how good of an ability it is at starting a fight. It's an initiation ability. Do you think the nerfs are enough? I don't. These are pretty like slap on the wristy. Right? Attack range nerf later on means she has to get a little closer, but she still can commit. Like still super long like still 1,000 cast range or attack range, right? Because her base range is 500 something. It's like 500, I think, and then this gives 500 bonus range, so still 1,000 range, still pretty long. And then, you know, I guess you could say the agi gain. Oh my god, she's gonna attack so much slower. Not really. Like, let's get fucking real, okay? The movement speed is slow. This is nice early game, but it's only 6%. I mean, 6% is relevant, but it's not like they hit the damage. It's not like they nerfed the fuck out of the damage. A lot of people were complaining that the damage was just too strong. Like, what if they dispelled the? What if they made it so Arctic Burn was dispellable, right? Or wait, you can dispel Arctic Burn, right? You can dispel the debuff on Arctic Buff, right? I'm pretty sure you can dispel the debuff on Arctic Burn. I'm like 98% sure that if a Legion, that's one of the reasons why you lane Legion against her. Is because like later on you just blink alt Wyvern and that starts a good fight. But then early game you just double tap your PTA and you don't get Arctic Burn. Ice Goddess will correct me on this if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure you can dispel the Q. Yeah. Cold Embrace. Shard cooldown reduction reduced from 5 to 4. So I didn't know this, but her shard reduced the cooldown. And then did it also like didn't it shoot a Splinter's Blast or something? You can't just dispel it off Wyvern. That's what I figured the wording meant there. Yeah, when it ends a Splinter's Blast. Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't know that it reduced the cooldown, so that's why it was probably considered good. They also nerfed the heal on it at all ranks, but especially last rank. 1% reduction in heal. Spirit Vessel, all that better against her. You probably don't even heal anymore if you have a Spirit Vessel applied. You're actually probably just taking damage. Talents, the damage talent got reduced. Because that's another thing, is that like on top of flexing, I say flexing, but like you straight up were an initiator, Wyvern also became a core. Because no matter what position she was in, if she got any amount of farm whatsoever, and really it was just levels, she was doing relevant damage in the late game. She would ult you, she would be hitting you with her Q, she would be hitting you with a W at some point, and you would just take like 700, 800, 900 damage. And that's if you weren't the target that she cast you on. If you were the target that she cast it on, you'd probably just die. Did you ever see the Necro Wyvern build? No? I don't think so. They replaced the percentage-based heal with a flat amount. In some games, this could be better, maybe, but like it's probably usually worse. And the health talent that she used to have got replaced with a +2 second Arctic Burn debuff duration. I mean, that's actually like not even a bad talent. That's Splinter Blast Shatter Radius. Is that like it has a bigger radius of things that it connects to, probably? I don't know. Both those talents are fine. And then yeah, she had a night vision talent. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna say this. Her level 15 talent got a pretty big buff. Yeah, health is nice on a hero. Sometimes I don't see. I've had a reversal of opinion. I used to think health talents were nice on supports, but now I just think that if supports get gone on, they probably just die anyways. The health is usually negligible. You just die. Like if they go on you as Wyvern, you're probably just dead in like a second. It doesn't matter how much HP you're clocking. You're fucking dead. You have no armor. You're not itemizing for it. You're Wyvern. You know, like. Anyways. Witch Doctor. Creep damage rescaled to be 75 at all ranks. Okay. Hero damage got reduced. Okay. Deals more damage per bounce. Okay. Hold up. So that's 200 damage at the last bounce against creeps. This does a lot more damage against heroes. So take that for what it is. But you farm less. You will farm, like, you'll feel this from a farming perspective in a negative way, and then you'll feel this from a team fighting perspective in a positive way, because it's going to do more damage in team fights against heroes. if it bounces to them, you suddenly you pick Witch Doctor and turn into Wire Guitars, and you cast your Q, and the only time it bounces to a hero is the first time when you manually single target casted it to a hero. But then it just goes off to a creep, and then another creep, and it just bounces between them two for the rest of the fight. 5 a.m. patch discussion. Mecha Knights, how are you doing, dude? I wish you were here earlier, dude. We were going all over all the heroes. I would have loved to have known your opinions on them, but I'm sure you've already looked over the patch, so you probably have formulated your own opinions. Either way, they replaced his level 60 damage talent with a Voodoo Restoration mana talent, so he can sustain the ability. Skipped half of it. I don't blame me. So he can sustain using Voodoo Restoration a little bit more. Maledict Radius talent, okay. Level 10, not level 15. And then instead he has a health talent at level 15. I think you usually take cast bounces though. That's a lot of health though. 300 HP, level 15. I've talked about that, man. That's a golden number. There's something special about that. But you are support, like I said earlier with the Wyvern. But Witch Doctor is the kind of hero. He does get into the thick of things. And if there is any hero that's going to survive in the thick of things, man, it could be a Witch Doctor with that health talent. Well, I have an Immortal on this hero. Doesn't he have like a 3 strength gain or some shit? Something nutty. No, it's 2.3. I'm way off. What the fuck? 300 HP healing boy. Yeah, I don't know. You'd probably take the Maledict Radius talent. That's a lot, man. At level 10. And then take cast bounces level 15. Just become more damage. I don't know. It depends on the game, probably. Anyways, Wraith King. And I'm offline, but I'm not offline for you guys, so we're good. Oh shit, this is the end of the notes though. Fucking rip. Wraith King. Cooldown got increased at at later ranks. Interesting. So in games where you're popping off as Wraith King, you will not be able to pop off nearly as much. There's a problem I've had with Wraith King where it's like, sometimes you kill him, and if he gets an Octarine Core, like, you can't really kill him. You kill him, and then if he's able to disengage for more than 20 seconds, he's up again. Or he has a second life again. I don't know if that was that big of an issue, but this kind of solidifies that that's not going to really happen. But in any case, level 10 gave him movement speed. So level 15, they replaced that with the Wraithfire stun duration. Game Clight's out of date. Already we got a nice insta patch. Interesting. Level 20, you have a cleave talent. Interesting. He already has a farming mechanism with the skeletons, but was Wraith King even that good though? I was thinking that same thing. I was like, was this hero even getting picked? What? Not really in pubs. This hero just lost to like Luna, PLs. Like he lost to. There's so many carries that were either super popular or at least were like Gyro. Does Wraith King beat Gyro? I don't think Wraith King beat Gyro. Speaking from a pub perspective, I felt like Wraith King was dead. So I don't really understand this, but teach their own, right? Don't think so, yeah. Zeus, Lightning Bolt. Mana cost got reduced. Now, just hot take on Zeus. I did not see this hero get picked at all, at least in my games. And then in competitive, the brief few games that I glossed over, he was not a very popular mid, so I'm predicting these will be buffs. So they did reduce the mana cost on his W, only by 5, but I mean, for a hero like Zeus, that's probably a big deal. Vision duration got increased by 0.5 seconds. Shard active mana cost. Now remember, his shard was the Mario jump, right? The active mana cost got reduced by 25. So I don't know if you buy it, but it is a Mario jump. And it grants 900 radius unobstructed vision around Zeus for 3 seconds. Okay. Duration reduced by 5 seconds on Nimbus. And the lightning bolt interval was increased. And the bounty was increased. So they nerfed Nimbus across the board. Just straight up nerfed to Nimbus. That's interesting. The way I see this patch, with 325 range AoE lightning bolt, that's a big deal, by the way. That's pretty strong, especially if that applies to Nimbus. But here's what I'm going to say. This is my like summary of the patch. A lot of the things that were annoying, even if they weren't good, got nerfed. So I mean, again, I guess the most recent palatable example that I'm coming up with right now is like Nimbus. Nimbus was annoying to play against, and it got nerfed. But I don't think Nimbus was good. Well, Nimbus is good, but Zeus isn't good. So Nimbus isn't good because it's on Zeus, right? Wraith King, same thing. This whole late game 40-second revive thing, that shit's annoying. But Wraith King wasn't good. And even if this was good, Wraith King's bad, so it's bad. You know what I mean? Or another good example. Like, okay. This is just a really good example. Let me find a really good example. Like, just a really good example. Okay. Like Underlord, right? It's not really... No. Sorry. I could find a better example. We can find better examples. Lewis Norse, I did not see that Nimbus had a lower cooldown. Who do you think are the biggest winners of the patch? Tinker for sure. I wouldn't even be surprised if I reload my client and see that like Keen Conveyance is just removed, because this seems nutty. They gave the hero bots for free. I can't straight say they gave him bots for free. That's 2,000 gold that the hero just starts with. That's great. Well, it doesn't start with. You have to hit level 6, but hit level 6, you have free bots. That's nutty. If the hero isn't relevant at this point, I don't know what it needs. Like, that's what he needs when he can't farm, though? What do you mean? That's what he needs when he can't farm, though? Are you saying he can't farm now, or... Because, oh, he doesn't have Marching Machines. Well, no, because now Laser is your Marching Machines. You just farm with Laser. So, sorry. I'm trying to think of annoying things that they nerfed that I didn't think needed nerfed. I know Spirit Breaker was a pretty popular pick in competitive, so I can't really comment on his changes. But, like, okay. Great example. Dude, I feel like I had so many good examples when I was reading through the patch notes. Now that I'm just skimming through them, kind of drawing blanks here. Okay. I guess Nature's Prophet. We'll go over the, like, Sprout. Wasn't really, like, this hero's dog shit. Sprout really wasn't that good of an ability. They nerfed the vision on it. Why? Thought that was still a shard for some reason. No. Tinker got hella changed. Like, he's a different hero now. But whatever he is, I'm sure he's just a better hero. No matter what Tinker will fall into in terms of his like position in the game, he's just going to be a good ability. Every ability gets his vision nerfed eventually. Yeah, I mean, they did it with the Storm Static Remnant. Every hero, it feels like, or like 50% of the cast lost 0.3 strength gain. I don't really know why. Meepo got hella fucking nerfed for no goddamn reason whatsoever. Justify the Meepo nerfs to me. I'll wait. I think Ice Frog, my hot take, I think Ice Frog is a 4K player. I think he has, I don't really want to talk too much shit on the dude, especially if I don't know anything about him, but it is very possible that Ice Frog is given so much creative freedom with how he wants to dictate the patches. This is just assuming he even gets to deal with balance changes anymore, but either way, he's like a 4K shitter, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, and so when he approaches heroes like Meepo and shit, you know, heroes that are way over his scope, he's just like, okay, well, if we're going to buff him because he's bad, I need to make sure that I'm restrained here. And so, first of all, let's hit his strength and agi gain. That's a big change. And then also, let's make sure that if we're going to make his poof pure damage, we got to nerf the damage. Like, we just can't leave it the same. And it's like, wait, how does the hero farm now? And it's like, well, we never mind that. Let's focus on the pure damage thing. Well, what can we do with that? I know, let's rework the shard or some shit. Let's make it, didn't it used to be super good? His shard used to be the thing where you burrow underground. Or was that his Axe Scepter? That might have been an Axe Scepter. Okay, never mind. That's his Axe Scepter. Never mind. There's so many small changes that felt incredibly unnecessary. Yes. 100% agree. That's the best way to put what I was just about to say. Is, in summary, in this patch, it feels like there's so many heroes that were bad that just got nerfed in some way that, I mean, like, I understand if you're going to buff them, you want to make sure that they're not overbuffed, so you got to pull back some strength on the hero's kit to some extent, but, like, you know, what the fuck are you doing here, dude? Multiple instances no longer stack. Why does that need to happen? Why you gotta hit my Enigma's refresher or prowess? You know? Just to give him a new scepter that's probably no better than the current one? Let's test the damage right now. I bet it's the exact same fucking thing. Well, it's probably slightly better if you consider magic resistance, because your E was affected by magic resistance and whatnot, but still. Shard was like 30%. Chance to proc Geostrike. Oh yeah, it used to be the Geostrike thing. Oh boy, do I love my 42% win rate Oscar changes, yeah. Lena base damage buff, but less yeah. Great example, here's a great example. It's like, I gain two more base damage, but I lose attack speed per stack. Enigma acts better, no? Well, it depends. Like, the Midnight Pulse used to, like, so now it's 5%, I assume, of your max health, right? We still don't really know. Yeah, okay, so it says it better in the scepter, of the unit's max health. This is 7%, right? Midnight Pulse is 7%. of the target's health or whatever fucking damage. But what you can't do anymore is stack the things, right? So like what you used to, this is, I guess you could argue this is somewhat realistic, but let's just create the dream scenario. Let's create, okay, just imagine there's 5 axes. This one axe is 5 axes, okay? So like, I'm gonna go in and lay my shit down, and then queue up the refresher. And then you place the second black hole down. Whoops, I didn't queue up the refresher, sorry. And like, these 2 midnight pulses would just be shitting damage. Wait, what the fuck? Is it shitting damage? Are they stacking? These aren't stacking, right? No, these are definitely not stacking. But they used to. And so I used to be able to put, you know, 2, I'd blink, E, R. Most things are dead by this point anyways. If I'm hitting 2 or 3 targets and I have BKB, they're dead. But you E again and R, and it's like, I'm doing the same damage. It feels fucking bad, man. Is the damage more than what it used to be? Like, is 5% pure damage more than 7% magic damage that was probably reduced down to 5% anyways? Yeah, probably. But like, why change that? Why not just keep it in to where midnight pulses are stacking with black holes? And this is applying the current level of midnight pulse. I don't know. It's just, it feels like an unnecessary change that won't affect like 90% of games. Sorry, won't affect 99.9% of games. But yeah, I guess that's what they want it to be now. And then yeah, these level 10 talents, like, let's check to see how strong Eidolon attack speed is. I bet it's shit. It helps it, okay, I will say this. It does help him farm slightly faster, and that was one thing that I complained about with Enigma, is that his farm speed doesn't scale. He needs Eidolons to farm, and you're not gonna, like, you don't use your E to farm. We've been over this, man. You use your E to farm on Enigma, and you are sad pandas if you need it for Black Hole. Plus, it doesn't even really farm all that well. It doesn't hit Ancients, I don't think. And it doesn't really even kill creeps. It does like 50% of their health and damage. Checked out new yeah. There's a bunch of things I wanted to go over at the end of this patch, but I forget what they were. It's a projectile. I think it goes pretty quick, right? And it has a very nice cast animation to it, but it isn't instant. Oh, it's actually quite slow. I didn't realize that. I thought 1,000 projectile speed would be quicker than that. Let me, how far is it? It's still pretty far cast range, right? Doesn't this hero have a cast range? Don't like it doesn't anymore. That is kind of shit, dude. That is very, very dodgeable. Seemed like a dog shit change for no reason. Well, when I was reading over the notes, I said that the reason why they'd make a change like this is if they wanted to balance the hero in other ways. Because the fact that she used to be an instant cast AoE disable was like probably limiting some design space for the hero. Because that was a very powerful aspect of the hero's kit. If nothing else, in a game of Dota 2, as DP, you always had that. You always had the ability to just, bloop, you're all silenced. Now it's like, okay, we can dodge it, so there's counterplay. So, yeah, it kind of sums up that, yeah. This one change, this ability sums up the patch. Boom. This patch in a word. New silence. We talked about this, and maybe Ice Goddess remembers, but like I was saying to myself, I was saying to you guys, like, if they made this change because they wanted to open up more design space for Death Prophet's kit, like they wanted to make it so that they could change other aspects of her kit, you know, too much power was front loaded on silence. I don't know, that would make some sense, but now it just feels like silence is a dog shit ability. So I'm not sure. There's such a delay in casting it. You know, like I want those targets silenced. Well, let me wait like 2 seconds for it to land. Feels like. Pick Brew, get Shard and Echo Saber, and use Purple Brew to hit someone. Oh, does it perma slow somebody? If Rubik got Q projectile next? Yeah, if Rubik couldn't flex initiation. They should just make Hex have like a projectile too. From Lion and Shadow Shaman and the item. Let's just become League of Legends. Let's see here. How did you find out about this, Aston? What the fuck? Select new hero. Don't give him ideas. We're just going to become League of Legends. Everything's going to be a skill shot that's dodgeable. So I get the Shard. Level up to 6. Hit this. Grab my purple panda. Oh shit, I need a thing. Echo. I have been in lobby doing weird shit. That's what we love about you the most. No, he doesn't get it. I have to buy it when he's... I have to resummon him. There's no cooldown, you're right. That's pretty fucking strong, actually. That's pretty nutty, dude. This isn't just weird. This is actually quite strong. How dare they move? Yeah, exactly. Literally just how dare you fucking move. Oh, you thought you could move? Let me stun you. Oh, you're not stunned? Let me slow you. Now let me just keep slowing you. Free spells on. Fair point. But it still works. Well, here, okay. Just to, for 100% confirm, I'll recast the ability. Good point, though. Good point. Ice Goddess always with the good points. No, sure enough, this target is not fucking moving. And hey, let's just, you know, let's amp it up. As I seem to recall, this thing has a low base attack time, low base damage. Doesn't scale with attack speed if I buy base attack speed, but if I buy Assault Gears, if I buy, well, multiple Assault Gears, it don't matter. What else gives attack speed? Helm? Doesn't give attack speed. Oh, it does. No, it doesn't. What a shit item. Drums? Doesn't. What a shit item. What gives attack speed? Go Scotty Echo? No, there's no point to go Scotty because I already know that Scotty permanently applies itself because it does. That's how the item should work. Drums may be good. Well, drums doesn't work like that. Because you have to pop the active for drums, and I can't pop the active on Brewlings. I would need a support to do that for me. I'm confused. Doesn't this thing have a low base attack time? Shouldn't you be attacking like every second or some shit? Or like even quicker than that? Hold it. Let's level up. Level up to the maximum. By the way, fun fact. When I was saying Brew scales, I don't just mean in the right click department. I mean his pandas get crazy nutty if you get to level 25 and get the Brewlings Drunken Panda talent. Look at this shit. Look at them just nuke this fucker. Look at that. This is 4 hearts. This man has insane health regen. And I'm just critting him with my pandas. That's a dead axe. Let's get the AoE movement speed orb would be nice too. I guess, yeah. I mean, look, drums is a shitty item. I don't think the changes they gave it were enough. Literally just 1 stat to strengthen it. I don't know if that's enough, man. How do you use drum on brew? Like, you can't use it. You pop it and then alt, and then like, okay, everybody except for my Brewlings gets the aura. Nice. You know? I just want to see how much slow you can get with this. Well, okay, fine. It's already pretty stupid as is. Who's getting the... He's not getting the AC buff, so I need to get my... Wait, hello? Okay. No, is he? Hold up. He still gets it? No, he isn't. Okay, so I need to keep you in range. Yeah, okay. Did you already try out the new Brood Axe? I did not. Good point. Good point. Yeah, Basher 2 would be pretty stupid. Dude, I mean, really, what this is just going to surmise is people are just going to kill the pandas. Like, I mean, if they weren't already. It just makes your level 20 timing on Brew is that much more important. I think, call me crazy, I think Brew's level 20 talent should be level 15. The 1400 Broodling talent. Maybe it should compete with his health talent. Like, maybe that sounds nutty, but this hero, when Brew gets behind, it is a hard game because you feel it everywhere. Your levels are so important because, you know, you get 2 extra seconds on Primal Split. That's big. But then also you get the damage from all your Primal Split, your Brewlings leveling up. And then also you got to hit that level 20 talent before the enemy carry gets some form of AoE. Otherwise they just burst your shit down. Let's try the new Brood Axe now. Did seem pretty interesting. Take over less of the map, but the areas you do take over are just so secure now. I mean, yeah, literally, it's like they're tripwires, right? They tell everybody. You guys can't hear sound right now. I'm assuming, right? Yeah, you guys can't hear any game sound because my headphones are connected to my. If you don't have Midas on Brew, it takes ages to get. Yeah, basically. And then if you do have Midas on Brew, well, congratulations, you have a Midas offlaner. And so if you're winning the game, it's probably not because of him, unless he was able to make sick ass rotations without Midas. In which case, you're against bad players. Is it really, dude? Come on, Dota. You don't have a fucking you don't have a, you printed this patch, you made us wait so long, you don't even have a fucking ability icon for it. That's just unacceptable. I'm gonna say it. Maybe I'm a heretic here, but I am personally of the belief that quality control should have done a better job on this. So that would be my F, right? Why is it on D? Oh, it's on D because I wanted the AoE. Wanted to see the AoE. It is vector target, I know. Just because it's vector target doesn't mean it doesn't have to have an ability icon. Come on, guys. What are you saying, Aston? I know it's click and drag. Why doesn't it have an ability icon? That's what I'm complaining about. Shit, I need to hold it. That's cute. That is a cute animation, though. I can respect the animation. I wasn't trying to cast it. I was trying to find out what hockey I would have, because I do play Broodmother, remember? Can't overlap sticky snares. It wasn't even overlapping. This is not overlapping. I was just out of the cast range. Is that what it says if you're out of the cast range? That would overlap. That would overlap. That would overlap? Are you sure? Hello? That's not how I made it. Is it bugged? Okay, here. Free spells. Notice it? Okay, it actually made it the way it's supposed to. What does Axe Brute do? Okay, I'm going to explain it in as simple terms as I possibly can, but honestly, I don't even fully understand it. So you create a tripwire, and it's invisible to everybody, except for you and your allies, so it's invisible to your enemies. It's 900 width, so it's kind of like a wall, I think, is 900. And when somebody hits it, so it's invisible, keep that in mind. Very important that it's invisible. If it wasn't invisible, this would be dog shit. But anyways, let's level them up to max. When an enemy walks over this invisible trap, first thing it does is it pings your map to everybody. To everybody on your team. To you, your allies, everybody gets a ping. And it's like, hey, this motherfucker just ran over your trap. Look at that. Boom. Hey guys, he's running over my trap. Fake techies, kind of. It does damage. That's another thing it does. It does 400 damage. Well, it does 100 DPS for 4 seconds. So 400 damage magic, so reduced, 300, whatever. And then another thing it does is it roots them for the duration. And also apparently it slows them a little bit too, as he's walking into it. Yeah, it slows them for a little bit before it activates. That's right. It's like 100% movement speed slow for 0.25 seconds, and then it roots them for 4 seconds. You can only have 5 of them active at once, and you have 2 charges. It does cost mana, and remember, Brood got nerfed in the mana department this patch as well. Now play with techies. This plus techies would be the most annoying shit. And Treant. Well, keep this in mind, okay? This is invisible, but I think you can see it with True Sight. Let's test. If it's invisible, that should mean that you can, get True Sight. What did Wired say about the new Brood's terrible. We went over this. I will post this VOD up on YouTube, but this hero's dog shit now. Whoops, I did not mean to click on Brood. I meant to click on it. It doesn't matter. No, you can't. No way you can't see it with True Sight. That's what I was thinking too. I mean, that's what I said. This has to be visible to enemies if you have True Sight. There's no way there's not at least some counterplay for enemies. I can just do this, right? Give her an X this way. Yes, sick. Okay. Yeah, awesome. The game works the way I thought it did. Awesome. Okay, so she just created it. And actually, call me crazy, but I feel like I can kind of see it. Am I crazy? I'm crazy. Let's just to test purposes. Yeah, I can't overlap. I feel like they're black. I don't know. I'm probably fucking crazy. Okay, anyways. Gem? A Jama? Jama. I can't see it. Blind as a fucking bat. Is there really no counterplay? Ooh, is this the new way to play Brood? Because watch. Triggered. I'm rooted. Taking 400 damage. There's no way that's not bugged. It says invisible. And I'm going to just... Okay, so invisibility in Dota is a key term, right? It's a keyword. If something is invisible, that means that you can see it with True Sight. That is spicy. That is definitely very spicy. You can trigger it with illusions. You cannot trigger it with illusions. I think it even says that on the tooltip. But I will test it now. Manta's... Notice, I even removed Manta from my situational items because I was done buying Manta on Brood. See? It doesn't trigger on traps. Oh, can you? Okay, sorry. I thought you were saying it could, and I was like, it even said in the patch notes that you can. But no, you cannot test it with illusions. This is interesting. So this is actually like a... What would you call this? I wanted to say the word non-committal, but that doesn't make sense. This is a 100% guaranteed, like, unfair trap. Like, you will pop somebody's BKB with this because they can't see it. So you can make a... Dude, Brood's actually overpowered. You can prevent high ground pushes, 100%. There's no way they can push high ground walking into this. If they push high ground into this, because they can't counter it, they cannot counter it. Literally cannot. Yeah, it's 4 seconds. They will get rooted. And if they get rooted and don't pop their BKB, they're just dead. So they're just standing there. If they do pop their BKB, well, hey, that's a non-committal. That's what it is. It's a non-committal way to pop BKBs. Because a 4-second root is not something you can just sustain. Right? Like, not many heroes can just sustain that. And you could argue, oh, well, what if they just walk into it with their bodies to pop it? Well, it's like, okay, they're walking into my high ground tier 3s to pop it. And if they're doing that, we're just gonna go on them. So it just starts a fight. Does it pop with creeps? No. There's nothing that pops it except for here. So I'm gonna say this. This axe is actually very strong if it remains in its current state with no counterplay. But I mean guys. We just came off a brood patch. There's no way this stays in its current state. It's gonna get nerfed. And not only is it gonna get nerfed, they're gonna nerf brood again. They're gonna do it one more time. They're gonna nerf this, and then they're gonna be like, you know what? Yeah, we don't like spin webs as an ability, so we're just gonna remove it. No, what they're gonna do is they're gonna like nerf it, and because it's gonna be overpowered, and people are gonna be doing something overpowered on brood to make her somewhat good again in her lane. Like they're gonna make her work somehow in lane, and they're gonna be like, we didn't nerf her lane hard enough, so her Q lifesteal gutted to 20% health, rank 1 or some shit. So yeah. Also, I forgot that Manta Style gives you movement speed. So here, let's drop it. And then let me just show you how sad this is yet again. In case you forgot, let me remind you. I'm Brood Mother now. I'm losing HP. And I'm running slower as a result. And you can almost see real tears form as I now have no boots, basically. I am slow as piss. I am even slower. I am base movement speed Brood. At 10% HP. You have 10% HP, you remove a base movement speed. I'm moving like a base movement speed each. Do you know how sad this is? This is so sad. This was never Brood's design, dude. Brood was never intended to be this garbage. Like, she was always supposed to be a quick spider. I have old VODs up on YouTube. Not up on YouTube, because I deleted all my YouTube videos. I unlisted them. I go back and watch those VODs sometimes, and I see Brood moving hasted, invisible. And I think back to better days when this hero could still go invisible. And now what has she been reduced to? Bring back Invism Webs indeed. Look at this garbage. I'm getting slowed just by taking damage? What other hero in the game can say that? Now you could argue, no, you're getting hasted for free, and you're getting slowed because you're misplaying or some shit. Well, fuck you, dude. Right? My ability gets worse the more damage I take. There's other abilities like this. Is just lame. It's just unfun, man. It's like, if you don't want to pick the hero, just remove it from the game. Take it off of captain's mode for a bit or some shit. We haven't even gone over the mana nerf changes too, no, the damage. Didn't I say that? I said the damage was another huge aspect of the nerf. They took 60 damage off this ability. That's fucking crazy. This shit is terrible now. You can't even one-shot range creeps with the talent, I bet. Let's test it. Give me a level 10 talent. Oh, I'm triggering the traps still. The traps are OP though. I will give her that. These traps are fucking broken. We're getting the Meepo treatment, yeah. Except Meepo doesn't have a broken axe. This axe is broken. This is some OP shit. No way this stays in its current state though, promise you. I'm gonna be able to fling spiders next turn. Okay, so yes, I can still one-shot spiders, or range creeps. At least they kept that. But the mana cost went up, and the damage is a lot lower. Like, yeah, dude, 320 damage. Remember when that said 400 at rank 1? When I got the level 10 talent? Yeah, I remember that. Pepperidge Farm remembers, or whatever the fuck the Family Guy shit is. Or I guess it didn't say 400, or it said like 380 or some shit. I don't know. That was a higher number than what it's currently at. That's the way it's always been. Every time they've nerfed Brood when she's been powerful, they nerf Spawn Spiderling's nuke damage. Why do they do that? Why can't you just accept that the hero that you printed, as is a long-range caster? Promote the playstyle, don't nerf it. Who's gonna go in on this hero? How do I right-click? You didn't give me tools to right-click. You gave me 4 active abilities. And then an axe that gives me another active ability. I don't have steroid. Bring back old Incap Bite. Bring back old Insatiable Hunger. If you want me to get into man fight, give me man fighting tools. Don't give me fucking spell tools. Make it so that spiders apply like a mischance or something. Just give me tools to man fight people and I'll man fight people. But I'm not gonna buy man fighting items. I can't man fight. That's what this new patch implies. Is they're like, hey, we want Brood to have less of an impact if she's hanging back and more of an impact if she's getting in. So when she goes in and heals herself, she's running quicker. And when she's, you know, running in and dealing damage with her right clicks, she doesn't care as much about the nerf to her spawn spider damage. Not to mention the 20 mana cost on a hero that is cripped without arcanes. I don't think AM is suddenly good. Plus 0.3 strength gain is not enough at 15 minutes unless you have level 12. You can't one-shot range creeps anymore. Yeah. Level 12? It doesn't take level 12. You just have to get the talent, right? Oh, 15 minutes. That's right, when the creeps upgrade. AM offlane, calling it now so much utility. 0 HP, 0 Z. Well, no, AM offlane was already kind of good, right? Didn't, like, we saw Keizu and Gork C do that shit? You just rush a Vanguard and an Echo Saber? Did it get worse? I think it just got better. Like, the hero just got better, right? I don't think there was any big nerfs, if any nerfs. Anti-Mage. Anti-Magus. Wait, what? Where is he? Here he is. Strength gain went up. Yeah, there's no nerfs here. Well, this wasn't a nerf, yeah. Yes, or just play a better offliner. I don't know. Dude, it wasn't bad. It was, you just frontline for people as anti-mage. Doesn't seem good enough to pick it over so many other things. At what bracket? Okay, because if Keizu's doing this at 10k games, like, unless you're playing competitive Dota, I don't think it matters. If you're playing 6k, what bracket are you even in, Aston? Are you 6k? Are you 5k? If you pick anti-mage offlane in a 5k game, you should. The only person that deserves flame is the person that's flaming you for it. I don't give a fuck what other carries are doing. I'm saying there's an 11k player out there that picked it regularly in his games. And dude, also you're neglecting to mention, but I will mention it. Most of these games he's losing. Maybe anti-mage carry is actually just bad. Look at this. Loss, win, win. Loss, 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 loss. Win. Loss, 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 loss. Win. Loss, 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 loss. Like, the hero was just bad last patch. Probably required some innovation to make work. Gary, I think AM is bad in general, but let's see it work. I'm super skeptical. Go watch. Hey, Keizu's stream is always available. Okay? VODs became available ever since he figured out how to disassociate the music with the his desktop audio with the VOD, the patch, or with his VODs. Yeah. I mean, or you could, the Slasher's Way thing, you could do that too. I'll join on stream 10, which will be tilted. AM offline back to divine. Do it, dude. Hey, you know what? This isn't even fair. Aston, if you regularly queue with Ball still, and Ball is always promoting the jankiest off-meta shit, you have no right to criticize AM offlane. And you know what? I bet Ball criticizes it too. I bet Ball, the proponent of Mage Slayer last patch when Mage Slayer was garbage, was like all about, you know, flaming anti-mage offlane. Remember when this item cost 800 gold more and built out of shittier items? Ball was like, oh, Mage Slayer, best item in the game. Just buy Mage Slayer, win the game. He came into my stream like 2 days ago and said that. And I bet if I asked Ball, if I was like, Ball, what do you think about anti-mage offlane? I bet he'd be like, yo, that is hot garbage. Anti-mage plus Mage Slayer? I don't know. Tried Mage Slayer yet? Wired looks great this game. Yeah. Did he say that? He said some shit like that. He will say it's lit. No, Ball will shit talk it because Ball is of the opinion that anti-mage is a ricer. That the only thing anti-mage can do can rice. I'm just kidding. I shouldn't speak for Ball. I don't actually know what Ball's opinions are on anti-mage. But what I will say is that if you flame anti-mage offlane and you regularly queue with somebody who does the jankiest off-meta shit in the game, then you're experiencing levels of cognitive dissonance that are actually radioactive. Like, not advisable to be touched within a 10-foot like pole. As I don't think the base hero chassis is strong. It is though. No, it is. That's where you're wrong. Anti-Mage as like Anti-Mage baseline stats, right? 4 armor with stat boosting items. You boost this up to 4.5 or 5. Very, very good attack animation. Decent base damage. Mana burn. You have a blink. You have an ability to shrug off spells. Like this hero's base chassis is pretty good. And again, just so we're clear, I don't give a fuck about his strength game. We're talking early laning. When you're just trading right clicks. This hero makes regen very valuable because you have 4 armor, right? You're a melee hero. Any other carry in the game doesn't. Have you ever just tried, like literally try this? This is my advice to you. Pick Anti-Mage, go into a custom, put him 1v1 against any other carry and just level both of their steroids and see who wins the 1v1 fight. I'm going to make a Jug, and I'm going to level Jug's crit at level 1, which Jug would never do. Well, let's just test it. No spells, no items, just passive abilities. Watch who wins the 1v1. Ready? You ready? Ooh, I saw a double crit in there. Okay, another crit. Interesting. You might actually win it. Jug's out of mana now. Okay, interesting. So Jug's gonna win this. Out of mana though. Out of mana Jug. Anti-Mage tangoes up. Jug has no mana. Mana's a harder resource to... You say LMAO, but this is a win for Anti-Mage because this Jug has no mana now. Jug has no mana now. What does Jug do in this lane? All I do as AM is I salve up and I'm good. I literally do this and I'm just good. What does Jug do? You pop a Clarity? Pop 3 mangoes? Spend double the gold I did? Mana is more valuable as a resource in lane than HP is. And AM knows how to trade it well. It is funny. Fight them from this HP? Well, this would be what it would be like, right? Or I guess Jug would get a salve too, and then Jug would have no mana, AM would have full HP. And full mana, I guess. Not that AM does anything with his mana. But besides, I guess, like, blank. But yeah. You can secure range creeps with your right click. That's very few heroes can say that. I guess Anti-Mage is one of the ones that can say it, but your right click is good enough to secure range creeps because you're Q. And it doesn't do damage to heroes with no mana. Well, I mean, you're not even necessarily, like, you go over corrosion, but even if you don't, and you don't, like, go for kills in the early game, all you're really trying to do is bully the safe laner out, which AM can do because he trades really well with a lot of heroes. And then when you get your event, now, just so we're clear, this isn't Wire Guitars approved. This is Wire Guitars Think Tanked and Keizu approved. But Keizu's a better player than I am, so if anything, I think that should give more credence. But based off of what I've seen him do, what you do is you trade the enemy carry out, maybe you kill him, you know, Orb of Corrosion plus intelligent play. Especially once you get your Vanguard, no hero can lane against you. And then when you get your Vanguard, you're just trying to take over their safe lane till the tower falls, get your Echo Saber, and just go around the map and fight frontline for your team. And like, can you start a fight? Like, can you initiate a fight? No. You know, you don't have a blink RP, you don't have a blink wall, you don't have a blink Mars arena. You know, like you're not gonna blink stun somebody, but you can frontline. And frontlining is its own way of starting fights, right? Because if I frontline and pressure an objective, then the enemy team has to respond. Watch this. Anti-Mage with a Vanguard? Check this out. I mean, you already know this, right? Vanguard broken item this patch. And hasn't gotten nerfed. Curiously enough, Vanguard escaped the nerf hammer. But I'm just hitting your tower. And I have a Vanguard, so I don't die. I'd have to give myself a few levels here, but like, yeah. And maybe like, I guess, treads or something. So yeah, I'm tanky. Just go up, push towers. If I have a catapult, this tower's dying. Losing a bit of HP, I suppose. Either way, I'm tanky as shit. You try to go on me. I'm super tanky because I have counterspell. Quaswex AM? Well, I'm not playing Invoker and Anti-Mage fused together. But Ball was never a fan of Quaswex. I wasn't even trying to ridicule Ball. I'm just saying that if you flame something like offline Anti-Mage, which isn't even that bad, at least according to a 10k MMR player, I don't, what is Keizu's MMR? Probably 11k. But if you flame something that was approved by an 11k MMR player as too janky or too weird, then, you know, you're approaching some radioactive levels of cognitive dissonance. Anyways. What, it's been 5.5 hours? Long stream to not play any Dota games, but we did talk about Dota the entire time, so, you know, that is what it is. I'm okay with this patch. I'm, like, neutral about it. Initial impressions. I haven't played any games of it, obviously. I did not think that Helm of the Dominator was going to stay shit, but sure enough, it did. Unless there's something that happened in the game that I'm not thinking about. I think Helm of the Dom is still probably just like a shit item. Do you think Gyro is a strong, very strong carry right now? What were Gyro's changes again? Didn't he get nerfed slightly? The AoE on his E got nerfed, and then like some slight stat nerfs. Yeah. Let me read his talent changes. Oh, he gained flat cannon range, but lost damage. Okay. Flat cannon attacks. Lost cooldown. Yeah, right. Gyro kind of escaped the nerf hammer. I thought this hero was going to get nerfed a lot more than he did. Luna kind of didn't really get all that nerfed either. Dude, call me crazy, but this is a very tame patch. The heroes that I thought needed the biggest nerfs did not receive the biggest nerfs at all. Medusa, TA, even Luna, Gyro. I think all of those heroes are still very, very strong heroes. Just based off of what I'm reading. I would be interested to play some games and see if that's still the case. But from what I'm seeing here, I'm like kind of offended that this is the patch we got. I don't know. Overall, I'm underwhelmed. They hit meta heroes pretty hard, but all the unpopular heroes. When you say hit the meta heroes pretty hard, I'm curious, Ice Goddess, because I do very much value your opinion. What do you... name some meta heroes that you feel like got hit very hard. I just straight up disagree with that. Maybe it's because I don't play these heroes that much, but like I look at a hero like Luna, and yeah, Luna probably got hit the hardest, and I still feel like this hero's probably fine. They hit the shard, so the shard's kind of like more dog shit, but the shard wasn't what made the hero. It wasn't the glue that held the hero together. The hero that Luna was, that I remember, like the monster that Luna was this super oppressive dominant laner that went in the jungle and farmed faster than most heroes. And as far as I'm concerned, she's still pretty much that. Just seems like a very weird patch. Heroes that should have been nerfed got slight nerfs, and heroes that didn't deserve them, yeah, got nerfed. Kind of a letdown. Exactly. Those are my opinions. Raytheon got hit a bit too hard. Why did he even get hit? Good person 666. Like, what was the purpose of nerfing Wraith King? Was that hero picked? I meant it more so like they hit the meta heroes hard in the sense of actually adjusting the heroes in a meaningful manner, not like gutting them. Oh, I see. That is, I mean, to some extent, that's true. I think they identified the heroes that were strong and hit them with a nerf. Like, Gyro did get nerfed. He didn't get buffed, kind of. It got changed. Still, the jig is still up as to whether or not this Han Bombardier change is a good thing, but yeah, it wasn't super meta. It doesn't deserve it. I don't think Naga and TB needed agi gain nerfs. Maybe TB did. TB was pretty strong, but I don't think his, how much was his agi gain nerf? Let me scroll down to this. Was it 0.3 or 0.4? It's 0.4. He lost 4 seconds. I think that Metamorphosis attack range talent was like a lot better than I'm giving it credit for. Like, that let him siege towers very, very well. I mean, it's level 25 though. You're not really sieging at that point. You're kind of just fighting team fights, ending the game that way. Like, if you're just walking up to a tier 3 attacking it, it's either your team is going to just win the fight right then. Like, I don't know if, and I'm not going to talk too much about it. I'm just saying that, like, I don't know how big that attack range was at that level. If that level was like level 20 or 15, I could see that being a lot more impactful. But at level 25, how relevant is it that you get 240 attack range? I'm not sure. Yeah, it wasn't super meta, doesn't deserve it. Okay. Yeah, I will say this. I think Timber actually got hit pretty hard. They didn't hit reactive armor, but I don't think they should. I don't think Timber deserves to get nerfed in the one thing that like really identifies the hero as being this sort of unkillable monster by level 3 and just staying that way until like level 15. They just hurt his damage quite a lot, but like, I mean, that is quite a lot of damage to lose. 20 damage on his base Q, and then also a huge damage cut, no pun intended, on his tree damage scaling. And then also his W taking an early game hit. I think these are like pretty big. I think these nerfs, Timber will feel these. Like, you will feel these if you're playing Timber right now. I think one of you guys were, right? Who was it? Was it Gummy? I don't think Gummy's here anymore, but whoever it was that said that they were playing Timber, I think you're gonna feel that. I think Slark will do well in pubs now with the talent, or what was the thing? I think, yeah, didn't Slark get like everything got buffed about him? His Q, that was a good buff. This is like an okay buff. 5 seconds, you know. On an ability, I said on an ability like this, it could be more impactful than like on Ravage, but yeah. I don't think this is the standout buff of the patch. Things like this, 15 talent, Shadow Dance attack speed, that could be pretty impactful. I'd like to see how that pans out. And then, fuck. Sorry. I think this talent's like whatever. Okay, but let's be honest, guys. Troll having plus 15 armor, no items is whack. Yeah, that's another one of those weird changes. I don't see why they just decided to give him plus 7 armor at level 10. That's pretty nutty. But, I mean, he was in a weaker spot. I just don't see why they gave him 7 armor on top of these changes. Even just as a standalone, that's a pretty big buff. It's pretty crazy, but kind of shit health now. Do you care? I guess that's kind of how you kill Troll, right? Like, it's, you cast spells on him. You don't click him. But I don't know. This hero's effective HP has always been crazy through the roof with with trance and whatnot. And Axe got nerfed into the fucking ground, so maybe we will actually see the rise of Troll. Troll patch, boys. I'm calling it. Oh ho ha ha might be coming back too with those buffs that we saw at the take game. It's 6.83 all over again, guys. Phase Mage Slayer Troll and yeah, exactly. That's the way to deal with the HP talent getting removed. Just remove their ability to deal magic damage to you. Since Mage Slayer is actually like a very purchasable item now. Since they took 800 gold, 850 gold. They literally just said to this item, they're like, this item now costs 850 gold less. Just straight up. And it's better build up, I think. What was old Mage Slayer? Let me look it up. Mage Slayer D&D. What the fuck? Not D&D. Mage Slayer Dota. So, good thing Dota buff hasn't updated yet. Oh no, it has. What the fuck? What did it used to cost? It doesn't even say on Dota buff or on Wiki. Does anybody remember what this item used to build out of? Mage Slayer Dota. Underrated or in need of a buff. Just tell me what it builds from. Stats wise, I don't give a fuck. Just tell me what it builds from. Claymore, Cloak, Blade of Alacrity. See, why can't I find that anywhere? But yeah, those were dog shit items. Like, this item now helps solve mana problems. Wait, what was do you remember the exact stats on the item? Did it give you 20 damage, or did it give you more? The stats were just worse. This item is just straight up better in every way, as I seem to understand it. Like, cheaper, gives you better stats. Yeah, it's just better. It just does the things that it did previously, but straight up better. Great Ember item now. You would build this. There's a lot of heroes you would build this item on. Don't limit yourself to just thinking about Ember Spirit. I would build this on any hero that doesn't mind right-clicking you every once in a while and wants mana and doesn't want to die to magic damage. I could see myself buying this on like Brew. You buy it on Earth Spirit. Just roll in. Doesn't give you health. That is one thing it does not do. And it probably shouldn't, but Sniper, Mage Slayer, Puggo. It's just like, it's at that price point where I have to wonder if you don't even need to care about some of the stats. Like, it's that overpowered. That's when you know an item is overpowered. When you are buying it, when you are able to justify buying an item regardless of some of the stats that it gives you, even if they don't make sense, because the other things the item does is just so powerful. That's when you have an overpowered item. So what I'm trying to get at here is, let's say I'm playing Darkseer, And I don't really care too much. Like the attack speed, damage, it's nice. You know, it's like I am an int hero, so it's gonna give me 30 damage, not 20. You know, it's gonna help me farm when I right click things. But what I really want is, you know, I'm really looking for that magic resistance. I'm looking for that, like, I want to walk in and hit you once. You know, I'm not going to continue hitting you in a team fight. I'm not like a right clicker. But if I hit you once on a timber saw, you're not going to be hurting me in my team as much. And it's just 2,400 gold. You know, once you start to think of it like that, then it's like, whoa, why is a Darkseer buying this item? I don't think this item is meant for your hero. You know, like, it makes sense if a hero like Nature's Prophet or Night Stalker is going to buy it, because it's like they can use those stats very well. But again, if a hero like Pugna starts saying, okay, maybe I go Mage Slayer this game, because it'll help me farm, you know, gives me int, gives me damage, gives me attack speed, so I can start farming more, helps with mana, and every once in a while when I hit somebody in a team fight, like, they're just not going to burst me as much. Then you got a problem on your hands. And it's only 2,400 gold. Anyways, my friends, listen, I love all of you. My cameras needs to adjust. Okay, it's focused now. I'm going to go to bed. Well, I'm going to probably go eat some food first, but anyways, I'm going to go to bed after that. And then I'm going to log in tomorrow and play some more Dota. And we're going to go from there. So, wish me luck. I will play some ranked games. We'll try to get some Sand King games in first, because that's the hero I'm probably most curious to see what he looks like. But in any case, I love all of you. Take care, stay safe, and have a good one. Yeah, I'm going to upload the vid. Good point. Yes, not a problem for the stream.